Why? Have I not been live this whole time?
I just joined you, prick.
Hang on.
Yeah,
I guess I was late. I guess we missed that whole intro. Whatever.
So
anyway,
cool.
English
Dad.
bastard, blue collar loser. How y'all doing?
Hi, sir. We just talked to 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, that was weird. That's never happened. I could have sworn I pushed the live button. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we missed the intro. We missed all that stuff. Paul Rubens is dead. Northern English Bastard's here.
Yeah.
Meg's testing out her new camera. Blue Collar Loser just got 1,500 subscribers. He was on the Critical Drinkers stream. I think everybody's caught up. That's what we talked about so far.
Exactly.
All right. Sorry about that. How long did we miss here? About 15 minutes? That's funny.
I had to make the joke like, all right, I got sunglasses on. I'm going to hang out with the smaller channels now, you know, the little people. I got to do some charity.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much for graciously showing us. At least you're not pulling a dark hour yet where you just kind of, disappear.
Ew.
I'm just joking.
Well,
yeah, he's doing well, though. He's doing well.
No, but he wanted to make it today. He couldn't make an early stream.
No, we boss balls.
That's a shame.
He also can't make the late streams on my channel either, though.
Yeah. Plus, he can't make any streams that, any stream that ends with a day of a Y. It's
it
happens.
Yeah, I mean, what's it? I am gonna start, I think, getting in the rotation of some of these streams soon. I know Vex wants me to come on Cannoli Sasquatch channel in October to talk about a couple movies. That'll be 2 separate streams. That'll be fun.
Besides myself, we all like to boost each other. Enzo, when we did the Phantom, I think you were like in the 180s. You passed 200, which I know is not some people big number, but dude.
No, I know. I noticed that just the other day. I'm at 205 all of a sudden. I'm like, oh,
yeah. And
when did that happen?
That's what I like about you. What people said with me is, I never launched this stuff to become like a millionaire, hit 1,000, and you do these we watch because you enjoy it. But next it's like, okay, first dark hour, then me. My goal is I'm gonna try to whore the shit out of you to get you to 1,000. I mean,
thank you. I am definitely noticing a steady climb. It's not like my views are going down or anything like that. Yeah, and even if they were, I would still keep doing these We Watch videos. I might stop streaming, as much if nobody gave a shit. But the thing is, my fucking monitor's crapping out for the first time ever since I left Meg's house. How about that, Meg? She's not here. It's okay. So anyway, yeah, the We Watch videos. Phantom was fun. Yes. I was upset though because, I was happy that I didn't get a copyright claim, but I realized it's because I didn't set the overlay layer to screen.
Yeah.
So the blacks show up too. So the screen definitely gets blacked out. How hard was it to follow that Phantom movie with that like that? I mean, bastard. I mean, you're the one who's watching most of these videos from an outsider point of view.
I made out some of it, but half the time I was just looking at the bloody screen while I was typing as well.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I mean, as long as they're not too hard to follow. If you were just not listening at all, But on some of these other ones, dude, I gotta say, that Star Wars girl, Anna, she recommended after that Barbie movie came out, she was talking about that Tyra Banks movie, Life Size, saying it was the original live action Barbie movie from Disney. It was like a Disney made for Disney Channel movie with Lindsay Lohan and Tyra Banks. And I told Meg, well, you want to watch this Life Size movie? And she was like, oh my God. She suddenly had this crazy nostalgia wave. Oh, I forgot all about that movie. And then we watched it and it's coming out this Wednesday. It was hilarious. Really? Fun time, real fun time watching that shit. And that's the other thing is watching these fun action movies, these movies that we've all seen. That's fun. But when we go totally blind in these crap films, that's what I need to watch with you, Blue, is some random nonsense that neither of us know what's going to happen. That shit's always the funnest. But yeah, the Phantom, I mean, as far as moving the channels up, getting some viewers, hell yeah, let's do it. I mean, like I said, I'm going to start hopefully making a rotation around some other channels soon, get passed around like a little some insert perverted joke right there.
Yeah.
It's funny because Tyler left a comment at 3:20 p.m. this one. I assumed we were live. That's why, so well.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you can't have every show be perfect. Anyway, so what's your favorite thing about living in England, bastard?
Well, the pubs, obviously.
Uh-huh.
There you go.
He ate fish and chips earlier today.
Really?
like a true English bastard.
That is awesome.
It's nice and it's quick.
Do you get them at a specific place? Is there a best place to get them, or are they all pretty much standard? They're all pretty much the same. Doesn't matter where you get them.
We could get the takeaways, but this one's actually one I cook myself. It's got it from the shop.
Oh, even better.
So it's not bad either, so it's a little less bad for you. So I'm trying to cut my fucking weight down a bit.
Whoa, Meg.
Good God.
What? You're like on camera.
Hold on, can't hear you.
Oh, yeah, you can't. Yeah, you're not coming in on your mic. Anyway. It's always fun doing yeah, it's like if you're gonna test out your camera, this is the perfect stream to do it, man. Nobody cares. We'll help Meg get her shit all figured out by the end of the stream. As far as yeah, the fish and chips though, frying up yourself, pulling out a big old, what kind of oil do you like to use?
Veg oil.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
No, olive oil.
Olive oil.
Yeah. Olive oil's good. You deep frying in olive oil? Damn, boy.
I deep fry the chips. The fish you don't need to fry, just put it in the oven for 20 minutes. So
it's like $20 worth
Get
of
an air
olive oil
fryer
right there. Hang
yeah,
on.
wife's been on about that. Hey, we should get an air fryer.
Whoa, look at you. Meg, you're on camera.
Yeah. I am. I've never been on camera before. I did this for you guys.
That's so funny. A face
Only
to the
for
voice.
This stream.
Wow. Only for this stream ever. Wow. So, olive oil, man. I like to use a good peanut oil. Those are good for the deep frying. But
olive oil doesn't have a high smoking point.
Yeah, olive oil is good for. Well, I'm Italian, so olive oil is just good for everything.
It's great for air fryers.
My grandmother would put it in her hair. Yeah,
I've done that too, but having white girl hair, like I can wash it 6 times and it still looks oily. Cool. After I do something like that. I watch these, DIY hair mask, put in avocado oil and all this stuff, and I'll do it. And then I can't. It reminds me of when I was a kid and I had this friend who lived down the street. She was black and that was not a big deal to us. But one day we had a sleepover and we decided to do each other's hair. And so she braided my hair the way that her mom braided her hair, and she put this like oil in it.
Oh.
And I wasn't paying attention. And so she like used the same like hair lotion oil stuff that she got put in her hair, and it would not wash out for like a week.
Wow.
And I was like, dude, I didn't need that. And she was just like, sorry, that's just the way I knew to do it. And so I had to go to school with oily hair.
Did you have trouble braiding her hair, or was that easy?
No, it was easy. It's just French braids, and it's just smaller or wider French braids. That's
I've never braided anyone's hair.
I'll teach you how to braid mine.
Have you guys ever braided someone's hair?
I've been asked by the wife, and I did a shit job, and she's never asked me again.
Oh, okay. How long have you been married?
2 years now, but I've been with her since 2017.
Oh,
6-7 years now.
No kids?
Not yet. Trying.
Cool.
Oh, I love that.
That means he's having sex.
May you have a bunch of luck.
So now with your new fame, fortune and glory, Blue, what's your next move? Like, what's next on your agenda?
Well, definitely, as I told people, and this is the thing as well, because Dark Hour was like, hey, Joe, can give me a shout out. When it first happened, we tried keeping the karma and kind of like superstition, because of course my girlfriend's like, tell everybody, and I'm like, no. I had to go to Russell Dark Hour first because he was the veteran. He's like, dude, make it a surprise. So I want to keep that same. So
wait, Critical Drinker approached you directly.
Yeah, and I think also Dark Hour, and I know he had some saying it because he said that Drinker would reach out. Hey, listen, because he said he's been talking to Dark Hour on Twitter and Patreon. He goes, and he wanted to just check on me and stuff, and Dark Hour vouched for me, which means, again, that means a fucking lot. He goes, no, I really vouch for Chris, and so Drinker reached out to me, and his exact words, he's like, hey, it's been a year, you've been supportive, and he's watched several of my videos, thinks I'm funny. He's like, I'm gonna get you monetized. And of course, the question was, he's like, would you like to come on my open bar? And I'm like, nah.
Yeah. No.
That's right.
I'm not a fan.
The blue
really.
collar, is that all new behind you? That mic, those sound things behind you.
You're at the new place now.
Well, that's like I've been bouncing forth between my apartment, my mother's house. The reason I went home for the stream is because the apartment, as you guys can tell, like the room dividers help out, but these are big ass fucking walls. And my mother's house in the basement, and people can make the joke about basements, but basements are very good for sound dampening. And so in the basement, I have very fucking thick walls, a ceiling, and it's way better quality. So I'm like, if I'm going to be an open bar, I'm going to back to my mom's house because that's the perfect fucking quality for sound dampening. But so in terms of work, it's kind of like stuff with Uber and DoorDash and shit. This is a small town, and small towns are cute. But if you want to go to a big city like Albany, all these spots in New York, I leave, I drive an hour to the big city, and I will spend 70 hours working and drive an hour home.
My God.
And it's just it sounds like a lot, but considering I was driving buses 15 hours a day, this is nothing to me. But
it still seems like a lot. I used to live in Saratoga Springs.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. See, Saratoga Springs, spots like Saratoga, like it's almost like New York City. New York City is such a big town that the town we're in now, it's a very small town. I can get like an hour of Uber, maybe 2 hours. It dies right out. Saratoga Springs goes down to Albany, goes down to the Capital District. There's like 15 towns all connected. So if you log into,
it's also very much like a tourist town, like when the races are happening and
Well, I met certain people, like when I was first working at the bus company. Most people I noticed in these small towns, they're great. They're low on crime. No one gets shot or stabbed or anything. But the problem is there's no work. So most people who live in small towns, they don't work in the small town. They drive. I knew a guy who drove 45 minutes to work every day because he goes, dude, he's like, I like we're in Troy, New York, but he goes, I can't live in Troy. It's too ghetto. But I have to work in here for the money. So
not just that, but people who live in small towns tend to be more self-sufficient, so they're not relying on Uber to get somewhere because they have to be able to drive places.
Out here, we drive drunk. We don't give a shit.
But no, so when the drinker contacted me, I wanted to make it sound as good as possible, and much like you guys, Enzo, and like Luke and you, Meg, like friggin' Russ was telling me, he's like, dude, are you nervous? And like he will send the invite like 4 minutes before you go live, and you're like, fucking this. I'm checking, thinking, did he forget about me? And I was checking the stream where he made the announcement 3 hours beforehand, like, okay, starring Blue Collar Loser and Mauler and stuff. But just like Gary, Nerdrotic wasn't announced. Gary popped up last second. I was like, oh shit, Gary's here. And Russ said that after the stream where he's just cut you guys off for leave out, we talked for a good 10 minutes afterwards, and it was really cool talking to these guys more, because like anything, you have to be careful what you say on air. Yeah, and that's what I liked about it. So I was very careful.
So what was what was like the breakdown on like what to say, what not to say, the etiquette they gave you?
The funny part, he didn't talk about that. He's just like, hey, I'm glad to have you on, dude. And I was like, said hi to Mauler, said hi to Cynic, said hi to the guy Master Samwise. I never heard of Master Samwise until he announced it. So of course,
he was fun.
In turn, I went back and I subscribed to his channel, and basically on the hour drive back to Albany, I watched like 5 Master Samwise videos, then I watched 5 little Cynic videos because I kind of want to get a feel for who I'm hanging out with,
Right.
Yeah.
But
did Dark Hour break it down for you? Like
he just said, and that's why some people said, that was my comment section. He said, you seem like, versus you, Enzo, like it's not that I'm interrupting you, but you let people talk. And plus we have Meg here and Bastard. And the thing is, when you have 6 people, like FNT goes through this shit a lot, and I'm sure Enzo wouldn't do good as well on this, because when you have 9 fucking people talking, it's hard to get a word in. So
I could do it. Like that's the thing. It's like I could be Mr. fucking Railroad and talk over everybody, or I could be Mr. Polite Guest. That's the other thing. Is like people watch this show, and I wouldn't be.
I've never seen you be Mr. Polite Guest. You've always been a railroader.
He's so
it's my goddamn show. I mean, like if I want to stop talking about fucking Uber. And
no, I mean in real life.
Why are we talking about the job?
Life.
Why are we talking? Oh yeah, why are we talking about the job that Blue Collar is going to quit? We need to talk about the job that. No,
you guys want to hear about the time we got stuck at the airport the other day?
Oh God.
Oh yeah. No, they don't. But I have a temper. I mean, what are you gonna want from me? People are being stupid.
Got a temper, and he had a temper in front of my family, and he was just like, "What the fuck? Are you fucking retarded? What do you think of?" Like screaming at the ladies.
And, are you serious?
To be fair, it was warranted. I mean, we were sitting there for half an hour, and she kept saying, like, did you press the white button? Yes.
Are you sure the
right
gates?
Button. Are you fucking retarded? Do you understand that I've called you 8 times?
She's like, is the gate opening? I'm like, no. Are you sure it's not open? I'm like, dude, I'm going to go find you right now.
And I kept telling him, like, I was kind of like shoving him, like, hey, there's kids in the back. And they're not kids. They're like 11 and 15. Yeah. They've heard some curse words before, but still, I don't think they've ever been around someone like Enzo, who's just so like blatantly like, oh, fuck you. I hope you can hear me. You're doing a shitty job. Like, and I was just like, dude, kids, please relax. Yeah. But he did not.
If anything, they thought I was cooler from that outburst.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
No, I mean, all Dark Hour said was just out of courtesy. He just said, obviously, Chris, when you go in there, just make sure you wait your turn. Don't interrupt anybody. And yeah, it's like people can love or hate Mauler or Nerdrotic. I'm still looking at these guys have 700,000 fucking whatever 800,000 subscribers, and it's like not like I never cut off Enzo or he cut off me, but we kind of like interject with each other. I wanted to wait till it was my turn to talk because again, you have 5 people. Like Drinker and sometimes Drinker would say, "Hey, how do you feel, Mauler? Okay, how do you feel, Nerdrotic? How do you feel, Cynic?" And he goes, and at one point, "How do you feel, Loser?" So I kind of like wanted to make sure I was waiting my turn because I'm the guy with 300 fucking subs. These guys got hundreds of thousands of subs, and who am I to keep like interrupting them?
Yeah, we need to make sure Drinker and all of them start calling you Blue though, because I don't like when they call you Loser.
I don't either. You're not a loser.
But it was funny with the Blue Collar Ken. So, but no, that's what we said beforehand because his name tag was Drunk Ken. But of course, Dark Hour was like, I'm the one who gave him that fucking idea but Drinker to his credit said a friend of mine said you should be Drunk Ken. So then Mauler, he's like, Mauler, change up your name. He goes, everybody. So then of course,
dude, all the Ken puns in the comments were awesome. Everyone's just like giving off these like movie titles with Ken in the title.
Yeah.
And I came up with some good ones. I think the best one I came up with was HBO's Taxi Cab Confessions. That was the best one that I came up with. That was like, I know no one else thought of that one because there were a lot of like repeats. Everyone saying
that used to be so racy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
remember when that was like a cutting edge? Like,
bastard, you ever see HBO's Taxi Cab Confessions back in the 90s?
No, I didn't. Don't have HBO in England.
Well, so
I had like shitty terrestrial broadcasting TV.
Get on a VPN.
Well, I'm sure you can find these episodes now after the fact somewhere on the internet. But check this out. What they do is, I'm sure this has been done before or since. But this show was uncensored and raw. Okay, that's why this show was so good. It's called HBO had a lot of racy shit that they would show late at night, but it wasn't ever like porn. Because like Skinamax, they had like literally softcore porn. They would show the stupid Femalien movie. It's like some fucking hot babe.
HBO had real sex.
Yeah,
too,
and it was not. You try to like watch real sex to jerk off to, and it would be like, this is an old 70-year-old swinger club, and you'd be like,
it's
oh
like a documentary.
God. It'd be like just show you the worst shit. It's like, I remember first hearing about those real life fuck dolls like on real sex. I was like, what the hell is this thing? But
I got an opportunity to be one of those.
Shut up.
Really?
Yes.
Why do you always humble brag about the most like
It was only because I knew a guy who worked for like Hanson Robotics, and
some guy wanted to turn me into a sex doll. One guy took a lock of my hair and made an altar to worship me. What was the other?
Okay,
let her
those
talk.
are not humble brags. Those are like stories of.
I'm just joking. I'm busting your balls, Meg.
That's how
these
women
are stories of women being approached for shit men would never be approached with. So
exactly,
it's not a humble brag. It's a cry to the patriarchy.
Yeah. Well, we watched the
19th.
We watched Barbarella last night, and that was awesome. But Jane Fonda is Barbarella, and it's crazy because like she became this like crazy, political activist in her shortly after that movie. But in that movie, she's literally just like a fembot. She's literally just a Playboy bunny, just getting naked and changing outfits and looking hot. And she's basically saying that that was feminism back then, was being slutty.
How many costume changes did we count? I think 7 or 8.
It was 8 costumes, plus being naked, plus the birthday suit. So we'll count 9. But anyway, the point is like we would watch Real Sex and then Taxi Cab Confessions. That was basically what they do is they put a couple hidden cameras in a taxi cab in like New York or LA or Las Vegas, some rowdy town. And this is in the 90s before people had cell phones. And they would just like pick these people up, and the cab driver would just be like some salt of the earth type person. And the cab driver would just like, play shrink to whoever's in the back, and they would just like unload on them. And you'd hear some crazy stories. And then, of course, afterward, they drop you off. They tell you, hey, by the way, you're being interviewed on HBO's Taxi Cab Confessions. We want to air this documentary footage, but we're going to pay you like fucking like $2,500 right now.
Sign this waiver.
Sign this waiver. And most of these people are drunk, and they're like, yeah. But, dude, I saw a lady get her pussy eaten out in the back seat. Like she gets finger banged, and then she goes down on a guy. He goes down on her, like, and the cab driver's just sitting there like, all right.
That sounds very similar to what we used to get on Channel 4 on the weekend. We used to play a lot of raunchy fucking game shows also.
Channel 4? Like,
so that's why you didn't have to have HBO.
Yeah, Channel 4, it was basically like, it was kind of like the rebellious fucking program, while BBC was a bit more safe.
But England,
okay. So
BBC is like
anti-BBC.
BBC is like state-funded propaganda at this point, right?
Oh yeah,
not at this point.
Proper
It has
woke
been...
as hell.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, go ahead.
They used to produce some really good fucking programs, really good sitcoms. Porridge, Only Fools and Horses, Red Dwarf, all that lot.
Oh yeah, I love Red Dwarf.
Doctor Who. Like I listened
Red
to
Dwarf, something we should revisit.
It's a great show. Rewatched it not so long ago. Really fucking funny show still.
Have you seen that, Blue?
No, that's the funny part. Like Enzo, we mentioned that like how we see other people on YouTube talk about Doctor Who. Like for us, Doctor Who is just another show, but like when Bastard goes through, Doctor Who was like part of like that. Like that's our Mr. Rogers.
That's like the Big Mac getting fucking desecrated or something. You know, like what the hell?
Peace, Mr. Rogers.
That'd be like if the Big Mac now has tomatoes and no middle bun, and we're just gonna call it the Big Mac from now on.
Bastard, do you know who Mr. Rogers is?
Yes.
Yeah, we all know Mr. Rogers. I mean,
did you guys hear the rumors that he was actually like tatted up from like shoulder to wrist?
But I always thought that was bullshit. He was a military Navy SEAL.
Nobody would know that though, because I never saw him outside of.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe some lovely ladies of the night.
That was something my dad would have heard, and he would have been like, "He's not a fucking Navy SEAL." You know what I mean? My dad would have been like,
some of the nicest people, some of the nicest men I've ever met in my life were men who really saw the shit in the military, and it humbles them, and then they don't act the same. Wes excluded, but they don't act the same when they get out. They're so much more humble. They're so much more, they see people as, and you see it all the time on podcasts, like, with Joe Rogan, for example. This guy, Dakota something or another, was talking about his interpreter and the bond that he built with his interpreter while he was in Afghanistan, and the things that the interpreter's family did for him, and how, because they risked their lives for him, they were able to like come to the States afterwards, and they just have this whole new view of the world that's actually kind of Mr. Rogers-ish. It's like all they want is like peace. And that's another thing. A lot of bronies are ex-military guys who just want to like go to this fantasy world where everything is magical and rainbow and perfect, because it's such an antithesis to the carnage and gore that they had to be exposed to every day over there.
Yeah, but the point is, Mr. Rogers isn't that guy. You could say the same logic. Mr. Rogers could have been a serial killer or a child molester, because they're also nice in public. You know what I mean?
Well, but he was like, what, 60? You don't know what he was doing when he was 20.
The thing about Mr. Rogers is he's one of those insane people like Jim Carrey or my Uncle Dickie. These are guys that have always been like they've always been like the same weight their whole life. Russell, not Russ Darkour, but our me and Meg's mutual friend Russ.
Yeah.
Just like the guy's always been lanky, always been skinny.
And he fucking loves cookies. He eats so many cookies, and I'm like, how are you not fat?
The point is, like, these types of they're always crazy. These guys that just eat and they're just normal, and they've always been like a lean, like 100-something pounds their whole life. They've never lost or gained a pound.
I didn't change weight for like 15 years.
Then you hit the wall, like all of us do.
That's true. I also started dating someone who didn't care if I got fat.
Yeah, someone who cooks good.
I met a guy. I'll never forget Justin. Justin, while I was in jail, the stuff this kid would fucking like. I'm out there. I'm in rec 7 days a week, jogging, doing pull-ups, fucking deadlifts, busting my ass, just try to get bulked up. And this kid would suck in the stomach, and you can count his ribs and like his food intake. The kid's eating triple what I'm eating. I'm like. And his day would get up. He would get up off his cot, go to watch TV all day in the rec room, play cards all day, play spades, and just sit around all day to see junk food. And I'm like,
maybe he had hypermetabolism.
Yeah. That shit slows down as you get older, and then all of a sudden you just balloon.
But we know that with genetics, there's that one person we talked about before, Enzo, where you get that one person where
Bastard's European. He doesn't relate to us fat Americans, He's just like looking at us like we're fucking circus freaks,
Dude, here's what I just went through. I just got back from 3 weeks in Europe, and everybody was skinny and beautiful. And then I came back and I thought, I need a chair for my office, and I wanted an armless chair because I need to pull up like close to my sewing machines or whatever. And I started searching armless chairs.
You just take the arms off of a chair with arms. Anyway, go ahead.
That's not how that works. But anyway, so they kept trying to advertise me these big extra large chairs. And I was like, I just want a chair without arms where I can fit in my thing, and it just was like, here's an extra large.
Well, they just
chair.
assume you're a fatty.
All of a sudden, I thought obese people are the #1 consumer of armless chairs because it's like being in a plane. They don't want their fat cutting into it. Then that's why I kept getting advertised extra wide chairs, because I guess skinny people don't have a need for armless chairs.
Yeah, it's the same. You're asking for the same thing, basically. You're asking for a chair.
But it's really sad that in America, I'm like, can I have a chair without arms? And they're like, oh, are you obese? Here you go.
Well, that makes sense, because if I said, hey, I need a chair without arms or sides, you think, oh, it's because your ass is going to pour out on the sides of the chair. Yeah. It's like, well, we could give you this extra wide chair with arms. You're like, no, I'm trying to pull a table close.
Right.
They don't think that, they're not thinking of that.
Yeah. Well, anyway. Maybe I should get in the line of building sewing chairs for moderately sized people.
It's sad. Well, it's like to what Mick was saying. This is why I felt like films like The Covenant. The Covenant was so important because, as Americans, we think that everybody that is brown, they're fucking terrorists and they hate America. And you see films like The Covenant, you're like, no, that's the first thing from the truth. A lot of these people are very good people, and it's the stigma what the media puts on, like they're all fucking bomb-toting terrorists. Like they're no, they're not. A lot of them.
But what does that have to do with fat people? Are there fat people? I'm just joking. What's the fattest? Who's the fattest person you know, bastard, in England?
Oh, I've known a few.
And how fat are they, though?
Well, I've seen only really a couple of really morbidly obese people, but mostly it's just like people are just a bit fucking chunky.
Yeah, right. They're probably just like my fucking fatness. They're probably like 250, whatever.
I've seen a couple of people are probably a little bit more.
350, 400. You don't have any 600-pound freaks on wheelchairs, though, in the carting around themselves,
I've seen a couple around.
But you assume they're Americans when you see that, right?
All the time. Yeah. Until they speak.
Or they're Mexican. They're either American or they're Mexicans. Mexicans are the other big fatties.
We were taking mostly the women.
Mostly the women.
For sure. Yeah. They're like pear-shaped. But we were taking a road trip from one place to another, and we stopped at this. It was like the closest thing you can get in Switzerland to like a truck stop. It was like a gas station. It had a McDonald's in it. It had bathrooms outside. And so we went in, and at the McDonald's, they had these bathrooms. So we go up the escalator, go in the bathrooms. You have to pay like a franc or whatever to get into the bathroom. And I'm looking around in the line going up the stairs to the bathroom, and I'm like, there's a lot of fat people here. Like, these are all Americans. And we went here. And they're wearing like fanny packs, so like they look super touristy. And so
because the reason why we wear fanny packs is because cargo shorts we get made fun of for those. So then we get fanny packs for extra pockets, and now they make fun of us for that. What do you guys want? We need more pockets.
Meg, you said you had to pay a franc to use the bathroom?
Yes, you don't get free bathrooms over there a lot unless you're in a restroom or something. So like if you're in public, they'll have like a little sign that says WC, and then you go in and you have to pay like a franc, or if you're in a really metropolitan area, maybe sometimes it's like 2 to 5 francs.
But then do people piss and shit all over the city then? Because
no, but hold on, you're not letting me get to the story. So I'm watching all these fat people come up the stairs. I'm watching fat people go into the bathroom once I'm in there, and I'm just like, and it was that kind of fat where like when a woman walks, like her butt moves, and then like her second butt on her back moves. It's like everything's and so then
it's like a triceratops.
And I was thinking these have to be Americans. So I went back down. We get our food. We go into the car, and my sister-in-law says, "Oh, I started a conversation with one of those guys. They're a big traveling group from Missouri. It was Missouri or Minnesota, I forget." And she was like, and they're just they all pulled together and got tickets and came out here to visit. And I was like, oh, a bunch of corn-fed people from Missouri? That totally makes sense. And those were the only fat people I saw on my whole trip. Only ones.
But yeah, so you're saying, but do people piss and shit all over the city, though?
No, it's the cleanest fucking place you've ever seen in your life. Every time that you're just paying a trash can, every time you go to a trash can, it's fucking empty. Well, yeah. Somebody just changed it. Every trash can, everywhere you go. It's insane.
Yeah. America's fucking dirty. Holy shit, man.
Well, Texas is pretty ingrained into us, this no littering thing. Like out here in Texas,
people in Switzerland are millionaires, so they don't give a fuck about a franc at a bathroom.
Yeah, most of the people that litter here in Texas are not from Texas. Like, I see someone litter, I'm just like, Most people just drive around with their car full of garbage, you know.
I'm not sure how much Enzo and Meg have been to New York City. Obviously, I'm not sure with Bastard there, but
never.
When I brought her to my girl to see Mario Brothers, and she's like, "Oh my God, honey, this city is great. It's wonderful. We should spend a week here. We should maybe move here one day." I'm like, visiting New York City for one day is one thing. Living in New York City, you couldn't pay me $1 million.
What you should do is you should be like, let's stay here for a week and we'll see how you feel about that.
I actually stayed there for a week, and by day 4, I was like, how many days are left?
Most of these big cities, like Las Vegas is the one that I was going to say as an example. It's like 3 days. By day 1, the first day, you're like, this place is crazy. Day 2, you're like, this place is crazy. And day 3, you're like, this place is fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's in New York City.
Need to get out of here. I don't like it.
What's sad is, like, as a premise, the buildings are beautiful. They're beautifully built, and they're like friggin' they're arts, for works of art. They're awesome, but damn, then you got the homelessness and the crime rate and the rats that are bigger than me, and you got shit like that, where people pissing on the street corners.
Yeah, biggest rat you've ever seen. Let me hear it. New York style rats. I've heard about these things. Like, what's the craziest thing you've seen a rat do? Like, fuck, these rats aren't even afraid of people.
No, they're not.
Like, have you ever been attacked by a rat?
I mean, like, well, because we went from the hotel to the to the
I like how that's not a simple yes or no answer. I like how it was one time.
But people who live down there, yeah, I mean, these rats will carry off children, like, not even joking.
Like a fucking panther,
like a fucking pterodactyl,
like a panther just jumping out of the trees and taking the little kid.
What rock kings?
Yeah, really.
Dude.
That's why the Ninja Turtles live in fucking New York City. It makes perfect sense. Like,
the idea of like seeing a giant, like human-sized rat wearing a karate gi in the sewer, you'd be like,
Splinter could not.
You wouldn't.
Getting
the
shot.
The sewer worker would just shine the light on that and just like pretend he didn't see it, and just like keep shining the light, just like walk on by, and he'd be like telling that story for the rest of his life. Like, dude, one time I was down there, I saw a fucking rat size of a bear. And it was looking at me, and it was wearing clothes. I don't know what.
Like, oh yeah, sure.
I swear to God, it was speaking Japanese.
Yeah, that's the scary part. People tend to forget. With a city, it's one big ass island. Nothing grows there. Nothing's produced there. Everything is imported. So, so if something bad happens, and say for instance that city gets sealed,
we're gonna watch that city tear itself apart.
Oh, you're goddamn right, man. Like,
well, I wish you the best of luck whenever that happens, Blue.
Well, no, see that's saying. I mean, that's also.
You should.
Yeah, like
I'm not enough.
I'm not in New York City. It's about a 2-hour drive, give or take traffic. But that's also misconception. See, New York City is why the whole fucking state is so like taxed to high heaven and all this bullshit going on. And like it's like because we have to fund all the city's bullshit. That's a problem.
Yeah, it's like whenever I lived in Oregon, the entire state was behind what Portland said.
Well, here's the thing: we Texans can't relate. We Texans can't relate to you, New Englanders and Englanders.
I can.
Like bastard. Like where's the closest other country to you, and how far of a drive is it from you?
The closest other country.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's France, right where we are. No, it's Holland. You can get a little boat there down to.
How far? How long is the trip? Would be?
I have no fucking idea.
But, 2 hours.
Plenty of people go down there just to fucking smoke weed and shag prostitutes.
Yeah.
Where have you been? Where have you
I've never been abroad, sadly.
Oh.
I've never been abroad, sadly. I've been meaning
to.
You haven't like traveled on road to other countries?
Well, the only country we can get to on road is either Wales or Scotland, and that's about it.
You've been?
I've never been to Wales.
Oh,
never been to Wales or Scotland.
That's so funny. Yeah, that's how I would be, man. That's how I'd be if I lived in England. I would have just, I mean, I stay put where I'm at here in Texas, but.
You don't want to come to England.
You don't,
not at the moment.
Yeah. Why is that? Elaborate.
It's become really fucking socialistic at the moment.
I know.
Yeah, really is.
I got a friend
in Texas. It looks.
Well, we're getting invaded by people south of the border over here in Texas, so that's a big problem.
Well, people from all over the world are coming in from south of the border.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I didn't say we're being invaded by Mexicans. I said we're being invaded by people from south of the border. meaning they're coming from all over the world, just flocking here.
We're
it's crazy.
Invaded by people from all over the world who are traveling through the south of the border.
Exactly, and that's the same as happening all over the world. The what's it called? Multiculturalism, the mass immigration policies. It's not working out really. I got a friend who's in France right now, moving up to Paris, like the romantic single woman in Paris, and I have a feeling she's going to become very disillusioned pretty quickly if she hasn't already.
Yeah, you think Americans
going down
about catcalling in the street?
I see the videos of people hanging out in the around the Eiffel Tower, just like videotaping the state of it. It's just like, wow, there's people everywhere just laying around in tents.
The first time I went to Switzerland, there was just a bunch of migrants outside the window of a 5-star hotel I was in playing Tupac. Like so loud that even with my windows closed, I could hear it.
Well, Tupac's good though. I like Tupac.
Tupac blared way too loud for me to sleep. I would have just stayed in the U.S.
Yeah. Well, and as far as traveling
and they
abroad,
were all twerking on a mausoleum of the Duke of Brunswick.
Well, anyway. The whole point about what I was trying to say is in Texas, every city is at least like fucking 3-4 hours away. 9-hour road trips just to drive like to another city here in Texas, Well,
the Metroplex I grew up in, like you were asking me the other day, like where is Dallas and where is Fort Worth?
Yeah.
It's like they call it Dallas Fort Worth.
Yeah, like it's a big city. They're an hour away from each other.
Hours to get across.
Yeah. They call it Dallas Fort Worth. Like that's like mega city, like this idea of like
it's called a Metroplex.
Yeah, the idea that we just make Boston all the way to fucking Albany. Just like one giant, mega block. Everyone's just living there in a huge, massive city.
Boston's pretty fucking big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The traffic is terrible. Holy shit.
Oh my God. I hate the roads there because they all used to be cart paths. So none of the roads make sense.
Yeah.
I hate it so much.
You drive around out in England or you just like trolley around?
Public transport.
Yeah, right. Really? You don't need to.
Yeah, but the roads have become a pain in the ass for many drivers because we've got bike lanes now. So we don't have like 2 lanes to drive around. It's like 1 lane. And you got this other big space just for barely any bicycles going down.
You got a bicycle? No. At least you're not one of them types.
Can they take that's little motorbikes? Like those little electric scooters or those little Vespas, can they take those in the bicycle lane?
I've seen the electric scooters and they're a pain in the ass. They do it on the fucking pavement and everything when we're trying to walk by, nearly knocking us over.
Dude, at least it's not like India or one of those countries where everyone's just driving around crazy style and people are getting run over in their mopeds like every day. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a cousin who came back from India and nearly got run over like 50 fucking times.
You know how many videos there are of a semi-truck just like not seeing a moped in front of it and just like running over like some old lady on a moped? There's like fucking hundreds of them. It just happens every day.
It's one thing the past 2 years to like what Bastard was saying, and at least in Albany, man, bike lanes, they're just becoming like just almost every street now in Albany has them. Like they're taking roads and cutting roads down for bike lanes.
I live in Austin. They have them fucking everywhere.
Yeah, listen, a lot of them.
But in here in Austin, like the bicyclists are fucking entitled pricks, and especially the worst is the cyclists, the ones who put on the fucking Lance Armstrong like spandex outfits with the helmets.
Well, they roll in like packs of like 20, and then they get on the highway, not on the side. Not in the shoulder lane. They get on the actual highway, and everyone's behind them going 25 miles an hour.
Well, it's definitely like you gotta pass them on the left lane, but like if you weren't paying attention, and
my mom hit a guy on a bicycle and killed him. It's no fucking joke.
I hit a bicyclist once. Well, I didn't hit him, but he rode into my car as I was turning left, and it was one of those things where I didn't see him because the sun was in my eyes. He was literally invisible. It was crazy. I didn't even see him. I had the windows down. No, listen, the sun's like going down right on the road in my face, and there's trees on the left, and he's riding under the trees in the shade. So like when I turn left, I just hear whoa, 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 whoa coming out of my window, and I'm like looking around, like what's that noise? What is that? And he suddenly just like flips over my car. It was like and I'm just like, holy shit.
We had just gotten into an argument at the bar. Not related whatsoever.
That's awesome.
Is that the same
saving
day?
The planet. No. He's saving the planet by riding a
bike. Well,
technically, if you're really concerned about climate change, people are the worst thing for climate change. So,
not wrong.
If you're really concerned, you would just genocide people.
Wow.
Yeah, apparently the cows are worse for the environment because they fart a lot.
Yeah, that apparently one of the most natural things on Earth is killing the Earth. Like, I'm pretty sure farts have been around for a long time.
I don't buy into it because it was always one thing after another. Once the ozone, then it's global cooling. Now it's global warming. It's
You go
I think we're going to be all right.
You go back 100 years, they've been saying, like, almost like 40, 50, 60 years, they've been saying, like, the world's going to end in 10 years. Something crazy is going to happen in 10, 20 years, and then 20 years happens, it doesn't happen. But every time the taxes go up, the control goes up, and that never gets rescinded. They never say, hey, you know what? We were wrong about the Ice Age shit, so we're going to give you back. We're going to take back that tax money. No.
It's funny.
Now you're speaking about that. Now you're speaking about the floods and that, the ice caps melting. Apparently, there's been development that there's been glaciers coming back.
Yeah, of course.
Recently.
Oh, really?
Yes. The Earth is actually cooling. That's the other thing that's hilarious. And then the other thing that's funny is they say, like, it's the hottest it's ever been in 10,000 years. And you're like, okay, first of all,
for the last few weeks.
who was checking the temperature 10,000 years ago? Second of all, we already know from estimations and records that it was hotter in the 30s. 1930 was one of the hotter summers ever. That's why we had the Dust Bowl. I mean, come on, dude. And it's like that goes. And then we know that the medieval times were hotter too. And guess what? There was no fucking, greenhouse gases. There were no cars back then. So explain yourself.
Oh, bastard. Have you ever heard of medieval times as like an establishment?
Is it like that one of those things where like he was in the Cable Guy?
Yeah. Cable Guy, exactly.
I don't remember.
Yeah, Cable Guy. You don't remember that? And Cable Guy, everyone knows.
I haven't seen it for a really long time.
We know a lot. We know a lot about American culture. We're practically we indulge in it.
Is it that thing that I'm talking about? Like,
yes. Most people, when you say medieval times, most people think of the Cable Guy. Most people don't even think that the restaurant's real.
Oh, I've been a few times because I think it's really fun.
Yeah, apparently.
And they have really good tomato soup.
That was a good scene with Jim Carrey.
Yeah. They say he gets a fight in the.
He's like, I hooked all them up with free cables, so they let us do this. So they're like swinging weapons at each other, and he starts doing the Spock fight.
Yeah, he's like,
singing the music. Goodbye, Jim. That's a good one, man. Cable Guy. That was one of those more underrated movies that I always liked. I think it's my favorite. Jim Carrey, definitely my favorite Jim Carrey comedy.
It did take me back when I first saw it because it was really fucking dark, but the more I watch it, the more I love it.
Yeah, 1994, he became a superstar because he did Ace Ventura, Dumb and Dumber, and The Mask 1 year. And then the next year, he followed it up with one movie, and it was The Cable Guy.
Yeah.
And it was so radically different from everything else he'd done. And it's a Ben Stiller movie. People talk about Tropic Thunder and Zoolander, but Cable Guy, dude.
And the fucked up part with the Cable Guy, that was his first $20 million payday. And the funny part is because people didn't have to take it. That was his kind of almost his first box office bomb, which is that was the weird part about the whole situation.
Well, it wasn't really a bomb. I mean, that's the thing. It's like the movie's budget probably went up exponentially just because Jim Carrey was like Mr. Hot Shit. But
I think in terms of like compared to other movies,
Well, I know Ben Stiller wrote that movie and had the idea of him playing the Matthew Broderick character, and I don't know if he always envisioned Jim Carrey playing the Cable Guy, or maybe he thought, oh, Meg, crawling back in. See, next, oh, she can't hear us. God, we can just hear all that. You're gonna have to mute yourself whenever you take those headphones off, Meg.
That's how I felt when
I'm sorry. You heard me pee?
No, we heard you crawling up in bed. It sounded like a thunderstorm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now that'd be cool if we could hear you pee, though.
We did hear it.
We'd probably get some kind of weird subscribers who were like, "I'll give you $5 if Meg
fans."
Yeah, turn your gain down if we could hear you pee from all the way over there. But also for your next stream, whenever you can, you're gonna have to figure out how to zoom in your camera. Get that.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you guys are all in front of computers, or any bastard has his phone.
Right.
But
there's a way to zoom. There's a way to zoom in your picture on your camera settings. I'm sure.
As you know, I'm not on a computer. I have the TV at the end of the room.
Nice.
She likes to stream in bed like a woman.
Now, to her credit, though, her audio was perfect.
Yeah, her new headphones are great.
It's new headphones, but
you're coming clear.
Yeah, I'll find another way to bring the camera closer, but the only thing I have to elevate it on is like the TV or the dresser.
Well, we don't really. Yeah, I mean the technical jargon's always fun.
Maybe I'll figure out how to zoom in next time.
We don't really care about the settings in your camera. Look at me. I look like I'm all blued out and grainy. Who cares? But yeah, as far as like what was it? As far as like bastards, I can't believe that you make all these videos on your phone. That's great. And I know you're talking about what was it you were saying you're gonna do next? Strong woman, Sarah Connor.
Yeah, just talk about actual fucking strong women in movies.
See, I can't remember what was cut out of the first 15 minutes. I know I had said that we were all talking about how handsome Bastard is. We thought he was going to be a big fat neckbeard like myself, you know.
Yeah. They used to be.
You probably are a big fat neckbeard by English standards. You know what I mean?
That's true.
Still got a bit of a belly.
They probably all
get that down.
Probably have people make fun of you, call you fat over where you're at, and they're I'd stand next to you and be like, I'm like twice as wide as this guy. Well, yeah. What else? I was saying, I mean, Paul Rubens is dead, like Tyler brought up earlier on when we thought we were streaming. But yeah, Pee Wee Herman's dead. So what are your favorite Paul Rubens roles and stuff? I mean, I have a soft spot for Big Top Pee Wee, where a circus comes to town and Paul Pee Wee owns a farm.
A lot of people don't talk about it that much because Pee Wee was his MO, what he was known for. But I liked him in Buffy. He was really fucking good in that movie.
Yeah, the vampire's assistant.
Oh my god! Like especially his death scene is one of the best. It's in the top 5 death scenes of all time.
Yeah, he drags it out, doesn't he? He just drags it out.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ!
That's the part right there. Also, like his arm gets cut off and shit. Yeah. And what else? He's like falling apart. But I also like him in Blow. He's Derek for real. He's the drug dealer guy.
Dude, the best
the gay salon barbershop guy.
I used to watch that again.
Mystery Men is the spleen when he's the spleen. Fucking pull my finger. The fart guy. That's so good. Yeah. What else was Paul Rubens in? He's in one of the Cheech and Chong movies. Yeah. I shared. How crazy is this? I shared this today on Twitter and on Facebook. It's weird saying that I shared it. I tweeted something. I don't really, or what do you say now? You Twix it? You X'd it?
I don't even fucking know.
It's X now.
I'm still calling it Twitter. Get over it.
Tweeted?
Oh.
Yeah, Twitter is where it goes, where it's at now, I guess, when it comes to actual discourse. I don't know. And Instagram, I swear, I post the stupidest shit on Instagram. It gets like hundreds of views and likes and stuff. Everyone's on Instagram. But I drew this today, I didn't draw this today, but my buddy Laura, I made this for her. This was my first digital drawing I made on a Wacom monitor. Almost a week from today, it would have been 13 years to the date. So anyway, first thing I ever drew on a digital drawing was Pee Wee Herman.
Love it.
How about that?
Huh.
Oh, you can't see his tie. Damn it. I'm sorry, his bow tie.
Well, isn't it funny how we all have a comeback? Because man, for a good 5 years after the whole incident where him getting caught in a theater,
that was the best. He comes back to what was it, the Video Music Awards?
Yeah, boy, that was.
He comes back. He walks out on stage. Everyone's cheering. He's just being quiet, and then he just looks at everybody and just goes, "Heard any good jokes lately?" Yeah.
I did like him. A lot of people, depending who watched with Gotham, he was in Gotham as the Penguin's father.
He was good.
Right.
He was very good in that show. I think Gotham is a seriously underrated show.
Wait, he's also Penguin's father in Batman Returns.
That's why it was so awesome because
I didn't know this.
Exactly.
One's an asshole. One's actually great.
Yeah,
Damn
he did he wasn't in a lot, but no, once Paul Rubens came to Gotham, I was like, oh shit, like the Bachelor.
I'm sure he was like a nice cameo right there. Yeah, dude.
But in the show, in the show for a good a
couple episodes.
Exactly, yeah. But I was just
Mr. Cobblepot.
It's just the point they brought him back. I'm like, that's fucking meta.
It's also that's the other thing though. Is it meta? It's just like more callbacks to greater movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I do like
multiverse shit again.
I had a ton of fun with Gotham. I want to break it down sometime, maybe with you, Enzo, because I think it lasted 5 seasons, so it wasn't like people weren't watching it. You know. Well,
when you and Wes are done breaking down Justified, maybe we could do that.
Yeah, because I do like the whole the dynamic between Bruce Wayne and Alfred. But yeah, we'll get into it later. But I think it's 5 seasons and it had to me a perfect ending.
You're digging these Justified streams that you and Wes are doing, though, right?
Yeah, like I said, we're getting mixed reactions from people, but that's the beauty of that we do this. Like Enzo,
yeah, Wes likes to really harp on shows that nobody seems to care about. He's always got to be talking about the show that the underdog shows, I would call them. You know.
Okay. But look at Justified. Justified had 5 seasons. It was a pretty highly rated show. And
I'm not gonna lie, I never even heard about it until I started hanging out with y'all.
But no, but we say, like, how you meet, like, say we love Avatar and Weston love Avatar. Me and West love Justified, but some people like RRTNC isn't the biggest fan, but I like the discussion of, like, that's the thing. We can have a discussion and kind of, not totally agree. But
I like how you said he's not the biggest fan. That probably means he fucking hates it or whatever.
No, because RRTNZ always comments on my videos like he likes it.
I always just call him RT.
Yeah, no.
I used to have a friend named RT. His name is Arturo, and we called him RT for short. Growing up. Anyway, his father just passed away. Didn't want to bum everyone out. Everyone's dying. Paul Rubens died.
You did bum me out. I just pulled my dresser like 4 feet ahead to hopefully zoom in, it made no difference.
No. I would have told you. I would have
just as small as I was before.
Yeah, I would have told you that wouldn't have worked. What you would do is later, you could either jump out of the stream for a second, or you could do it on another stream. But like in your actual camera settings on your computer, sure,
you're gonna have to walk me through that. You know how I am. We'll do it later.
You have no penis.
This is good for like we're going in slowly. Yeah. We're like, this is just the tip. I've never put on a webcam before, so this is.
I've seen some of these dudes. I've
seen
some of these dudes.
I'll be half as
far. Some of these guys can make it to where like your camera zooms in and out like automatically, like remotely. It's weird. Imagine if I was talking to you and my camera was just zooming in and out the whole time I was talking to you. It's disorienting and strange.
Wouldn't like it. It would make me like motion sick.
Yeah,
I heard Meg say just a zip, so.
Just a zip. Well, yeah, Bastard, as far as what are some of your favorite English exports that you are proud of as to be an Englishman?
Well, ones that have done well in America, or ones that are a little less well known?
No, anything you want. What's some of the things that you like to be like? The English put our indelible mark on the world with this fine thing.
America's a start.
Yeah. Well, I give the Italians credit for America. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, there's too many fucking British programs because I watch way too many. I can give you 5 good programs.
Yeah.
Like Only Fools and Horses, really good sitcom. Really good. Line of Duty, good one about crooked coppers. Red Dwarf, obviously.
Yeah.
Doctor Who.
Of course.
Before Jodie Whittaker started walking it all up.
Doctor Who.
What's the 5th one? I think of the 5th one.
The Office.
I do like the British. I like the British Office. I do like that British, dry British wit. I love Steve Coogan and all his Alan Partridge stuff.
Alan Partridge, yeah.
I love.
Dude,
the Alpha Papa movie's so funny. But dude, his book on tape. Have you read that shit? Alan Partridge. I'll send you a link to it. It's like 9 hours long, and it's Steve Coogan just reading his Alan Partridge book in character as Alan Partridge, and it's so fucking funny. I just loved it. I don't know. I highly recommend it. I can't remember what the name of the book is, but there's definitely like a YouTube version of it. It's awesome.
Yeah, there's something about our British characters though. They're always like these fucking assholes that you wouldn't like in real life.
Cynical.
Blackadder and all.
Yeah, they're always very it's very dry. That's just the word you call it. I mean, stiff upper lip, they say, right?
She's got a dog. I can't stop looking.
Only Fools and Horses.
This is Rufus.
Yeah. We're gonna show off the dog now.
He's a sweet boy.
Rufus,
say hi on a podcast. Oh, look, you want to see the turd also? Everybody's got to see the turd.
He's rubbing his face on your mic.
I just, sorry.
It's okay. All right, show off the other dog.
This is the other one.
God, so cute.
Enzo verbally abuses him because everyone always tells him how cute he is. So
you hear how Chris said that? Like that's how it's like you know, like the ship is going down. Like, oh God, it's so cute. Oh no, you know, like, oh God, no. You know, like, you know, it's like you can't even control it. It's not fair. Fuck that little dog.
Fuck that little dog. Like I said, he emotionally abuses him.
He's so adorable and probably delicious.
Yeah. People see him and they're just
Rufus,
like, oh!
This is Rufus Danger von Schnauzerhausen and Obadiah Benedict Cornwallis the turd.
Yeah, it reminds me of the joke on The Simpsons when they get the Dalmatian, the little puppies, the Greyhound puppies, and it's like, you know, Obi's the little cat where they're like, oh, the cat, like the cat does something cute, and everyone's like, oh. And then no, it's more like the lamb joke at the petting joke too. They see the cute little dog Rufus. Oh, and then they see Obi and they're like, oh, and then Rufus comes back and like, get out of the way, you. You're a hideous monster.
Yeah, when he didn't have any competition, he got a lot more love. But he's a good boy.
Rufus now is like a neurotic, he's just like a neurotic riddled dog who licks everything uncontrollably, and he freaks out whenever there's any kind of thunder or fireworks.
I don't know why Enzo would use mention ship, and I was checking my Regal app because next week, dude, officially the last voyage of the Dementor.
Oh yeah, week, we should check out that one. I did see.
I would love to if you and me can go like after we both like kind of walk at a theater at the same time, just do like a stream or some shit. Because
that'd be great.
I'm looking forward to seeing this.
Yeah, and I'm hoping it plays in my local small town theater. I'll go walk in like I did.
We said this shit on Drinker Stream, like guys, the rest of the year, like I'm looking forward to my birthday for all the wrong reasons. I don't care. I know what it is. I'm looking forward to seeing the Meg. It's this Saturday, but the Meg 2 comes out Friday.
Your birthday's this Saturday?
Yeah,
motherfucker. So this is your. So this is like your pre-birthday stream. I'll be dead.
I told the Drinker this. I'm like, hey guys, you give me an early birthday present, but on my birthday, I'm going to see the Meg 2, and I'm happy because after seeing fucking Barbie, I'm looking forward to seeing the Meg 2.
Yeah, we could go see the Meg 2. Yeah. I like the Meg 1. Exactly. Have you guys seen the video game footage of some weird like giant megalodon attacks? Have you seen this crap?
Weird shit come up, yeah.
It's like a cruise ship being attacked by a giant megalodon, and it's like some kind of video game footage. And then there's like another footage of like a guy getting attacked by a great white shark, and then this giant megalodon shows up. I'm like, what game is this? I want to know.
The scary part, I keep seeing like I'm not on TikTok a lot, but I've seen like some random TikTok videos saying NASA at one point like we've only explored like 5% of the oceans right now, so we truly don't know what the fuck.
That's where the aliens are.
Well, I liked how that's the abyss right there. The abyss.
There's a lot of shit down there we don't know about. So
megalodon.
Have you ever seen those crazy videos from like those deep sea oil rigs?
Yeah, they find all kinds of weird critters.
Like shit you've never seen before, and you're like, what?
Almost most of the animals they encounter are like some new species. They're like, what
I
is
know
this?
I know a guy who used to work on one of those, and he had to take a drug test every week, and then he would go to like Beaumont, I think it was, and then take a helicopter over to the offshore oil rig and then work there for like 3 weeks. And then every single time he went, he had to have a drug test. And then every single time he had to just have like one backpack and get on a helicopter and go over there and not have really reception to talk to anybody. And I thought, how weird. He was the guy with multiple personality disorder, though.
Oh, God.
Remember that guy?
So he could have just been lying. I'm just joking.
I think he really did that. I think his multiple personalities only come out when he drinks.
Anyway, but as far as back to secret underwater, sea creatures.
There's like, what was that?
I guess my point is that shit exists and it's real. But yes, underwater sea creatures.
I seen like last year they were showing these fucking sharks that were living inside of an active volcano. Like, like how they were swimming in the fucking lava.
Was it Crater Lake?
I forgot what it was. It's something I have to look it up, but it's just
there's a movie right there, Sharkano or whatever.
Like there is like how
Sharkano.
How nature will
fucking
evolve,
give me money.
So so the Meg, we can crack on it, but like that, it's not outside the realm of possibility, though.
All right, so you got like your fucking family, right? They live in a Hawaii type island, so it's like tropical resort. So you get to film it on the beach. All the actors are happy, Then you have a volcano, right? Goes off, but there's lava and everyone's safe from the lava, but then the lava is like chasing people, and it's because they're like lava sharks. There you go. They leave a fucking trail of fire everywhere they go.
Remember that big earthquake that happened in Nepal a few years ago? Or I guess it was like 10 years ago. I had a friend who was in a lake when it happened, and then there was like an earthquake and everybody was freaking out, and then she didn't know what was happening, and she was looking at the coast like, what the hell is happening? But then I realized, like, if there's an earthquake and you're in a lake and the earth's moving around you, you're just staying still. And so she had no idea there was an earthquake because she was in a boat.
And I thought, the safest place to be.
Fucking wild.
That's true.
Except for a big tsunami.
Wrote out like a 7 earthquake with like on the Richter scale, just in a lake. But then I think she had to get out because you're going to have waves and tsunamis and shit after that.
Yeah, well, you definitely see videos of like people's pools in earthquake and the water's like fucking starts like splashing out, basically.
But it's not like being on the land.
No, yeah, you could get thrown out of a pool or something like that. You don't have earthquakes in England, right?
No, we don't. We have occasionally we've had one like every 10 years, but I've always slept through them. Apparently,
you just have like you just have constant, you just have a lot of dreary weather, but you don't really have like a lot of weather emergencies, do you? Aside from the occasional arsonist disguised as climate change, right?
Oh yeah, plenty of that. Last year was actually really good for the weather. We had a really fucking warm March. It was like boiling. I got tanned in like one day.
Everyone's
in the middle of March.
Nice.
Well, I'm convinced. I used to live in Portland, and I'm convinced that people who live in weather where it's like often dreary and gray and rainy, and they get vitamin D deficiencies, and they start acting weird.
Yeah.
And like I think that's the reason why Portland and Seattle are kind of like the epicenter of a lot of the cultural disruption, is because people are looking for dopamine. And I think it might be the same in parts of the UK where it's just the weather is so shitty and cloudy and you're not getting sun enough, and then you don't even realize you have a vitamin deficiency, and then you're going out all pissed off.
Might as well try to destroy someone on Twitter.
Yeah.
No, you're not so wrong.
She's not wrong though.
Plenty of like addicts. She's around the town centre. Plenty of addicts walking, hanging around.
Yeah. What's everyone's drug? What are all the homeless people's drug of choice out there? A lot of skag.
Mostly heroin. Sounds a bit of weed, but that's like most people do that anyway, and they still.
You got a lot of people doing fentanyl
thing there.
Yeah, you got a lot of fentanyl out there.
Fucking something called spice.
Yeah. We had that.
Yeah. What about
anything these days?
People go crazy on that shit because you don't know what's in it.
It was like that shitty bad weed that makes you go crazy, right?
It's not regulated, yeah. And so some people.
It's like you'll pass a drug test, but you'll fall into like a spice hole.
Do you guys have bath salts? Did you hear those crazy stories in America about people like eating people's faces on bath salts and stuff?
Yeah, that shit was weird. Oh.
Yeah, like, it was in Florida, and of course, Florida is always like ground zero for weird shit. But some guy did something called bath salts, which is like, it's like a synthesized drug that's kind of like meth. Kind of like, it's just a bunch of weird shit that makes you go crazy, kind of PCP-ish, I guess.
It's like PCP plus meth plus acid, and it's like
and then people do it, and then they become like superhuman. Like if cops try to arrest them, like they're literally like the Hulk, like they just unlock adrenaline superhuman strength.
Did you watch It's Always Sunny? You always watch It's Always Sunny, where the McPoyles had the bath salts wedding party, and they all got all fucked up.
I told my friend last night, ends on Xbox. This current season of Always Sunny.
It's funny as hell.
Only them in South Park, I think, because their grandfather. Then the fact that, I mean, I think in your stream, can we say that the F word, FAG, like the fact that
bundle of sticks.
The fact that they said fag on FX, because everything's so woke now. The fact that the one girl called Mac a fag in 2023, I was like, wow, they actually said fag. And
well, what's funny is that he actually is in the show.
Yeah, he's gay. That's why it's even more offensive.
It's just like I'm shocked that like anybody would still say that nowadays with everything being so fucking woke. So.
It's literally about context. I mean, you're saying like, can I say the shit? Can I say the F word? FAG? That's so funny. It's like how
Master, I love. Do you guys still say fag for cigarette, or has that like fallen out of fashion now?
No. We still say fag for a cigarette. Yeah. Here's a fag.
All right. Yeah, it's the English stream. We're doing the English breakfast stream. I mean, come on, talk about fags. I'm gonna be talking a lot about fags.
I mean, to Meg, like, I'm not sure how much Bastard watches FNT, but the one guy, as Hills versus Babyface on FNT, he dropped the word fag about like 30 fucking times in one stream because he's from England. So and he was showing pictures of how they have fag.
Is that another big one y'all say?
They have fag like on their on some of their food products. It's like it's just fag and whatever.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Blue Collar. I got excited about the word cunt.
Well, they said that in Always Sunny, which again, I'm like, that's on FX. They actually said cunt. I'm like, wow, really? Okay.
Yeah, they did say that. Some chips.
Cheez-Its.
Cheez-Its, my man. Wow. Cheez-Its right out of the box. Hell yeah. I do like a new season of Sunny. What's it? The Dennis has to take a mental health day episode. That shit was like me. I realized I was basically Dennis.
Yeah.
And then
I've not watched it yet. The last one I watched where they're in Ireland, aren't they? And they're trying to get
Yeah.
Fucking
Hell yeah.
What's the name is
Charlie.
His name now. Charlie, that's him. Yeah.
Charlie's dad's
Yeah,
dead.
they're dragging his fucking dead body up to the cliff.
Yeah.
Like,
it was,
it was an
what's his
asshole.
name? What's his name from Star Trek?
O'Brien.
That was so
O'Brien. What's the actor's name? I should know it.
Cole Meany, if I'm pronouncing it.
Yeah. There it is. Something like that. Yeah. He's so fucking fantastic. He's I love him in Layer Cake.
Yeah, Layer Cake is fucking good.
That's a good English movie right there. I like all the the early Matthew Vaughn, Guy Ritchie stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff.
I love The Gentleman. I think I just like that movie. I don't know why.
So Enzo, where did you find this picture of an English breakfast?
Oh, so I painstakingly made all this food, right? So I could take this picture. But then I forgot that I have Midjourney, so I felt really stupid. But no, I just whipped this up in Midjourney. I whipped up a bunch of like giant English breakfasts, and this was like the one that had like the most shit in it.
So the only time I ever went to England, I was just on a layover. But we went to like the, I don't know, American or Delta or whatever we were flying, lodge. And they had, English breakfast they were serving because we got there in the morning. And it was the first time I ever saw actual beans and toast. And I was like, I'm here. I should try it. And it was fucking awful.
Yeah.
It was the most terrible, disgusting
beans
and toast. It was so gross.
Here's the thing.
I was like, I'll just have some melon.
Refried beans and tortillas, how is that any different?
I don't eat that for breakfast either. I eat that for like dinner.
So you're just not a big bean fan. I mean, I like baked beans, and I made a big English breakfast.
I just
recently.
don't want beans for breakfast. That's weird.
Well, here's the thing. Like, that's what makes it English. And the thing is, I made the, is that what you would describe as makes it the English breakfast, English bastard? Is that it has baked beans smothered on everything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mostly on the side, but I don't like to put it on the sausages. I don't know why, it just really makes it tasty.
Yeah. Beanie weenies, of course. But the thing is, it's like, sausages. Here's the reason why the baked beans work, because everything else is so like, a lot of things are like salty and umami flavored. Your eggs and your tomatoes and your sausage and your bacon and the sweet baked beans and the jellies and the coffee. I mean, it all balances it out,
So, Bastard, have you heard about Winston Churchill's breakfast he used to have every day?
Big shot. You know what?
Yeah.
Really overlooked
Enzo,
that.
can you look this up to be specific? But he had like scotch, a cigar, like a ridiculous amount of.
Well, here's the thing.
His breakfast lasted like 3 hours.
Yeah, it was something he did like a ritual, and also it was like he would eat like fish and chicken and stuff for breakfast.
Yeah, can you look it up?
Yeah. My monitor is kind of glitching out for the first time ever since I've been back from your house, Meg.
Do you want me to look it up?
No, I can do it. How Winston Churchill liked his breakfast.
That was a real man. Good.
I guess what I'll do is to avoid the glitchy screen is I'll pull up here. All right. So for by the pool, Reed's a dumpy garden chair. Fucking what is this? I just want to hear what he ate. What did he eat?
What did Winston? Yeah.
Oh, he did. His morning meal would typically consist of a full English breakfast, including sausage, bacon, eggs, toast, and perhaps some leftover steak from dinner from the night before. Churchill enjoyed his drinks and cigars, and he often sipped on a glass of wine with breakfast.
He had like wine and scotch and cigars for breakfast.
I mean, that's why this is a man getting shit done. He's got to. It's like
he beat Hitler that way.
Goddamn right.
Yeah, it's like the Wolf of Wall Street. You know how he has to like take like uppers to fucking be stock trading, but then he also has to balance out the uppers with alcohol.
Hey, that's my life.
Yeah, it's like a cocktail.
That's my favorite scene
in the movie. Holy shit.
You're like running on a cocktail just to make you superhuman, Or what about these like Japanese CEOs who only sleep like power naps? They only take like 2-3 hour naps. They only take 2 hour naps like 6 times a day or whatever, 4 times a day. I hear Donald Trump does that.
Yeah,
his are probably naps because he's like 80 or something.
It's one of those things where like it takes you a while to get used to it, but once you get into it, like you become like
Can
a
we
super
get like
Saiyan.
any candidates that are like not past retirement age, please?
Yeah, maybe after Trump is done doing his business, whatever whatever crazy shit he's got planned, because he's definitely gonna.
I mean, he's still like got it for as old as he is. He's still like young and.
He's probably nearly 80 now.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
I mean, he's nearly 80.
Yeah.
And you compare him to Biden. Oh, it's insane. Biden's just the laughingstock of the entire planet right now. It's funny.
He should not be in power.
Trump doesn't drink, and he doesn't do drugs, and his kids aren't awful. And
well, you're hearing it here, folks. First,
he's
will
fucking a model, so like it's a different situation.
Look, Biden's going to start getting increasingly more and more in trouble, and he's going to suddenly start getting more and more dementia-y. Then they're going to pull him out because of the 25th Amendment before he could be disgraced and impeached. And then they'll replace him with Kamala Harris, and somehow, some way, they're going to try to get. I think they're going to try to replace him with Michelle Obama. I think that's the plan.
I agree with the Michelle Obama, but can you imagine a Kamala Harris presidency? Oh my God!
Yeah, she would be. That's the thing, is she would become vice president and quickly become also deemed unworthy.
But I do think they're going to run Michelle Obama at the last minute, and I think that's going to make it really hard.
Well, that's why that's why Micah and Barack Obama killed that chef, because he knew too much, I guess, and they're about to push her for president. So,
dude, I was listening to Black Pill today talk about, like, he had actual videos of people who claimed to be victims of like Larry King and stuff, and they gave like really graphic descriptions, and like it was the whole Black Pill Epstein Island episode. And I was listening to it, and it was like there was so much actual evidence, not flight logs or anything like that, like actual videos of people, like like in Hollywood when people have tried to blow the whistle on the whole pedo thing, and then they end up dead or blacklisted or whatever it is. But oh my God, it's fucking nuts. Like I listened to it. Now I'm just, I mean, the episode's called Black Pilled, but now I'm gargling black pills.
All right. Angela, I said this on the side, like last stream with him and Tyler, Meg, that like when I seen Sound of Freedom, like no bullshit, just one showing, that's it. I checked my
Regal app. Watched it yet.
But I checked my Regal app when I was on the stream with Tyler and Enzo. Now, for some reason, 4 malls have like 5-6 showings a day of Sound of Freedom. But what the hell changed? Why is the most important movie in America only having one mall with one showing? That's it.
Well, I also saw some stuff where the theaters were pretending to be sold out, and then people showed up and it was all empty.
I've seen a lot of TikToks.
So I was digging into all that, the nonsense of the fire alarms and the air conditioning being out and stuff. And basically what I came to the deduction of what it probably is it's rogue Regal employees, because Regal, basically most of these disturbances happened in Regal theaters. But if you do some digging, you find out that Regal actually had like a distribution deal with the movie. So they were actually invested in making sure the movie was a success. And then when the people in charge of Regal found out about these so-called disturbances, they immediately like increased the screenings and tried to fix it. So my only deduction is that it's probably like fucking radical leftists who are working at the theater, and they're like, man, fucking pull.
Imagine being so partisan that you don't care about kids being fucked and killed. Yeah. Imagine being that partisan.
No, she's right though, because I listened.
I thought you were going to talk about like pulling the fire alarm and wasting people's time and endangering.
No, that you're willing to like cover up the truth about what the fuck is happening and child trafficking.
It's not the truth because
like,
the
what if they don't vote the way I want in a few months? Like,
the movie's heavily exaggerated, and the guy who made the movie is a scam artist. He basically embezzled a bunch of money from what he did to his fundings, and he used it to fund his Mormon family with 11 children.
That's why,
and it's like, dude, that's kind of that's why you start a fucking charity. I mean, it's a nonprofit. Someone's got to make money somehow. Shit.
Also, like that's what I listened to the entire Drinker talk to Russell Brand about that when he went to Rumble, because because Russell Brand wanted to talk to him like when that's why I'd like him where he's like, okay, now we're not on YouTube, now it's Will Jordan. Yeah, and the first thing Russell Brand said, why is for some reason America is so fucking divided over Sound of Freedom? And even Will was saying, I can't believe that we live in an age now where it's like if you're against child sex trafficking, this makes you one side of the political spectrum. So I'm the same way.
Bipartisan issue.
Yeah, common sense, not political.
Here's what I will say about
it's disgusting, man.
I'm going to say something like I can envision 5 years from now definitely still doing this show and these Wii Watches and having fun, hopefully having, a lot more viewers and followers by then. But the one thing I'm unsure of is, will I still be on YouTube? That is the only thing.
No, you're right.
Rumble's obviously like the next candidate right now. But
not if you keep having me on.
Twitter would be if Twitter starts upping their video game, that could be
Actually,
I already slipped in one Repeal the 19th on this stream. I'm going to try to slip in a couple more.
Well,
it's only a problem when like people like hate you and they actively are like trying to cancel you, so they can just come to your channel and find some bullshit you said and just like report it, mass flag it.
Well, you're in such a hippie community that you actually that's
but
a
here's
possibility
the thing,
for you.
Here's the thing is like everything we're talking about is all surface level pop culture nonsense and jokes. So it's like you could say like, oh my god, this guy made fun of fucking, this guy made fun of midgets at the Time Cop movie, whatever.
Yeah.
You're like, what? By the way, Time Cop's going to come out after Life Size, and that's going to be fun. Michael, my cousin, did not fall asleep this time, so that was good.
I wanted to talk about Life Size and the fact that
I talked about it a little bit while you were gone. I was like talking about how Anna, Star Wars girl, recommended, because we were talking about the Barbie girl movie, obviously, and I just brought it up how it was so fun to talk about that and how you were like lit up. How we were like, I like unlocked some childhood memory for you when I brought it up. You're like, oh god.
Yeah, because I remembered watching it on the Disney.
Because I was like on the phone, and I was like, "There's this other movie called Life Size, apparently, with the bar." And you're like, "Oh my god, Tyra Banks! Like, is that what?" I was like, "Yeah."
I also always watched everything she did because I still believe, and always have since I was like 12, that she's one of the most beautiful women on the planet.
Well, after doing some digging, she did get naked, by the way, for some modeling stuff. There is some early shots of her, but she also did get some plastic surgery. She doesn't look the same.
That's sad. She was so naturally beautiful.
She's got a little cat face now, and it's like,
that's sad.
She was on the cover of some Sports Illustrated magazine, which was like, why are they still making this magazine? But also, she's like busting out. She still has a banging body for an elder, voluptuous African lady.
Elderly.
Like 50, older. Maybe. I said older. I didn't say elder.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I think you did.
Well,
she's
anyway.
Old.
The point is, she's still, got them curves, but yeah, she definitely had some work done to her face.
Oh,
which
she
is like,
can still get it.
Yeah, and I was talking about this with somebody, how they had just watched Eyes Wide Shut, which is like another Stanley Kubrick. He's probably my favorite British export, Stanley Kubrick, that mad genius. But she had just watched Eyes Wide Shut, and she was kind of saying, like, I don't really see the point of this movie. And I was kind of explaining how it was all about, like, secret societies and secrets and strangers. Strangers have like a huge control over your life, and also how your spouse can be a stranger, all this stuff that's in the movie. Also, I was talking about how like it kind of hints that Stanley Kubrick, it was kind of his confession that he faked the moon landing, and also that there's like, Epstein Island type stuff happening. But anyway, the point is, she had talked about how like, she had incorrectly assumed that I was the one saying that I had a thing for Nicole Kidman. And I was like, no, not really. I mean, especially now after her boob jobs and facelifts, she looks weird.
Yeah, the whole.
But but I remember she
said
like, oh, I'll just get some work done.
Because she looked like she could be really gorgeous even with a few wrinkles on her face.
Yeah, she looked like she would have aged gracefully. You know what I mean? Instead, she looks, very strange now. You saw her in The Northman.
Yeah,
something's happened to your microphone, Meg. You've moved your microphone, and it's not.
I did move my microphone. Sorry, I was saying I think a little laugh lines and some salt and pepper hair is sexy.
Yeah, but
most people
what was jarring is I remember saying something about how like, the plastic surgery, it just didn't look good on her, and yeah, she kind of looked good, and she said this lady said something like, well, it's because of people like you that why she got it in the first place. Oh, I remember saying like, yeah, these plastic salesmen, these plastic surgeons are basically like salesmen, because they convince these women to fucking do this shit. And he's like, technically, people like you are the one who sell it, and the plastic surgeons are just there. I was like, what? No, what are you talking about? I've been very vocal about my hatred of plastic surgery and how it makes everyone look like lizards. So if I'm the one selling plastic surgery,
have you recently seen Kate Beckinsale just turn 50? And Jesus Christ, the woman looks like she's 25. Like it's.
But see, she
why
could
did
also
she date Pete Davidson.
You know what, Meg?
What?
Yeah.
She dated Pete Davidson too?
I will never understand it to dad.
Kardashian did.
When was
she
that?
Did,
was this before Kardashian?
Ariana Grande did.
Yeah.
After Kardashian.
And I'm like,
I don't
how?
know.
He probably hangs good dong and has good drugs.
Well, he does some stand-up sometimes, and he was making a joke about how he thought that the cruelest thing that ever happened to him from an ex was that Ariana Grande said that he had a big dick, and he was like, you would think that's a good thing, but really she was just setting me up so that like every other girl I was with would expect I have a big dick, and then they would be disappointed. He was like, it was fucking genius.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
I thought that was one of the better jokes I've heard in a while.
I always felt like his situation was some of these women are beautiful, they're insecure, and he's so non-threatening. We're like, you know what, man, I'll date the non-threatening guy.
Yeah, it's a good role reverse from like Kanye type characters.
Women also love to laugh.
It's also like their way of like feeling like they're doing a charity. It's like, I'm gonna fuck this guy way out of my league and just parade him around like, hey, see,
seriously,
I don't care about looks and things like that.
Well, so like I was saying, I know a lot of women love comedy guys, but I said besides, I did praise him in Transformers: Rise of the Beast, but beforehand, I'm like, Pete Davidson, I've never watched any SNL skits where I've ever fucking laughed.
There's a comedy to looks ratio here. You know what I mean?
Like, it's just, I don't find him funny at all. I'm like
I used to date, I was with this black chick who was like fucking, like Tyra Banks looking shit. And it was insane. And I'd go out in public with her and people would look at me and be like, this guy is either loaded or hilarious.
I get that.
And it was definitely the latter. I was not banking it, as they like to say back in those days. But it was just funny. I remember like people looking at me, like she'd be like hugging and kissing on me in public, and my friends would be like, "Oh my god!" And I'd be like, "I don't know. I don't get it." But it is just one of those things where, like, if you're not that funny, I don't understand what the appeal is. Is he that funny, or is it just that these women these days are that stupid? They're such easy audiences. They probably think he's hilarious. You know what I mean? A lot
of it though is insecurity because, like, people would say, like Meg was saying, a lot of people prefer the salt and pepper and they prefer some age lines and some laugh lines. But these women are so insecure that, like, it's like these women could be supermodels, have to like get plastic surgery. It's like, you're a supermodel, but inside their head they think they're not good enough.
They're competing with other supermodels who are like younger and newer on the scene.
Yeah,
I still say to whatever day that the Kardashians fucked up an entire 2 generations of girls.
Yep.
Like that's not
lip fillers and bullshit. Hey, Blue, you want to know a funny story?
No.
Well, it's not a story; it's a fact.
Is it a fact story? Yeah.
When you know how you see old ladies and you're like, oh man, she's had a really hard life because she has all these frown lines, or sometimes you see like an old lady and she looks like a happy, cheery old lady. I want to be the second thing. Yeah. So I know I'm gonna be
wrinkly frowny face. I already have like a wrinkle right here in my eyebrow from like scowling.
Facial hair, and I cannot. But because I want to be the second thing, whenever I'm just like alone, when I'm driving, when I'm at home watching some movies, whatever, I just smile like, well, you can't see me. I just smile like a maniac, and I try to like exercise my smile muscles so that whenever I do get wrinkles, I have more smile wrinkles, but I exercise my smile just to be a happy looking old lady.
But how about don't do either, and then you don't get any wrinkles? Don't smile.
I frown when I sleep, so I have to counteract.
I frown when I sleep.
I do. I went to a friend's house and we were watching a movie with her kids and her son. When we woke up after the movie and I was going to bed, he was like, you frown when you sleep, and I was like, yeah, I know. And he was like, that's weird. And then we just went to bed.
Yeah. I'm so into it though. It's like people, I think there's a lot of bullshit with the past like 10, 15 years where it's like these unrealistic beauty standards. It's like, and they've showed this all the time. Like Margot Robbie, I won't deny Barbie, she looks fantastic, but look at Margot Robbie when she's not after fucking 5-6 Instagram filters. No doubt she's a beautiful woman, but like Hollywood and Instagram nowadays and TikTok, they set unrealistic standards because it's through a fucking filter.
Wolf of Wall Street, she was fucking banging too.
She is gorgeous and perfect, and I think a big thing is her teeth. But like Meg was saying, it's like we're talking about Tyra Banks and her amazing teeth, and it's like, dude, how many of these actors and actresses actually just have veneers? You know what I mean?
But
like
if I had the money, I'd have them tomorrow.
They get their teeth ground down. Some of them, some women do just take anal good care of their teeth. My mother still got real good teeth.
You know how many times a day I brush my teeth?
Well, if you watch Barbie, though, at the end, though, when she was becoming quote unquote human, she did look a lot different.
Well, she was still looking very homely, less makeup, but she was still so gorgeous. She has perfect skin. She has perfect teeth.
She's fantastic. No, I'm not debating she's fantastic, but people look at her as like, yeah, her becoming human. That's how a natural woman looks. And these young girls, they want to look like Barbie, and that's not realistic.
Look, the thing is, I didn't hate the Barbie movie, like you guys know, but the thing is, I didn't really laugh a lot, but there were a couple parts that got me a chuckle, like when Ken was wearing his "I Am Knuff" shirt. But another part was when Helen Mirren narrates it, by the way. She comes in out of nowhere and just like, there's a part where they're talking about how like, fucking Barbie's ugly or whatever. She looks ugly now. She's sad and she looks ugly. Yeah. And then fucking the movie literally freezes, and Helen Mirren was like, a word to the producers, like Margot Robbie probably wasn't the best choice to make this point,
But even like Ken with Ryan Gosling, I've seen this, except for like The Rock, because The Rock does it year round. But whether it's Chris Hemsworth or fucking Henry Cavill for The Witcher, these guys, it's like the whole shirtless scenes in the MCU. Chris Hemsworth, those scenes are like Hugh Jackman said when he takes his shirt off for Wolverine, he's not like that year fucking round, guys. That's only a very select window of like a good week of his life. Where it's, but
they dehydrate themselves and don't drink any water for like a whole 2 days and shit.
Henry Cavill broke down what he had to take a shirt off for The Witcher for season 1. The shit he had to go through is like he was in a fucking grumpy, pissed
and sometimes, sometimes it's for like a shirt scene. You take your shirt off. The scene in the movie is like what, 5 seconds?
Exactly.
A bit of steroids as well, because they've got to get really ripped in such a short amount of time, don't like?
Yeah, that's definitely
steroids is on their diet for sure.
Well, that's what a drinker said. You have to respect Kurt Russell for Soldier. That fucker trained for like, what was it, 15 months to get in fucking shape for Soldier?
Exactly.
Kurt Russell, that was him with no steroid.
If you gave me 2 years to get ripped, I could do it without steroids. If you said, hey, here's $15 million and you got to get ripped in 3 months, I'd be like, all right, start injecting me with all the shit. I need like fucking the stomach weight loss stuff that the fucking stuff they give diabetics, like it's a shot they put in your stomach.
Insulin?
No, it's not insulin, but it's some kind of bullshit that makes you lose weight and it causes people's stomachs to paralyze. Yeah, Ozempic. There you go. It like makes your it's like you.
So Bastard, I think you were on the stream the other day in the chat when we watched The Phantom.
Yes.
And we were talking about how Billy Zane actually just got that ripped and didn't actually need the muscle suit. Like he just worked so hard that he just didn't need the muscle suit inside that purple leotard or whatever that he used to go get sushi in. And we talked about how maybe he probably had to have like a cup or something in that uniform, but the whole movie, I did kind of keep an eye out. I'm not going to lie. And I don't think they just ever show his crotch.
Yeah, his dick is hanging out.
That's up to you.
Yeah, dude, and that's what sucked
about when you see gymnasts or like swimmers, like you can see it, but with him,
I remember
he was like a Barbie.
We were talking about Titanic, and I remember Wes like said I was retarded for saying this, but it's like this is absolutely true. Titanic is simultaneously one of the best movies ever made and one of the worst movies ever made. Now,
I agree.
Some people say, "Oh, it's just shit 100% through," and it's like, good God! I mean, the amount of work and effort went into that movie. Titanic. I mean, the problem with Titanic is its characters are painfully one-dimensional, and they definitely dumb down everything so that way foreign markets and stupid preteen girls could like the movie, and they definitely oversell the importance of the romantic story and all this stuff.
Yeah.
But the point is, the big problem I had with Titanic is it kind of ruined Billy Zane's career because he was after that I hear he's a very nice guy. And that's the problem is he played a villain way too well.
He looks like a nice guy.
So people think that he's a giant supermodel. So you also think he might be an asshole.
Can someone answer this question for me? Like, does he wear eyeliner or does he just have the most beautiful lashes?
I think he's got dark lashes.
But they're so thick.
He definitely wears a wig.
Eyeliner.
He's definitely been wearing a wig since like the 90s, I think.
No, but I mean, in every single movie, he has like these. Like I can't tell if it's eyeliner because it's like the thickest, blackest lashes you've ever seen on the top and the bottom. But if he is wearing eyeliner, he's done it in every movie he's ever been in.
Yeah, he could be one of those guys where he puts on his own makeup, like has a makeup artist like touch up his existing makeup. I'm just joking. Billy Zane
is wearing eyeliner. He did it in every movie.
But yeah, the problem is Billy Zane played such a good villain that after that he kind of was like only offered roles to be villains, and he was trying to pivot to the Phantom type stuff, like be a leading man action hero, and that didn't really work out because everyone just thought he was that greasy awful Calvin person from Titanic. And it's like, honestly, dude, again, back with the John Walker effect with Ken, how he's accidentally like the protagonist. That's kind of how you feel about Billy Zane's character in Titanic. It's like he's kind of just like a guy who's got his fiance and taking his mother-in-law across the ocean.
He's getting cheated on
to England, he's taking him back home, so he can get married. And then she fucking cheats on him with some street rat in the coach class. Like, could you imagine? And he's supposed to just be like cool with it.
Well, it's funny Enzo said that because, listen to all Drinkers Open Bars. Drinkers said on like 5 different streams, like Titanic is, from a technical standpoint, it's a great movie. And my son, we did our laser review because he had the 20th anniversary. My kid was 15, never seen Titanic. And I walked out thinking what Enzo said, like, you know what? Maybe because I'm in my 40s now, but damn, I kind of like Billy Zane a lot more now than when the movie came out. I don't know why,
dude. It's like you feel sorry for the guy.
But even my son said, he goes, Dad, even my kid's like, some of the scenes are kind of dragging on. Some of the love story's kind of funny. But when that fucker hits the iceberg, you cannot deny the fucking work Cameron put into that movie.
Yeah, this is something that I had talked about previously, but it's like that movie was supposed to be released in the summer of 1997, and it was marketed heavily as an action flick. And like I remember there's like you could look them up, the movie posters, and the original marketing was like it was just a picture of the hull of the ship and the word Titanic like vertically, like it's like the ship is sinking. And it just says Titanic in big red letters on a big black hull. And the catchphrase was collide with destiny, James Cameron. And then the movie got postponed because it went way over budget, way behind schedule. And then they pivoted to this like Oscar approach. Yeah. And that's when you got the soft trailer with the pretty faces and the big blue sky and the Titanic and the nice, like pretty white serif font. And it's very like clean. It reminded me of like one of those I Spy books, or something like, And then also they didn't plan to have the Celine Dion song, and that song was recorded in secret by James Horner.
One of the biggest hits ever.
Right. And of course they just told James Cameron, like, hey, instead of doing just the in-credit sweet music like we had planned, we're gonna end it with this song by Celine. And they show him the full recording, and he's just like, okay, cool. And then make a bunch of money off the top of that and get a best original song Oscar. But like I said, just by pivoting to this like romance aspect, that's why that movie kind of got so much money. But when you watch the movie as a whole, like the romance, when you look at like these lists of the world's greatest romances, Titanic is always down there in like the 20s or the 30s. Yeah. It's not like it's not really the best romance movie. It's like the romance is just the excuse for the
not Paris Alabama and True Romance, is it?
Oh, dude, I love True Romance. Don Vincenzo's Christopher Walken scene,
Going back to Billy Zane being typecast after that movie, and then you see like his versatility and everything going up to that movie, and then everything kind of dropped off. But I remember my mom telling me one time when I was like maybe, I don't know, 12 or something. And she goes, do you know how to tell a good actor? Like, have you ever like seen an actor and thought, wow, they're amazing? And I was like young and I had never considered it. And actors, I just didn't think about like what their talent must be to do that behind the screen. I was just too young. And she goes, Steve Buscemi. And she talked about the way that she felt about him in Con Air, where he was like being all playful. He's like riding the rocket or whatever. And people are just like, hey, come on, no. And he's just like going to the loan shark and going to the strip club and having all the hookers. And the guy says, hey, you're not going to die on me, are you? The loan shark. And he says, let's just say not any more than you will. And right before he knows Armageddon's happening. And he's so affable and funny. And then you watch Con Air and he's this fucking pedophile, weirdo, pervert, convict, psychopath who gets let free, and he's watching this little girl play with dolls, and you can tell he's getting turned on by it, and you fucking hate him, and everything in your body is just like, oh God, I want to hurt him. Like he's so gross and slimy. And then she goes, whenever I saw those two things, I realized he was an amazing actor. And now, ever since,
he's also like a womanizer in Armageddon, where he's like Mr. Playboy. Hey, where are all the hot babes at?
Fucking first responder who went down to 9/11 and like sponsored.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah.
My favorite scene with Buscemi, my two favorite Steve Buscemi roles are Ghost World. He's really good in Ghost World. If you haven't seen that one,
in a long time.
Thora Birch. Yeah,
he was good in it. Yeah,
he's this weird, like he's like collects vinyl and weird memorabilia, and he befriends some teenage girl, you know, and the teenage girl kind of likes him because he's a weirdo, like she is. Yeah. But of course, like, you know, it's kind of like Leon the Professional, where it just kind of like makes him realize how lonely he is, you know. But it's a good movie. But then my other favorite Steve Buscemi role is Billy Madison. he's like calls Billy Madison calls him. He's like, "Hey man, sorry I picked on you." He's like, "Oh yeah, no problem." Then he crosses his name off of
his name off the death list.
People to kill.
Up with Big Daddy, sorry. He puts
lipstick on.
Fucking hell.
So good.
Yo,
he's also great in The Wedding Singer. Oh man, he's so funny.
I liked him in Mr. Deeds, where he was the cross-eyed pizza guy who always got like Oreos and French fries on his pizza.
That's always good. Like he's always good in everything.
That's so funny how, like, you know, because, you know, Steve Buscemi, he's in so many. He's an award-winning actor. He's a big deal, but like still Adam Sandler, he's got his homies that he puts in all of his dumb movies. And it's funny that Steve Buscemi was like one of those rotating guests for a while.
Yeah.
I made a necklace for my friend Enzo knows her, Alex, and it had a little pendant where you could like put your own picture, and I put Steve Buscemi's picture in it and gave it to her, and she just loved it because she loves him. And there was a particular picture that she liked, and I printed it. I like made this little necklace, and now she has a Steve Buscemi necklace that she wears between her perfect, flawless boobs.
Nice. Also, we were talking about Fargo earlier. I don't know, because FYI, we were streaming. We were streaming for 15 minutes without actually streaming, so I don't know if that was cut or not. But we were talking about the oppressive winters. But Fargo is so funny because Steve Buscemi was a huge standout in that one. He's like talking nonstop, right? So then the Coen brothers make another movie the next year, and it's fucking Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
And they put Steve Buscemi in it, and he doesn't say anything. And anytime he tries to say something, John Goodman tells him to shut the fuck up. That's so funny. That's like a joke that the Coen brothers wrote for themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He goes from like Adam Sandler films to like people forget he was in Boardwalk Empire. Was really good in Boardwalk Empire.
No, that's his big standout.
I really want to watch that.
Yeah, him and he's also great in it's not good. Sopranos. He's wonderful in Sopranos.
Yeah,
he's great with.
I haven't watched it either, and neither has Bastard. So maybe we should watch Boardwalk Empire and then have like a.
I haven't watched it either.
Almost like a book club about it.
Check it out.
Yeah, I mean, we'll do these like seasonal breakdowns. I am liking this idea of what, you know, like I said, what Blue and Toxic are doing is like breaking down this new season of Justified, just like hashing it out. Especially like right after you guys watch it, you know, kind of thing. That's when it's fresh in your mind.
Would you do like a new show, or would you do like an old show, like Breaking Bad or something?
The funny part, I was talking, Meg, because after the stream, I had to take, because partly while I was sitting in the drinker stream is I've been working 7 fucking days a week. So I took all Thursday and just was answering emails, talking to friends, hopped in Xbox, and my friend was like, dude, he fucking will not watch the Wheel of Time show because he's a massive book fan. I said, dude, how me and Wes been doing the Justified, I want to do Wheel of Time, because the Wheel of Time, I watched the entire season, and I'm not even a book fanatic, but it was the most. It's tied with Rings of Power for being fucking terrible. And I'm like, after practicing with Wes, I want to do.
So you hated it.
It's fucking awful.
Oh, okay, but, I couldn't tell if you liked it or hated it based on what you were building up to.
No.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It sucks because it's like, it's fun to talk about, like what Dark Hour said. You know, it's fun to break down these movies you love. That's fun to talk about, but the listeners want to hear you shit on something. The people, like, that's for me. Like, I don't want, you know, if you're going to recommend something, I want that video to be like 5 minutes long.
It's weird because it's also the algorithm. It's like The Whale. I'm not even like the biggest, you know, channel, but like so far my biggest video was me praising The Whale, and I get fucking.
I hated The Whale. It made me so sad. Like, Brendan Fraser did a great job.
My girlfriend walked out. My girlfriend walked out crying her eyes out.
I liked it. Yeah, Meg wasn't in the mood to watch it, so I kind of forced it on her, and we watched it in bed.
I was PMSing and I was crying and I hated it.
I was watching it from the standpoint of like an aspiring filmmaker. It's a good movie. But as far as like, you're trying to watch a movie to, you know, entertain yourself, it might be a little bit of a downer for sure.
One of the stupid things we do sometimes to pass the time is watch old Lifetime movies, like just stupid, because they're all the same plot. It's always like woman's trying to not have a boyfriend, then she meets some cute guy at like either
well, the woman's always a cipher too. She's always like some vague. She can't be too attractive. She's got to be like decent looking, but she can't be so attractive that she intimidates other women. You know, she's got to be like a nice solid 6'7". And
it's like, oh my god, I dropped my briefcase. Thank you for helping me pick up my papers.
She's always got a nice aspiring career woman of some kind, or aspiring. Sometimes she has a child.
Have you guys seen They Came Together?
And Polar
it's a
Paul
satire of those stupid rom-coms, and it's Ann Poehler, what's her name from Parks and Rec, and then Amy Poehler.
Amy Poehler.
Ann Poehler.
And then Paul Rudd, who we all know and love.
So if you've seen Wet Hot American Summer or The Baxter or any of those Michael Showalter movies, that style humor, the 10.
Yeah. Was it Long Hot American Summer? Yeah, that's a fucking funny movie.
The 10 Rules. Really I tried to show that to Meg and she hated it. And I remember she like let's change it.
I don't remember that at all.
It's like 10 stories about
Paul
the
Rudd's
Bible.
Fucking killing all the kids.
dude, when they the neighbors when the neighbors are getting in a jealousy battle over
that movie.
Shut up. Dude, we tried to watch it. You didn't like it. But here's the thing.
No, they came together.
Oh yeah, they came together was
so he
funny.
Doesn't forget.
It's very good a rom-com that makes fun of rom-coms in a Naked Gun style, spoof comedy. It's what I'd call it's like high concept comedy because some of the jokes
the Lifetime formula.
But here's the thing: is like some of these jokes don't land unless you've already seen other parodies. You know what I mean? Like they're making fun of parodies of movies. It's like you're getting into like multiple levels of like satire here. Anyway,
yeah, but we're all smart enough.
Anybody else getting hungry staring at this wallpaper all day, like the last hour and a half?
Yeah, I'm eating right now.
Okay.
No,
this is a mistake. Having like a giant. Yeah.
I want to eat.
I'm just drinking my breakfast today, But back to
my breakfast has literally been Adderall and vodka.
It's another good British export I do love. Our first WeWatch movie we did was a double feature. It was a Vampire Dog with Norm Macdonald, but then this British movie I had never heard of called I Bought a Vampire Motorcycle. Have you heard of this? English bastard?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
Definitely watch that WeWatch if you can. That movie was amazing.
Why don't we try to do some WeWatches earlier so he can be on some WeWatches?
Yeah, I mean, of course, that's always an option. If you ever want to watch something
like that.
Yeah, I mean,
you give it a go one day.
Yeah, we'll have to get you on Discord though. But I mean, you can get Discord on your phone too.
I'll have to try and work that one out then. Since I'm
yeah.
Bit of a fucking idiot in that area.
Go to the library and use one of their computers. I'm joking.
It's not that hard.
Yeah, no, it's fine. And it's also not a rush. I mean, I will need help, especially like you, Blue Collar, and Meg. I'm gonna have like everybody need to like watch like a handful of horror movies with me, and some of them are gonna be like old black and white horror movies that are public domain. So
I'll do it.
What I was gonna say is Enzo talked to my friends, people like, hey Chris, where you been the past month? I was like, well, you see, Enzo, like, he would do streams, he'll do rewatches, and my friends finally like, hey, I hated the Wheel of Time show. I only watched one episode. I'm like, guys, I have this YouTube thing going. I have more of my friends like, let's start doing more stuff. Like people everyone, but even like how Meg's on with you, my girl, she's been on 2 of my streams. Like, hey, honey, I want to do more, but she gets shy. And people definitely what English Bash putting out there. And Drinker first told me, he goes, there is a certain like stigma of putting yourself out there. And I would say, hey, it's not easy, but I was like, honey, like if we get, I said, the 2 times you've been on with me, everybody loved it. They had a great time. Don't be so shy. Be critical. Just have fun. Just do it.
I had a lot of people who used to tell me, because I would write like a lot of political stuff, and they would say, you should get a YouTube channel. And I never wanted to show my face because I know that 90% of the comments would be like,
smash or pass.
Smash. Yeah. And I was just like, I don't want to have to show my face.
That's why you do what all these other female YouTubers do. You build an audience on anonymity.
You guys, literally, I'm not kidding.
And then you reveal your face.
This is the first online thing that's ever happened where I've had a webcam. ever in my life.
But you've definitely been on cam many times on your phone, like blue, like Bastard has. You've done the Bastard thing many times. So, I mean, your camera and the camera's like right up in your face too when you're on the phone. So it's like this.
I guess that's true.
So this is nothing special, but it is cool that you got a webcam.
This webcam, and I'm saying it is the first time I've had a webcam.
Quit trying to take Bastard and Losers fucking thunder. All right, this is about them. This isn't about you, Meg.
I was also saying that I really enjoy these StreamYard things more than I think I do Wii watches, because
StreamYard is easier.
It's not so directed towards particular like content or feedback, and it's more of
the Wii watches we kind of got to be on point. It's like it's riffing a movie.
Well, almost like to piggyback what Meg was saying, I just seen like Drinkers uploaded 2 hours ago his open bar catch up where he catch up on super chats. His top comment was somebody like, "Hey, listen, I love the fact that this is my favorite Drinker stuff, where it's him and Baller, just two friends sitting around bullshitting,
riffing,
having some drinks, drinking some stuff." And I agree with Meg, but
that's why it's two shows.
Like rewatches too.
Tales from the Dorkside is us shitting the shit and planning around and talking about what we watched, and then the Wii watches. That's the other thing is like it's a fine art to learn to like. Because you want to do commentary, but you also want to like let the movie talk too. Because like most commentary tracks are just like turn the movie all the way down and just talk over the movie. And that's what I tried to do a couple times. And Bastard was telling me that he was watching the Big Trouble in Little China commentary I released, and I was like, dude, I forgot all about that. And the thing is, like, I want to like after a year, because I thought like I couldn't really upload movies. You have to understand, I was told to do these We Watch videos because like we were just watching movies in Discord a few times, and they were so funny. It was like, we got to record these, and put them on YouTube. They're just so fun to do. Can't lose them to the ether of our memory. We have to record them for posterity. And it's just one of those things where those first couple videos that we watched that we never recorded, God, I wish we had. But as far as like the StreamYard versus Discord stuff, StreamYard is just click in, come in, say what you want, you bounce out.
I told a friend of mine that because I was like, dude, the StreamYard stuff, I've been practicing with Enzo, been practicing with Wes, and like the StreamYard thing, and I'm just trying to get more people doing this stuff. Everyone I know is like, hey, it's how you been the past few months. I'm like, I've been doing YouTube. You can join me. I want you to come with me.
Dude, you can message me stuff, and I'll pop up on your stuff too if you want.
Right.
Yeah. Get Meg in the rotation. Next thing, watch Meg get on Critical Drinker before I do. That'd be funny.
Enzo, I got to remind you, because we were talking about we watching Billy Zane Demon Night. I want to watch Demon Night with you.
I love Demon Night, dude.
Exactly. That's a good fuck. I don't know why it's so underrated. It's when it came out, man. Like,
we were talking about the Frighteners, and I was like, that was supposed to be the third Tales from the Crypt movie, but that's what I'll say with you, Blue, is like, dude, I want to watch like weird shit that you've never seen, because like that's always like the funnest trip, man.
I think the next We Watch we're going to do is going to be the Page Master with Macaulay Culkin.
Wow, deep cuts.
It's like 9 years. I have to rewatch that again, though. I used to watch it a lot as a kid.
I loved it. What was your favorite movie when you were a kid? What was your absolute favorite?
Fucking Lord. Terminator 2 is definitely one that made a big impact on me as a kid.
What was it?
Even though I wasn't
Terminator 2.
Terminator 2, me too. Oh my God,
everyone loved Terminator 2.
Yeah,
I love the beginning scene where he's going and he's like robbing the ATM, and he puts in like the little thing, and he's like like a hacker, and he's like figuring it all out, and then he's like, "Let's go."
He's not my. You're not. She's not my mother, Todd.
I always loved it more than the first one.
Yeah, of course. That's one of the. It's like Godfather 2. It's like one of the few sequels that is like objectively and subjectively better than the original.
I love when Jerkin did that breakdown of Terminator 1 and Terminator 2. I understand why people love Terminator 1, but my guys, you cannot see that sequel. And
the first one's better because it's like yeah.
Real Doll Guy.
No, it isn't.
I love the
Real
first
Doll
one.
Guy actually did special effects for the Sarah Connor Chronicles also.
Oh.
I think that was a very I remember, Meg, I was watching it with my father, my sisters. We all loved the Sarah Connor Chronicles. It sucks that Fox fucking butchered that. Like, it was.
I never checked it out.
Fox also fucked over Arrested Development and Futurama. What other good shows?
Sarah Connor Chronicles was really fucking good, and just Fox. The problem was, everyone knew this. Everyone knew that the Friday time zone was the time to die. and that's their biggest issue.
Really?
Who's the attractive lady in that show? What
Lena
was she
Headey.
in?
Summer Gal. Well.
Oh yeah, of course. So yeah,
Oh.
Sarah Connor was Lena Headey, but I was talking about the other girl. What was she in? She was in something else.
Serenity,
Oh,
Firefly.
right. That's what it was.
Well,
okay,
yeah, because she played a female Terminator, and this took place after Terminator 2. So it was still prequel to Terminator 3, but it was for what it was for 2 seasons. It was really fucking, and everyone loved it, and then Fox just fucking canceled it.
Oh my god! You guys want to hear a funny story about I have my friend Ashley, who I want to watch No Contest 1 and 2 with Ashley and Meg very soon. Hopefully we'll do that this week because she's going to see Ween. But dude, she told me, she posted a bunch of pictures. Like, this is what I was talking about. It's like a bunch of people going to see Barbie. All these girls getting all dolled up and wearing pink. You didn't see a bunch of dudes like, putting on suits and top hat and derby hats to go see Oppenheimer, going big parties, getting all drunk. But definitely a lot of people doing that with Barbie, and a lot of girls like making a big day about it, talking about like I saw this so many times where people were like on our way to see Barbie, showing their big pink outfits, and then like nothing after the movie, nothing about like how the movie was, you know, OMG, I loved it so much, nothing like that. So I actually got on the phone with Ashley. She couldn't text me because she had her nails all done. So she's on the phone and she's telling me basically like, yeah, they watched the movie and long story short, it's like, they got all dolled up, had a bunch of Cosmos or whatever, fucking went to the movie and they all left like super depressed, like kind of like shell shocked from like the slap of reality. It's kind of like a movie that's basically telling like middle-aged women like, hey, snap out of it, kind of subconsciously, I feel.
Also, it's like, you're gonna get old, you're gonna get wrinkly, you're gonna die.
Yeah. Also, like, there's a big pro motherhood montage at the end of the movie. Because that's the thing is, people talk about like, oh, the beginning of the movie, it shits all over womanhood because like, it talks about the babies the crash of the baby dolls and talking about motherhood. Ask your mom what being a mother's like. Blah blah blah. And I understand that kind of shits on motherhood. But then at the end of the movie, the whole montage is like all these mothers like crying with their daughters and shit, like home video footage and stuff. It's like, okay. So like what's funny is like I had brought up the point that like both another thing Oppenheimer and Barbie had in common was like both audiences like left like disheveled in a stunned like state, kind of like, whoa, God, what are we all doing with our lives? Like, oh God. I don't know. Barbie was one of those movies that, like, I think we're going to keep talking about it for a while.
One of the things I've really loved about Oppenheimer is that all the press that Cillian Murphy has been having to do, you get to see, like, his weird deadpan, like, he doesn't know what anything is. Like, he doesn't know what TikTok is. Yeah. He doesn't know what like young slang means. Like he doesn't, and you see people trying to like talk to him and say like, how do you feel about the blah, blah, blah? And he'll look over at someone and be like, what's that?
All right. Yes.
And they're like, oh, how do we find you on social media? And he just goes, I'm a little too old for all that, and like, he just has these like deadpan answers to everything. And it's so awesome because he's just a regular dude,
Yeah, I mean, some of these actors are
kind of like Keanu. That when you see like these behind the scenes, like him just being a person thing, you're like, oh, he's just a regular dude.
Well, they're not regular dudes. It's like some of these actors are these wannabe rock stars, where they want to be fucking gazillionaires, going to red carpets. Other actors are like thespians, and they're all about the craft, and they're just equally fucking weird. You know what I mean? Like, Like, yeah, like. That's the kind of guy Cillian Murphy probably is. Like, oh, I'm not on social media. It's like, dude, everyone's on social media. Like, I understand you might have, like, hopefully he has some kind of anonymous account that he uses.
Some interview asked him, like, have you seen the sad Cillian Murphy meme? And he was like, what's a meme?
Yeah. I hope he's joking. That'd be funny.
I hope he's not.
You got to find him on Twitter. His name is Million Curfy. There you go. That's how you find him.
Enzo, I respect my friend Carlton. I love him. The fact that he, about 5 years ago, he discontinued his Facebook. He turned off his Twitter. He turned off his Instagram. He's like, Chris, besides stuff you do, he's like, we'll talk on Xbox. I'll update him with modern stuff. He goes, I just don't give a fuck, dude. Him and his wife, he's like, I want nothing to do with social media. And part of me is envious of him because I'll say something like, hey, you hear about this Twitch streamer? You hear about this guy? He's like, Chris, I have no idea who you're talking about. And I'm like, part of me loves that about him, the fact he doesn't know who these people are, because I
Mhm.
don't want to know who these people are.
But it's also like, yeah, it just
know?
shows you how fucking far like entertainment has fallen, where people like pride themselves and like, you know, I don't care about any of this shit. I've cut it off. And you know, normally like back in the 80s, you would hear a kid who's like, oh, I'm not allowed to watch. I don't watch Predator or Commando or any of these movies. You would look at that kid and be like, you poor bastard. But nowadays, you see a guy like that. He's like, I'm off of social media. I'm off of the internet. I don't watch any movies or TV. You like, God.
Yeah.
What an inspiration. I'm a poor bastard, you know?
Yeah, it's like he'll still play video games. He still watch the drinker stuff. He's like, but overall, it's like he's like I don't get involved in the comment section. He's like, I don't have TikTok. I don't have none of this
Just
shit.
sitting in my room reading Meditations by Marcus Aurelius.
I mean, he does
working on my
he reads a
stoicism.
lot. Him and his wife go out places. It's like he plays video games. They still watch movies, but he's not like he says he's like Chris. I don't have to spend every fucking 5 seconds on my phone.
I'm not doom scrolling, bro.
I respect that though. It's like because it's so disgusting where it's like,
yeah, I mean, I'm like on the autism spectrum where I wake up every day and instead of like watching the news, I queue up my fucking 10 to 20 YouTube videos that I want to watch from my 5 to 6 YouTube channels I like.
Yeah.
And then you send me the daily meme dump.
And then I blast it all in my earphones at double speed, my Bluetooth headphones at double speed while I work and make coffee and clean the house and make dinner. And by the time I'm done, you know, usually I catch up to all my podcasts and all my my stupid YouTube videos with ample time. And but lately I got a lot of podcasting to watch. It sucks, you know, it's one of these things. But luckily I also got work to do. But I can't listen to my podcast when I'm editing videos. That's what sucks. And also, yeah, I mean, I got my next 2 or 3 Wii Watches edited, ready to go. So I'm going to continue working on this damn Renfield video that I plan to release in August at some point. It's going to happen, I promise. But
I think ours is coming out on Wednesday about the Barbie.
Yes, this Wednesday at 2:30, 2:45 life size. Definitely going to be this is kind of, I definitely want the Wii Watch videos to gravitate heavily more, or at least lean more heavily on like these random movies as opposed to like, you know, I can't be getting copyright claims all the goddamn time. But Life Size did get a copyright claim, ironically. But
well, it's Disney.
Well, some of these other bigger movies like Universal Soldier and Hard Target, no claims. But Time Cop got a claim, and they denied it. They denied my my dispute, which is fine. I don't care. I'm not getting monetized anytime soon.
One thing you asked me earlier, I'm like 100 hours away from being monetized.
That's what I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you, how are you on the watch hours? Because
because that's one thing Dark Hour showed me is like, okay, the subscribers is not an issue. It's 3,000 hours. I was at like, before the drinker, I was at like, was it 1,900? Now I'm at like 2,900. So it's like tomorrow probably. But
so you're close.
Like I did ask Russell.
See, I was worried because you have shorter videos. See, I have longer videos. So like my subscriber count is down to 200, but like my watch hours is pretty up there.
Yeah.
You know, like I feel like by the time I get 1,000 subscribers, my watch hours will be well over 3,000.
I did ask him though, because remember when we did my 1-year anniversary and he's talking about the we'll just say the Bud Light issue. I said, you know, I as of right now, I don't want to change anything. I'm just hoping that YouTube doesn't say, hey, listen, now that you're monetized, you can't say, like, you can only say the word fuck so many times during your video. You can, especially like Barbie. Barbie, I know that I slayed the fuck out of that film, and some of my jokes are probably offensive. And I'm like, I'm hoping that I don't start getting nailed for like being too offensive.
Right. I mean, that's the other thing is like, I would like to do, you know, here's the thing about, I'm going to do it. This is why I like the Comicsgate people, the Comicsgate streams, because they don't really care about being monetized. They are happy. They get super chat money, obviously, when they stream, and they're happy for that. And that's all they need. But also, like, they're making the bulk of their money, like selling their comics, you know, which is like the main reason why they're streaming is like, yeah, we're going to entertain y'all, but also we're selling you like a product, you know, comic book. And it's like,
do you make content or just consume content?
No, he has all of his
I got my own videos now.
He's been making. He's got these little 6-minute, the nice short little 6-minute reviews.
I like them.
I like short videos because
everyone does.
My ADD allows it.
Here's the thing about me getting to 1,000 subscribers. I don't really care about it. First of all, like definitely get, like Tyler should be next, not me. All right, Tyler is the guy. He's been at it longer than all of us, and the guy works really hard on his videos, and his videos are cool. And you know, the guy you know, he's earned it. But with me, it's like, first of all, like by the time I get 1,000 subscribers, like I would be afraid to ask to get monetized, you know, like, cause yeah, I don't think any of my videos are like, let's say I get monetized, like none of my videos are commercial worthy. They're all NSFW. I take pride in that. God damn it.
We were always breaking down the Flash video. If that was a certain section, those videos, I feel like those ones are like, that's where going to be the main focus versus doing this right now. Like I said, I showed it to my girl, my kid, to my friends. We're laughing our fucking asses off. That Flash video.
I wouldn't want to ask to be monetized unless I was well over 1,000 subscribers, because I want to be like, hey, look, I don't want to monetize any videos. I don't think they'll get monetized, but like I want to be able to get super chats. But even if I did get super chats, it's like I don't really care. Like honestly, it'd be better if I just had like if I had 100 people just willing to pay $5 for subscribes to our Patreon. But that's even something I don't even want to do. Like I said, I just want to build an audience and then like in a year start trying to sell them a comic book. That seems fair enough. And if people start getting to the point where like, you know, shit, someone wants to give me $5. It's like, dude, I got a Venmo, you know, whatever. But
that's what it could like the monetization could lead into that though. That's what I'm saying.
Right. And the thing about monetization is like, I'm afraid to ask though, because they'll be like, well, not only are you not eligible for monetization, you've broken countless rules of our terms of service on this channel. I'd be like, oh, I didn't know that. Like, yeah, you can't just upload a half of a movie and put a logo over it. It's like, but Disney said it was cool. The Disney like dismissed a lot of my claims. Like, I have no idea how retarded these people are that run this website, you know?
Well, it's like Dark Hour told me that Little Platoon said that also the big thing is once you hit the 1K, because YouTube recognizes that, now that you're at 1K, you'll start getting like, for me, now I'm starting to get like, hey, listen, now you become under like, when I download the YouTube Studio app, it says like your the past month, your subscribers, it'll break down like how much was recommended, how much was word of mouth, how much was search engine, but YouTube will start promoting you more to more strangers because now you're at 1,000. You know,
I take pride in the fact that I like eventually if I do get to 1,000 subscribers, I would like to know it that I did it breaking all the rules. I live stream all the time from the same channel. I cuss and constantly upload, you know, copyrighted material that's technically fair use because, you know, it's commentary. But I'm just breaking all these rules, man. And I would like to, you know, it'd be cool to get to 1,000 subscribers despite that. But I really don't care about 1,000 subscribers. I really just like, you know, for some reason, like, I don't know why the Hard Target video is on its way to 1,000 views. I don't know why.
There you go.
And your art project from college is at like almost 5,000.
Yeah, but that's like a 13-year-old video. So, you know.
I think I'm the kind of person, besides just us being friends, because I'm a fan. I know, like you said, you don't do it because you want it, you're happy with 1,000, but me, it's like I see your Hard Target video. I'm like, you know what? I think this should get 100,000 views. That's just me.
Well, thanks. I mean, I think it's funny for sure, but I understand like the Renfield video. I mean, spoilers. I want to start it out. So here's the thing. I want to make fun of the Renfield movie. I'm just going to call it Renfield Sucks. I think I'm just going to call it Renfield Sucks because that's going to get your clickbait, right?
You're not wrong.
And it's going to be Renfield. It's going to be shitting on Renfield. Yeah. But the actual point of the video is to also recommend this movie Innocent Blood and talk about how much better Innocent Blood is.
It was
like kind of, you're not going to realize that you're going to walk out of the movie wanting to watch Innocent Blood. And I'm going to walk out of you're also going to think of how awful Renfield is at the end of the video, but also no offense to like you and the Critical Drinker and Dark Hour, but like, I'm going to also make fun of this formula of these review videos that everyone does. I don't understand it. And like the thing about Wes, like I love the guy, but like he's basically, if you're not making these Critical Drinker style videos, he doesn't give a shit. It's like he'll shit on anything that isn't one of these like because I mean they're all the same, kind of in the same you know, the editing style where it's like basically the guy recapping the movie plot by plot. We're showing B-roll footage and then insert like Family Guy style random joke here for the punchline. And I kind of want to take that style and turn it on its head because like the Barbenheimer video, like I know that was like kind of silly, like what I was actually talking about.
I love
that short was really funny.
But the idea of like, editing it to music and making it kind of have like a soundtrack is something I want to do kind of to stand out. And also I want all my clips to be from the 2 movies. I don't want any external clips from any other movies. Like everything that I'm going to use as a joke, like a reference, it's going to be, I'm going to scour the whole fucking movie for any relevant clip, and make it a sub clip, for a reaction, I think I'm going to try to take some time and really like try to edit the fuck out of it. If you ever seen the Captain Christian videos, I'm kind of going for that kind of vibe,
Well, I definitely want to do more of that, but I noticed with the Drinker, anybody like Drinker will view Barbie or Oppenheimer, he just basically keeps recycling the trailer footage because the problem comes down to how much footage can you use that's not copyrighted. And
right.
That's the issue. That's why I will add as much footage as I can, but I keep adding like random footage from like said Family Guy or something, or like a Blacklist, because
what's fair usage? See, but that's the thing is like for this first video, like I'm gonna go all balls. Like I'm not gonna. This first video can't get monetized, So who cares? Like I'm not monetized and I won't be for a while. But definitely, it's good to have this video and like the Barbenheimer video and some of these other shorter videos, kind of as like little resume kind of videos. Because that's the thing is like even if I do this channel for 5 years and I never really get over 1,000 subscribers and this channel just kind of just like is broadcasted to nobody. You have to understand what a master video editor I would be by then. I could get a job in Hollywood by that point. You know what I mean?
Well,
just like show you all this fucking stuff I've edited over the years.
Not just West though. I even had people in the past videos like, hey, like, dude, we watched your unopened bar, and we've seen people that were let's just say a lot more veteran than you and have a lot more subscribers, and they were they were worse than you. Like you just came off.
Oh yeah.
And so I feel the same way with you. It's like you said,
I feel like I would get on the drinkers thing and either like who the fuck is this annoying guy? Who can't shut up and stop talking about bullshit.
Comment, though, but your videos, I think your videos are a lot better. I just said I think your videos are a lot better than people that are quote unquote more popular that have 100,000 views.
Yeah, so. I appreciate that. And I also take credit in fact that I am an auteur. I do all the stuff myself except for the music, but I choose to use Holmes' music because I just like that guy's music. If I could make my own music, I mean, it would be hard.
You are a musician, like you literally can make your
That's
own.
just like one less thing I get to do. But the other thing I like about my videos is, I mean, whether you think they're funny or not, like I definitely am doing my own thing. And I know that sometimes some people like Wes gives me some advice here and there, and
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. Won't be a minute because it's getting late. I think my wife is getting a bit tired, so I might continue this in the living room.
No worries, man. And say what's up to the lady. Pop back in. Yeah, I mean, of course, man. You've been very patient and quiet and polite. You don't need to. Go to the other room where you can get drunk and rowdy.
Yeah, I had a question I was holding in. I'll try to remember it until you come back.
Yeah, no worries. Say hello to the missus and tell her, send her our love.
I will.
All right.
See you a second then.
Yes. Yeah, I was telling Bastard he needs to get on camera for his videos, man. He'll start having a female audience.
Hold on, I'm gonna jump in probably on my phone, but I want to go smoke.
No. Just come back.
Yeah, you're saying Enzo. The thing for me is like when you say something
then I'll come back.
Like Renfield sucks.
Mute your mic before you leave, though.
Okay. But like that's why I feel like people. I feel like they're getting. They can see more of the bullshit. So like when you say Renfield sucks, you're not saying Renfield sucks because you want clickbait. It's because you actually feel that way. And because you're genuine, I think you will get a better audience because people can see through the bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's like I'm definitely going for a niche thing. It's like I said, I think I cracked the code. It took me like 4 or 5 months to even describe what the hell we were doing. Because it's like it's not Mystery Science Theater, because that's heavily scripted and very, kind of family friendly.
Yeah.
But it's also not EFAP movies because that's very analytical sometimes.
Yeah.
And also, but it is improv, it's like a reaction video, but it's not us like just giving us our thoughts. It's not just us talking over the movie like a commentary. We're also like kind of interact. You got to dance with the dialogue.
Yeah.
Because it's like, you can bust out trivia, but you got to do it quickly, kind of. I don't know. Well, it's an art.
That's why we've always said that out of anybody on the Drinkers page, he gets the most views because I feel like he is the most balanced because it's not coming down to I hate everything, but it's also not like as much as Mauler. And Mauler was cool with me. I had no problem with Mauler, but Drinker is not. He's not so analytical where he doesn't love stupid shit like Con Air or stupid shit like Armageddon. So Drinker, and I've listened to him on Russell Brand and talking to Chris Jericho and Russell Crowe. Drinker's like, guys, I look at everything as balanced, as being fair. So, and that's
I've always said that your opinion is a good litmus test, and I don't always agree with you, but like your opinion is usually like a good like run of the mill what the average the heart of America's thinking, is usually pretty close to what blue collar's thinking.
That's what I tell people. It's like, like if people say, Chris, would you take your girlfriend to see John Wick in 4D? You're goddamn right, I would. Would you take your girlfriend to see Oppenheimer 4D? Fuck no, I wouldn't. No. It's like and that's just the honest answer, because 4D IMAX, this shit is fucking expensive, guys. Like, this is, people are spending their hard-earned money. Like, Oppenheimer is worth $25 in IMAX. No, it isn't. The Meg 2, I'll go see the Meg 2 in IMAX because I know what the Meg 2 is going to be. Like,
that's the other thing, is like, it's not just like seeing Oppenheimer in a big IMAX frame. I'm sure if you're a cinephile, you'd like that, but it's not a movie that you want to be like shoving chocolate and popcorn and shit in your face. That's a big part of the theater.
I said in Fast 10, so my girlfriend's like how Meg, she's like, Chris, I want to go see Fast 10. I haven't watched Fast and Furious since the first one. I'm like, honey, you missed 9 movies. You're not missing anything. we go see Fast 10, and dude, it says to my review, like at least 3 times she reaches over, she's like, this movie makes no fucking sense, and I fucking love it.
It's retarded. Yeah, exactly. That's why I like watching some of these older, dumber movies that we watched. Like, dude, some of the funner ones, especially like when we're done watching them, like when we finished watching what was the movie, Time Rider with fucking Fred Ward. We watched that movie, like, that was dumb. Whatever. That was a weird movie. I didn't like that. And then when I'm editing it, like, I'm laughing my ass off, because that's way funnier when we're like, we're like kind of struggling to understand what's happening.
I think that's the difference between then and now. It's like
parts of it are worth IMAX. I agree.
Parts of it, yes.
Here's the thing. It was cool seeing, like I said on the Barbenheimer stream, it's cool seeing a movie filmed like that in IMAX for the first time. Like, it's black and white. It's like fucking close-ups of faces. Like, that seems a little wasteful, but whatever.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel Oppenheimer, it's for like we would say, Enzo, like a cinephile. Yes, for like a certain niche audience, it would be. But like I said, I told this a drinker. I could ask for now 25 of my friends, hey Chris, would you recommend seeing Mission Impossible or Oppenheimer in IMAX? I'm gonna say, what do you think? Well, it's Mission Impossible, guys.
And that's the other thing about, like you're saying about, like, being super popular, like drinker. Like, honestly, as long as like you and friends of mine, and dude, if someone like the drinker was saying like, hey, I like your videos, like, that's really all I give a shit about. People are like, as long as other people are like, not just being nice to me, like, oh no, your videos are funny, I like them. Yeah, good job. Great. Thank you. I'm not insane. I'm not just like some narcissist who's just laughing at my own jokes. Okay.
But but we all break this down, because nowadays, that's why I keep telling like you and Wes, like, you guys joke about the Regal app, and it's okay, guys. Take away the Regal app, right? If I was to take, say for instance, my son and my girlfriend to see a movie, okay, the movie, then you want to get some popcorn, want to get some soda, blah blah. But for an average 2 or 3 people, you're spending $100 fucking dollars at the goddamn theater. So if I'm going to tell you, if you take your paycheck seriously, if you're going to blow $100, I prefer blowing $100 to see Mission Impossible, not Oppenheimer.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, that's the other thing is, I feel like that's why all the movies are over 3 hours, because these stupid movie producers are like, look, these guys aren't going to be paying $20 for a ticket for an 80-minute movie. And it's like, maybe they will. Yeah. Maybe they'll pay more for a shorter movie if it's better. I don't know. But I got to say, I saw a short, pretty decent movie last night. It was okay. Or it wasn't last night. It was 2 nights ago. I saw that Sympathy for the Devil with Nick Cage. Where he's like that red-haired kidnapper guy.
Yeah.
And minor spoilers, he's not the devil. I thought the movie was going to be about like him playing like the actual like Satan. It's not. It's just some crime caper film, kidnapping crime movie. So as long as you understand that going in, you'll probably like it more than I did. Because the whole movie, I was like, when is he going to turn to the devil? When is he going to reveal that he's from hell and he's here for your soul? When is it going to turn into a horror movie? And it never did. It was just an action, like a kind of noir kind of kidnapper film. Yes, I think Tyler agrees. Yes. Like, Talk to Me. Oh, is Talk to Me not as scary as it should be? Yeah.
I see Jeremy Johns just reviewed that, so I didn't watch this video.
I want to see Talk to Me. I want to see, like you said, the Meg. I want to see, there was something else on that list.
I can ask you and Luke. It's the one show, and I will see it tomorrow. Have you guys heard of The Baker? I've seen one.
Yeah, trailer. I hate Ron Perlman, and it seems like he's doing the same fucking thing that you see with that Henry Rollins movie. Well, the idea of like the Lone Wolf and Cub movie. He's doing that thing again. Big badass who's like being brought out of retirement to protect a little child. Okay.
Yeah, it's like I do want to see, because like you said,
the thing is, fuck Ron Perlman. I want that movie to fail just so he can shut up. He's a fake action hero. He's a giant pussy in real life. He talks tough. He acts well. He's in my father's favorite movie, Quest for Fire. He looks like a caveman. He looks tough. But he's a fucking he speaks French, you know. I have no respect for him.
I loved Sons of Anarchy so much. Like, he's so good in Sons of Anarchy. That's why I was like, I can't.
Yeah. I mean,
even Gary Neurotic said you can't deny that fucker made a good Hellboy, man. He's
he strikes me as one of those guys that's so good at pretending to be a tough guy that he's bought into his own bullshit, and now he talks like a tough asshole. When the truth is, he's just an old man who looks like a gorilla. Yeah. You know, it's like, shut up, like, stop talking. All right. Seriously though, the movies that are coming out soon. Very soon. Like like this month. Come on, August.
It's Meg 2, the Dementor movie, and then after that, that's it.
Ninja Turtles: Mutant Mayhem. Holy shit, that comes out this month.
Actually, well, we had
very dumpy April.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if that's good. And then Last Voyage of the Demeter, Blue Beetle. Ew.
Oh,
the Queen Mary, the White Bird. What are all these? Back in the Strip. All these movies are racial. Oh, the Pod Generation. I want to see this one. It's a movie about people who make like little egg babies.
Really? Sure.
I bet you it's going to be very woke and based on accident. It's going to be because, like, Barbie, you know, I really believe that Barbie was trying to be like very feministic, but the third wave feminism is so stupid that it doesn't withstand like minor scrutiny. Oh, yes. Tyler, thank you. He Never Dies was the Henry Rollins movie I was thinking of. Thank you. And then Ninja Turtles is starting to seem okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's good. My only big criticism is April O'Neil's character design. But other than that, it all looks cool.
I don't like the animation at all.
I definitely understand what you're saying. It's definitely like they're trying to do what Spider-Man multiverse movies did, and
I define it, but go back and watch TMNT. That today, that's what 12 years old now?
I love that one.
That still looks fucking awesome. Like the Turtles, the way they moved it was epic. It was such a good fucking movie.
April O'Neil looks like a chicken. She does. She is shaped like a chicken in that movie. You're right. She's got them chicken legs. But I liked TMNT where Leo starts out in the jungle. You ever see that one, Bastard? The first computer animated one?
No, I ain't seen that one. Still remember the old one from the 90s where they went men in suits, and they still look fucking good.
Yeah, TMNT was cool. It had like very elements of like, you could make the Last Ronin movie. I want that to be a thing, but like you can make it a sequel to TMNT. But TMNT starts off, it's like Leonardo is in the jungle doing like, you know, missionary work / like helping poor people, you know, or whatever. Yeah. And Raphael is like basically doing the Batman thing back in New York.
Yeah.
He's like wearing like a crazy, like Casey Jones style, like armored suit, taking out bad guys. And then the whole movie is like, we got to band together, the Brotherhood, you know?
Yeah.
He meant her face, not her body. April. Sorry.
Yeah. She looks so awful.
Chicken lady.
Come on. Yeah. Why did they do that to April? Come on. She's
well, here's what they do. You know, they make her fat and penguin shaped. They make her the same shape as the turtles, basically.
Well, she's diverse.
But then they also darken her skin a little. So when anyone criticizes her for looking weird, and the other thing is like, you could say, oh, like who says April O'Neil shouldn't be fat? And it's like, well, character design. When you're trying to do good character design, you want characters to stand out and look different. You want exaggerated features, especially in animation. So, what's that noise? Is there a helicopter near somebody?
Motorcycles.
Oh, hell yeah. No, it's okay. I couldn't tell if I was like...
These echo-ass walls.
I'm hearing it in my headphones, you know? Is that my brain? My brain's like vibrating?
The Blue Yeti microphone.
Which is a shame. She's kind of hot in The Bear. Who were we talking about just there? Before the motorcycles?
I don't know. I do want to see The Bear because, man, you see The Bear's fucking cast. They got an all-star cast in the TV show, The Bear. Holy shit!
I highly recommend the '80s movie The Bear with the Bears. You ever see that one? No, guys. Yeah, watch The Bear. It's 1989. God. If you guys want to look at a movie that's got amazing animal acting, it's about we're talking about lone wolf and cub. This is lone bear and cub. Literally, it's a giant bear. Bart the bear, the guy, the same bear from The Edge and The Great Outdoors. He has like a starring role, a title role He plays the bear in the movie The Bear, and it takes place in like late 1700s British Columbia. And there's like, this bear who takes on this like orphan bear, and also these fur trappers who are chasing the big bear. And dude, the movie's got like hardly any dialogue. It's the same director as Quest for Fire, starring Ron Perlman. And it's amazing because it's all like filmed on location in the wilderness with real bears. And it's just like, it's one of those movies where it's like, dude, the amount of work and effort that you would take to make this film, it's otherworldly, especially on like a menial budget, like what, but the budget was only probably like what, a couple million, 32 million. Like the idea of a $32 million movie sounds so quaint nowadays. If you gave me $32 million right now to make a movie, how could I not give you something good? Like that makes no sense.
Trying to laugh because our critical drinker group, I tagged Dark Hour because they show that guy fighting the bear, and the bear starts dancing and stuff and beating shit out of the guy they're fighting with fisticuffs.
Yeah, but I don't want to watch that. I don't want to watch that bear show because I feel like that bear show is going to make me want to just get really fucked up on alcohol and booze and drugs. Because, I know all these line cook type characters. They're all masochists. They all like to torture themselves. They all like substance abuse, just torture themselves at work. And the movie's also going to make me insanely hungry, craving one of these fucking hot beef sandwiches.
I'm laughing because what was the one movie where the fucking dude went on the documentary and the bears ate him at the end? Where he started
Grizzly Man, dog.
Yeah. It's like,
have you heard the video? Have you heard the actual clip of him getting eaten alive? It's amazing.
Yeah, it's like Jesus Christ.
Did you actually listen to it?
Yeah, it's
crazy. You can hear the girlfriend like hitting the bear with a pan, and the bear's just like like crunching sounds, and the guy's just like, "Oh, God, get out! You gotta get out!" You just hear the bear.
That should not be funny. It should not be funny.
It's not funny, but it's fucking horrifying. But at the same time,
makes it worse.
You watch the video, you watch the movie, and you realize he kind of deserved it. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, come on, dude. That's the problem.
He's talking to him like they were fucking cuddly bears or something. No, these are wild animals. These will fucking tear you apart.
Here's the thing about a bear, a tiger, a wolf, most animals like that, they kill you. They bite your throat, or they crush your skull, or they rip your heart out. You know what? They rip your throat out usually so they can kill you, and then they can eat you at your leisure, at their leisure. A bear just holds you down and just like rips fucking flesh off of you, and you squirm, and they don't care. They just hold you down, dude. They're fucking giant.
Joe Rogan talked about that. He's like a fucking bear will eat you while you're alive. It's like
and their favorite part of you to eat is your face. Apparently, fuck. It's like the first thing they go for is eat your snout.
I've heard different doctors say that over the years in TikTok and YouTube, like, like I have 2 cats, and cats they're cute and they're cuddly and stuff, and they're purring and stuff. Like, you do understand the fact that if this cat was 10 times your size, you would be like, how a cat treats a mouse is how a cat would treat a human
being. Even if the cat was 2 times its size, it would be a dick. You know what I mean? Cats, I've always joked that we never domesticated cats. All we did was breed them to a manageable size to where they can't really fuck with us.
Yeah.
Hello, dear.
Hello.
How was your cigarette?
It was gross.
Yeah, I've been calling my cat the other day. She wakes up, she's like, "Oh, honey, the cat's laying with me. She's purring, she's kneading to the bed." I'm like, yeah. It's because she's like, she's 1/10 of our size. But if she was a 200-pound cat, she would fucking rip me in half.
Now, have you ever heard that riddle of would you rather fight 100 bear-sized ducks or
no.
One duck-sized bear?
No, you got that reversed. 100 duck-sized bears versus 1 bear-sized duck. That.
Oh, okay.
But definitely do the former. No, the latter. One giant animal. Hey, what's up, Tyler?
Oh, a lot. How about you guys?
Hey.
How was work?
Well, I finished off early, so that part was nice. I still have no idea why I even got called in the first place. I did a bunch of small jobs that fucking anybody could have done, but...
Well, Tyler, here's a Northern English bastard, Tyler Wolf.
Meet you as well, man.
You too.
Good to have both of you guys on.
Could have swore I saw like a couple comments on my stuff that had that same name.
Yeah, no, he's on all. Yeah, dude, this guy's.
Yeah, okay. That's me. Yeah, that might be me. Like,
he's the dude.
Got it.
Old Luke boy. Luke, what is so you got a big fond being named Luke? You like Star Wars? How are you feeling about personally how they did your boy?
Yeah, they did him bad.
But
Come on.
Were you always like drawn to Luke Skywalker as a child, sharing the namesake?
Yeah, I used to get that a lot.
Or were you like more repelled by it? Were you more like annoyed by it?
Didn't mind it, no.
No, I mean, did you like the movies growing up? I imagine.
I did, yeah. I like the original trilogy. I still do. They're still the best.
Luke, man, Luke Skywalker is my boy. I don't know. I kind of go for the old tried and true, like Luke Skywalker, Superman. Those are always like the good ones in my book, the favorites.
Yeah, still like Christopher Reeve. He's still the best Superman.
Yeah, especially like Superman 2, the Donner cut. So amazing. One of the few director's cuts that is great, better than the theatrical. That seems to be like a controversial opinion. I see most director's cuts aren't good. I think most director's cuts ruin the movie a little bit.
I think that Richard Donner cut seems more like this is what could have been more than it actually is. You still see a little photoshopped effects that still look a bit dodgy, don't you?
Oh, right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, budgets. What are you eating there, Tyler? Everyone's hungry because of my English breakfast wallpaper.
That's exactly why I pulled this rigatoni and meatballs out of the fridge once I came in.
Are you sure it's not like a full English breakfast?
Yeah, well, so I mean, what do we got here? We got ham. We got some kind of fried chicken nugget. We've got these weird potatoes. We've got several tomatoes. We've got eggs on top of toast with more toast. We've got, looks like wrinkled up brown paper. I don't know what the hell this is. Some kind of more bread. Some kind of weird bacon-shaped thing next to bacon.
Is that celery? It looks like guac, but
grits. Yeah, this looks like some kind of celery root mash. These look like raw bacon sausages of some kind. I don't know.
Pigs in blankets.
This is like beans, jelly. Pigs in a blanket? Yeah. Something like that.
That's not what pigs in a blanket.
I don't know what this weird vegetable is. These look like giant corn kernels. Maybe. And then raw unpeeled potatoes or these little rolls. Either way, way too many carbs. A giant cup of coffee and some kind of this looks like melted butter. And I assume more coffee in here. AI. And then one burnt tomato slice right here. AI
you got fried tomato, fried bread, everything has to be fucking fried.
Yeah. AI really trying to make sense of what the hell we're eating as humans.
I see hash browns in there. Is it hash browns?
Maybe. Who fucking knows? I definitely was like
introduced Enzo to rosti.
Yeah, so that was when I made a full English breakfast recently because she had given me a package of this rosti, which is basically some kind of Swiss packaged hash browns. But yeah, I was like, well, I'm going to make hash browns. I might as well make eggs. Well, I'm going to make eggs. I might as well make bacon. Well, I'm going to make bacon. Might as well make sausage. Well, I'm going to make sausage.
You didn't say Swedish.
I definitely had to stop and think real hard before I did, though. Because I like to say... You can't
tell the difference between...
I can. I just always like to say Swedish. The Swedes, the Swiss Switzerland is just harder to say. So I just always say Sweden.
You poor thing.
To me, they are one, just like Iceland and Greenland.
They're very different. That was the point in naming them.
I know. But I intentionally like to get them wrong because is that gravy? Fucking Matthew. Yeah, maybe this isn't coffee. Maybe this is just a giant ladle of gravy.
No, I think the bottom thing.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah.
Maybe. It's a little it looks like clarified butter.
I've seen clarified butter. It has to be more yellow.
Things I don't recognize on there, though.
Melted butter, then maybe. Still, making all of us hungry. My mistake. Sorry, I'll never make a big food wallpaper again until the next.
Don't you guys agree that's apricots?
Who Probably. Knows? Until the next English breakfast stream that we do AM. I think I'm gonna call most of these AM ones with Bastard on. We'll call them the English breakfast streams. It's fun. It's good to do stuff and be done by 7 p.m. Yeah, what time is it now? It's barely 6. Hell yeah. Anyway,
it's 7 where I'm at, but what the fuck do I care?
Yeah, I mean, you just hopped in, man. You'd be upset if we wrapped it up right now.
Well, I just figured if nothing else, drop in for 5 minutes to congratulate Chris. I noticed that with the shades, he's gone.
Yeah.
He's gone full drinker at this point.
Well, I'm just checking my comments. Somebody just said like 10 minutes ago that Sorry, I wasn't impressed on your open bar. You contributed very little. It seems to me that you bought your place into the stream by paying money to his Patreon. He's like, there are much more deserving YouTubers that should have been on there versus you. I'm like, damn, dude.
Just be like, thank you for watching. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for watching anyway. That's all you gotta say.
Well, as I said to some, like to you, Tyler, that would before going in dark hours, been on the drinker, actually on his last action.
Just be like, you might not be wrong, dude. What of it? Well, cry more.
It's just the point that, when you have 6 people on a fucking panel, and Friday Night Tights does this a lot, 9 people, they're constantly talking over each other. And when said Mueller has a million subscribers, Gary has 800,000. If they're talking, I'm trying to wait my turn. I don't want to be an asshole because like I'm the person with 300 subscribers. Cynic has 100 fucking thousand. Samwise has 50 fucking grand. If I keep talking over these guys, then even Russell was saying that. If you constantly keep interrupting them, the chat's going to call you out and really fucking hate you. So I'm waiting my turn.
Yeah, like, I mean, that's all you got to tell the guy. Be like, dude, hey, man, just trying to not railroad these people.
Yeah, I need to work on that.
No, you should just be like, I was insanely nervous and I had shat myself. I hope you didn't notice.
Yeah, because
I was acting all strange.
I'm talking a lot more here with Stepenzo, but I mean, how many streams have I done with Stepenzo? But also, I know that I'm not like, I don't feel like I'm interrupting everybody here. And so it's a drinker was like, hey, Gary, how do you feel? Okay, stop. Mueller, how do you feel? Stop. Now he's like, loser, how do you feel? So drinker he has a very tendency to go in order, but also Russell Dark Hour said this, that drinker is very kind. I've listened to open bars where people are constantly talking over him and interrupting him. And drinker is very kind, where he's like, he'll kind of let them talk over him, but they are kind of some ways being disrespectful.
Yeah. I mean, it's everyone runs their own show their own fucking way, and you gotta just go with it because it's their show. That's just how it is. Everyone's got their own rules. I don't know anybody else's rules, whatever. But as far as like, with drinker or the drinker stream, I was joking about how legendary it would have been if like you didn't say anything. And you just got super fucked up, just drank a bunch of booze. And then finally towards the end of when they finally ask you to talk, you're like, well, the thing is, like, it's like that would have been amazing. That would have been so good.
And you guys see this too. I joke with the drinker, hey, listen, drinker, I bought this Scottish whiskey. I had literally half a cup and it was just pure Mountain Dew, or I'm sorry, fucking Dr. Pepper. Even Dark Hour was like, Chris, don't get too drunk on the stream. I'm not going to fucking drunk. I'm not getting wasted with 30,000 people fucking watching.
I definitely noticed that you were taking lots of sips, and I was like, God, I hope he's just not drinking.
No, it was just
pounding booze like he always does.
Nah, I tone it down. But that's saying people.
Like,
I think people
nervous sips are a thing, but if you're just got straight liquor next to you,
I've listened to FNTs where like they'll have what was it X-Ray Girl. She'll go 90 fucking minutes and not get a single word in. It's because when you have 9 people, it's one thing. It was just me and a drinker one-on-one. I'd have to talk to him. There's 6 people on the fucking panel, guys, and like I'm not going to.
It also depends on what you're talking about. Sometimes we're just talking about shit I don't even give a fuck about. Like I was making fun of Dark Hour, earlier on when he was getting on those B-Sub streams originally. I remember like this 3rd or 4th one. I was joking. He's like, I'm going to be on B-Subs again, or I can't remember what it might have been B-Sub. It was another stream, but I remember just joking like, oh yeah, what children's movie are we going to be talking about today? And it's just like, I mean, kind of just make fun of ourselves. But if we're talking about something I'm actually passionate about and actually have knowledge about and have, opinions about, I will fucking interject them in. I'll be like, no, you shut up. Listen to me. Like I'll tell you how it is. But most of the time, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
To like what Tyler was saying, like I told this guy's drinker, he actually contacted me, and it's like, you can't please everybody. And someone's like, oh, I feel like you bought your way. Dark Hour he never bought his way into drinker's stream.
I mean, technically, I guess you could say I did because I'm a Patreon subscriber, but it's not like I fucking paid him like $500 to put me on a stream. Like I've just been supporting him for a long time, and he was grateful, and he offered that up to me by saying, hey, you also have a YouTube channel. Come on my channel. I mean, it seems like like an easy gift you could give somebody as the critical drinker,
Yeah, it's like when Dark Hour first said before he even launched his channel, hey, listen, drinker, how many people were doing book reviews? And he's like, listen, I'll take your honest criticisms or opinions. He's like, no, he wrote me directly. Listen, I checked out your video. I thought it was funny as hell. I liked it. And he tweeted me
the Barbie video.
No, for when I did Dark Harvest.
Sorry. Oh, right. What were you gonna say, Tyler? Though.
Well, I was gonna say when I saw the Barbenheimer open bar in my subs, I don't know why I just had this inherent.
I thought it was Russ. I thought Russ was going to be on it.
And exactly. That's why I went and checked. And when I saw Chris's name, I just sat there and went, wait, what? And for some reason, I don't know why I doubted it, but I double clicked just to make sure that it was him. And I just sat there and went,
dude, my reaction, I saw Chris on the stream and I was like, hell yeah. Awesome.
Yeah,
right. Dude.
What I couldn't tell when I saw that, I just sat there and went, oh shit, did I miss some big announcement on the Facebook group? And then I saw it was blank and I just sat there and went, okay, well, I'll just.
Now I knew right away what was happening. I was like, "You sly bastards!"
I'll just keep this to myself until it comes on, and then
it's one of the things where my first reaction was to tell everybody, but I was told by two people at Dark Hour because I go by the history. He's like, dude, that's why he's like, when I came on there, he's like, I made it a rule, just keep it ambiguous. He was don't tell anybody. So I purposely waited, and you guys seen this. The second drinker sent me the StreamYard. Then I made a big Facebook post. Hey guys, check out Open Bar, but he's like, just keep it a secret because that's how people do things, and like don't jinx it. And I was just trying to be very low key, but no. Once the stream ended, I checked my phone. Like I said, my phone's just like this.
Yeah. You know what? I gotta say, I will, if I ever get on some big streams or any streams, I'll always plug the CCCP chat. But also, that being said, I think we should add Bastard into the CCCP chat and the page, since technically you are a part of the coalition of content creators and podcasters.
I did feel bad because, of course, I wanted to name drop everybody here, but like I said, when you have 6 people on and it's the drinkers fucking channel, I can't keep name dropping people. That's why I name dropped everybody in my thank you video, because it's not. It's his channel, not mine. And some people make it offended, like, oh, you didn't name drop Dark Hour. I didn't get a chance to. I mean, remember, we only had 2 hours to play with, and so it wasn't a fucking 5-hour stream. Guys.
I would definitely, if I got on Drinker Stream, make it a point to talk only about myself, only about my experiences with things, and only about my opinions. And
notice the complete absence of shock from everybody else here.
But, I know.
But,
I'm kidding.
Yeah, in all honesty, Chris, I don't think Drinker got around to it, but I did throw in a sticker saying congrats, which I did that to Russ just as a courtesy. And I don't know, Russ mentioned me like twice when he was on the first time. Like, it was nothing crazy, but like it didn't need to be.
Yeah.
And the fact that Drinker just went, was enough for me. I can handle that.
Yeah, Bastard also giving me a shout out on this Collateral video. That was cool. Giving specifically not just me a shout out, but like a link to the Tom Cruise video, the stream at a specific timestamp when we're gonna talk about like the Mozambique shit and stuff like that. It's like talking about Tom Cruise being
an explanation on that as well on the video. I was going to explain that. I thought, fuck it. I don't like how I'll put it all together. I'll let Wes do it because he does it better than I did.
No,
he knows his stuff more than I do.
Well, he talks like he knows his stuff better than all of us. No, that's what we all do, right? We're all just professional bullshitters.
Yeah, it's always a joke. Like if I ever had like a one-on-one interview, I would name drop everybody I fucking know. But it's just like I'm a guest in someone else. It's like walking in somebody else's house. Like I'm very
I don't give a shit about you fucking dropping. No. I also I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if people were already like hearing my name and getting annoyed by my name being mentioned, like, oh god, someone keeps mentioning this Stupenzo asshole again.
I know.
I don't. Yeah, exactly. Like I don't.
What's one thing I'm gonna start noticing? Like even Dark Hour told me, now that I passed 1K mark, I'm gonna start getting a lot more comments and a lot more negative comments, and I'll make one response and just. But I'm not gonna. I told people in my video, I'm not going to waste my time. I have very little time to keep arguing with you over and over. And Drinker said that. Drinker's like, guys, what's on his Twitter account? He makes a tweet. He doesn't respond to any single YouTube comment, any single Twitter comment, anything, because he's like, I don't have time. He's like,
that's why, sometimes a good, like, generic, like, hey, sorry you feel that way. Maybe you'll agree with me next time. Thanks for watching. It's not only just like a nice, like, hey, I don't really care if you think I'm stupid. Just still keep watching these videos. That's really all I care about. Thank you for watching, even if you hate them.
Yeah.
And the fact that, and if you are going to argue like some decent points, like, I wouldn't mind some discourse in some of these videos. But of course, like, I couldn't imagine any discourse in my videos other than just like, I don't know. You're being too stupid.
There was that time that I thought I was having discourse over one video, and it turns out that it really didn't come across that way. But which reminds me, the fact that one guy commented that I looked like a lumberjack Santa in my Oppenheimer video was Meg, that guy only comments whenever my beard is like up to here because apparently it grosses him out. And when I go onto his channel, it is nothing but like kids' cartoons clips of people being
Weird,
so passionate and kind. And I just dropped a this.
What was your reply to that?
There's something about is your hair? I can't see precisely, but is it kind of reddish? Like a reddish.
Yeah.
Why does everybody keep saying that? It's the fucking light.
It's like a light brown. It's like a hazel type color. It's like a reddish brown.
Also, how far I am away from my webcam, and that was after me pushing it closer. I don't watch things in front of my computer. I watch them.
But tell Meg. So the guy said you look like a lumberjack Santa. Tell Meg what you told him.
Right, but I'm saying, is your hair reddish at all? Because I associate that with lumberjackiness.
He disagrees.
Well,
he says he claims his hair is brown.
Yeah, because it is. Like
his hair is brown like the maple.
My mom is brunette and my dad has black hair, so case closed on that one. But
but so anyway, this guy says you look like a lumberjack Santa Claus. What did you tell him?
I said that I'm Canadian. I'm supposed to look like one.
There you go. That's how you handle a troll. You know, you just be like,
Pole,
make them laugh.
And you need a beard to keep you warm.
If someone the guy who's shitting all over your blue, as long as you just make him laugh with your response, he'll love you. You know?
Yeah.
Like, dude makes himself laugh with whatever.
You should be like, hey, I did buy my way on. Can I buy my way to get you to like this video? Like, how much were you to like me? How much is it?
Well, not gonna lie. He did comment like 6 months ago on a best of year list where he did say, glad you trimmed that disgusting beard. And I went on his channel to see if dude actually did post it himself. And apparently there was like a short test of him. And long story short, he didn't have a shirt on, so I just wrote back, don't dish out what you can't take.
Aww.
Maybe this guy's just like hyper jealous of your beard.
Yeah, he can't grow a beard. That's what it
is. The most recent clip he posted was from a Disney cartoon, and the title was, I'm autistic, weird. People can't handle my unbridled truth. And I'm just sitting there with Asperger's, and I'm just sitting there going, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, don't blame it on that. Yeah.
Disgusting beards. It's like, well, unless you got like fucking food crumbs in your face in the video, I mean, just be like, hey, man.
I don't.
The ladies like it, so shut your mouth.
Ladies do like it. It's in right now.
My video was mostly black and white, too. It's not like you would even notice.
Yeah. Your Oppenheimer video, yeah. God, I need to go into that comment. See, that's the thing.
All of you guys.
We need to handle each other's trolls instead of like.
Well, here's the thing.
For like instead of blue collar responding to that guy, I should respond to that guy for blue
I can be
collar.
like, that's a woman.
That actually happened during the pandemic where one guy just thought he was giving me discourse by telling me in like paragraph upon paragraph about why I was wrong for liking Atlantis, the Lost Empire more than Treasure Planet. And this one British kid who's like 5 years younger than me that I've known since like 2017, he posted opinion, a subjective form of whatever discussion. Fucking learn it. And I just typed back, about time you showed up.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, I would be in the same boat that Atlantis is better than Treasure Planet.
By miles.
I mean, the thing is, if you told me Treasure Planet was better in your opinion, I would be like, yeah, okay, whatever. They're like this, you know. Like, I'm not going to get upset about that. Like, what?
Well, he gave me like a paragraph explanation as to why Martin Short is supposed to be an annoying character. And I'm like, I really don't care. Like when Martin Short is annoying, when Martin Short is funny, he's hilarious. But when he is annoying in the slightest bit, I just want him to shut the hell up.
Well, that's the other thing is like sometimes you can argue. Like I tell you how many times I try to argue like with Meg, like, oh, this movie's good, you should watch it. And she's like, there's Muppets in it. I don't care. You know, I don't give a fuck. You know, so it's like, yeah, you can't get people to, you know, some people have their opinions about things, and that's it. Some people just don't like certain things or certain people, or certain places.
Long story short, that argument was one of many reasons during the pandemic that I turned to edibles for sleep aid, but I got something good out of it.
Here's the thing. I would be one of those guys that's just like, no matter what someone's saying, I'm gonna try to make someone laugh with whatever fucking retort I have. Dude, Ethan Van Sciver's so good at that shit too, man. He is my favorite YouTuber, but like he was like on his Reddit. He's on like a Reddit subreddit. They're talking about his Cyberfrog toys, and he's in there, you know, covertly, and they're like talking about how he's like a Nazi or whatever, and you shouldn't support his videos or his toys, and he's in there like trying to like defend himself, and then they find out like, oh my god, he's here, And it's just so funny because like someone's making fun of him, like, oh my god, I can't believe this dude's in here stalking this page, searching his name under like some kind of alt account, and he's like responding to every negative comment. And then he comes and he's like, no, I'm not. And it's just
quick way to go crazy, man.
So good.
Yeah. I just texted everyone my first negative comment, but hey, I have nothing but positivity. You can't please everybody.
There you go. And yeah, I mean,
reminds me of that old Mitch Hedberg joke where
that's a man. That
they say you can't.
Go ahead.
They say you can't please all the people all the time, and last night all those people were at my show.
Yeah.
Well, but yeah, that's the other thing is like you can't you're going into dealing with this asshole telling you this thing about nonsense.
I'll never forget when She-Hulk came out, because I was making my reviews, but Drinkers, I shared it on Facebook, and one guy was shitting on Drinker. I'm like, yeah, his She-Hulk video had 4 million views, so not gonna please everybody, but he's still got 4 million views. So it's like you get two negative comments out of the 10,000 positive comments. Like,
yeah, I mean, whoever the hell was telling you that stuff about that is just obviously just sad they weren't on the Drinker. And
just
they're just lashing out.
I made a joke to Benzo. I was like, well, I give his Patreon $1 a month. I'm like, damn, he's a cheap date.
Yeah, and also it's just like, here's the thing, man. You too could get on the Drinker if you fucking just like donate and don't be a little whiny bitch, and be a little, have something to offer.
In all honesty, just reading that comment just reminds me of all the idiots in the drunk posting group who think just because Drinkers said one or two things about woke shit that they agree with, that they just instantly would connect with him within an instant.
Yes.
And then Drinker invites Chris out of genuine curiosity, and they're just like, huh?
Yeah.
It just goes to show that there are some Drinker fans who are just as one-sided and collective as the very people that are making money. It's just, you guys know what I'm trying to say.
Well, it's funny because I called this out like literally 6 months ago. I was like, watch, dude, we're going to start seeing the shift on the anti-woke. The anti-woke stuff's going to start getting more mainstream. I watched Tom Segura's newer special, Sledgehammer. It was hilarious. And yeah, it's just like, he was talking about his shit about supermodels, how supermodels are so beautiful. They're like freaks of nature. It's no different from seeing a guy without an arm, you can't just help but just stare at them, But anyway, the point is, it's this idea Martin Short and Dana Carvey, they're over here making fun of the vaccine now, and Anthony Fauci, because it's safe to make fun of this stuff. And you're going to start seeing more of this getting more mainstream, but you're going to, with that comes more grifters, people starting to hop on the bandwagon and start saying the shit that it's safe to say now.
And it doesn't, well, that's the other thing. The woke crowd are going to get louder and louder because they know for a fact. I mean, Baggage claims said this in her new video today. They're on the run. They're fucking terrified.
They're in the death throes. They're in the death throes. They know they're the minority. There's no denying it at this point. They're the vast minority. It's insane how much of the minority they are. And it's so fucked up because we feel stupid because we let this vast minority literally try to reconstruct the entire planet in a 5 or 6 year, point of
you guys did. I just became an adult when all this shit started in the first place.
Yeah. Well, I thought you meant you guys the U.S. I was like, wait a minute, Mr. Trudeau over there has done plenty. We're gonna be talking about
Trust me,
you're talking about voters. I see what you're saying.
I'm getting daily emails from the conservative opposition because I had a membership for a year just to get their one guy elected, and everyone keeps saying elections are coming sooner and sooner, which they fucking better because
Trudeau will still manage a way to rig that election and
I
don't lose.
I don't know.
He's dictating life until the unforeseeable future.
I don't know. His approval ratings just get worse and worse by the day.
One thing I want to tell you guys that after we went the stream ended, I did get a few minutes to talk to them, and I wanted to thank Mueller because Mueller did play God of War Ragnarok, and it said that during Mueller super chats and Drinker super chats as well, and Drinker's like, you made a good point. I said, dude, Drinker, to you directly, thank you for making your video about overusing the term woke, and they both agreed, even Mueller and Drinker said that people are really starting to fucking definitely overuse these terms, because I have played every single God of War game like Drinker, like Mueller, and there's nothing fucking woke about God of War Ragnarok, and it's just getting, and I said, Mueller, thanks for actually breaking that down, because almost like to what Tyler was saying, it's getting fucking ridiculous now with some people on the drinker group. They're definitely taking the term "the message" and they're misconstruing what he's talking about. It's getting fucking stupid.
Yeah. It's with every cult leader, like the drinker is, I'm just joking. But as far as like like this woke / SJW entertainment, the thing is like they have no problem putting hyper violence and the F word in everywhere, the fuck word, But now, they'll call themselves edgy because they'll have hyper violence and fuck is being said constantly. But you can't say the other F word. You can't say the other F word. Lord forbid one of these
Dude,
woke edgesters.
I'm not kidding. Like with Evil Dead Rise and Talk to Me, both of them have like a trans actor that honestly, if you had never heard of this person to begin with, it wouldn't have mattered. But if that was part of their advertising campaign, it would get nothing but like anti-woke publicity. And in both cases, it would be a shame because they're quite the contrary. I mean, Evil Dead Rise teenagers.
Well, I like Evil Dead Rise because the trans kid, I was like, this kid's gonna be safe. This kid, nothing bad can happen to that kid. That kid got it the worst. I was like, hell yeah.
When I listened to the replay, Tyler said that, and the day before we did our last stream, I actually watched Evil Dead Rise with my sister and my brother-in-law and my nephew. They all loved it. And
Evil Dead Rise was awesome because the children are dying too. Usually the children are safe, and when the kids are getting killed, you're like, oh my god, fuck, this is bad.
Believe me when I say, like, Talk to Me roughs up kids real hard.
Well, it's about teenagers doing like Ouija type shit, right?
They do this Ouija type thing, and I'm not kidding. It's kind of a metaphor for like drug use among teens. There's peer pressure getting into it.
Passing the joint around type thing.
It becomes like a way for them to numb out the pain of their personal lives, or they do it for a thrill-seeking kind of thing. And of course, the consequences of like drug addiction and overdose translate very well to body possession, especially when the youngest kid has this certain scene with a brick wall and an eye that was easily the goriest moment in the movie and made me wish that there was more gore in it because for a movie that was made by guys who got taken off of YouTube for being too violent, I honestly wouldn't have guessed.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, with my vampire book, one of the things I want to talk about is obviously like the big one is like spousal abuse and domestic violence. But the other big metaphor is, drug addiction and alcohol, like just addiction in general. And the thing about the vampire is like, sometimes like the vampire can represent the addict, needing the substance, or the vampire can also represent the substance and the human is the addict, and it's draining the life from you. It works both. The metaphor works both ways. It's cool. Vampires, man. But as far as like Talk to Me, like that seems like just like It Follows, like, seemed like a real fresh idea of a cool take on a new movie, of a horror movie. And I doubt it'll.
There are some story cliches that I could have done without. Like, why? I gotta ask, like, why are horror movies starting off the first 5 minutes with like an unrelated character who either comes back halfway through or not at all? I genuinely don't get what purpose that serves.
Yeah. I mean, usually it's like what it does is it's kind of because you got to set off. You got to have an intro scene. You got to have an opening
it's like
scene.
The friend who's helping you pack the back of your Jeep. And then you don't see him again until you like finally get service and you text like 911, help me. And then he shows up and he's like, oh my God, what's happened to you?
So you think of like the Lost Boys, you gotta have like the monster kill somebody at the beginning of the movie. So that way you understand there's danger. But then we've got to see the new main character. We cut to the main character who's now the new character. And they're going to find out later, someone was killed by the monster in the opening scene. And, we get to know this character as we see one character's voyage end at the beginning of the movie, basically, as it's handed off to like the new main character, I guess, is usually why they do that.
Well, yeah, but like, here's the thing. There's a right way to do that and there's a wrong way to do that. I think probably the best example for me, it was The Empty Man, where you think that within 5 minutes, like, this one group of people who discover the Empty Man are going to be killed like 5 minutes in. But no, their segment goes on for like 20 minutes and we learn more about those characters. We see what this entity does to them. And there's a little bit more of an element of mystery surrounding what this entity has to do with the main character, or how the main character is going to come into fruition. But for Talk to Me and Evil Dead Rise, some stranger who you don't really give a shit about, like, kills somebody and then themselves. And it's just like, I don't even know your name. I really couldn't give a shit what happens to you. And then, and because nobody actually references it until maybe like halfway through the movie where one guy actually did survive, I completely forgotten that it even happened.
Yeah.
It just seemed like, oh, hey, somebody has to like stab themselves in the eye because that's a good way to start the movie. And that's
yeah.
it.
Yeah. I mean, I feel you with that kind of stuff. It's funny because like my vampire book kind of starts the same way. You got a vampire attacking a woman, right? And then you meet a new woman, and now she's getting stalked by the vampire, and the vampire like kind of basically forces its way into her home gradually. Next thing you know, she's like the vampire's familiar. But like, yeah, big twist towards like, the end is you find out, you come back to the first girl, and you realize like he's got multiple of these bitches at the same time. Like this woman thinks she's special. And you kind of remember like, oh, there was another woman at the beginning. You realize like, oh yeah, like she's not special. Like this vampire has like a fucking dozen of these women that just like running errands for him and giving him blood whenever he needs it. He's just going around like milking these. He's just flying around town milking these little cows. Once every other day or so. Yeah, preying on people. That's what these vampires do. They're demons. They're blood-sucking demons, and they use people to get your blood. That's all they do. They lie to you and deceive you to get your blood. That's all they want is your blood.
I read a book one time about 2 lesbian vampires, and they stay like in the state that they're in once they get turned, and they stay in that state forever. And this girl was on her period, and she got turned by like her lesbian master or whatever, and she stayed on her period forever.
Oh,
and, like,
cool!
Her master, like in love with her because it was a nonstop flow of blood.
That's sick. I love it. Tyler's face says it all.
Tyler's face, I was about to say. Look at that.
Hey, that's what I'm here for.
I mean, dude, yeah, I mean, I like that kind of stuff, like gross. Let's take a standard like vampire or werewolf story and make it disgusting. Like I like the idea of like a werewolf. The guy wakes up naked, right? And he's like, "Oh God, I was a werewolf last night." But like, the first thing he does, like a hangover, instead of like vomiting all this like beer, you vomit all this like raw human meat. Oh God,
no.
like fucking wedding rings and shit in there and clothes.
Tyler's face again.
Yeah, like that's how you start the movie. You don't even see the werewolf. You just cut to like the desert. Naked guy waking up. He's like, no, not again. Like vomit all this fucking disgusting like viscera. Hell yeah.
Like some eyeballs and a little hair.
It's a human because like, yeah, chunks of clothes and stuff. Like, oh God, no, not again. I didn't handcuff myself to the tree in time. Fuck. Because that's the other thing is
Maybe
like
that should be your book.
Because that'd be a good. No, I have a shape-shifting werewolf story too. The idea is like, how do you? Because like everyone, most werewolf movies are about the guy who becomes a werewolf and then he dies shortly after. Because a werewolf theoretically wouldn't last very long. Because unlike a vampire, like vampires don't need to kill. I don't like it when vampires have to kill you to drink your blood. They don't need to kill you at all. They can literally just drink like a fucking.
Drink the last
they
drop,
can drink a cup of blood and come back next week. Like what? Sure. They don't need that much blood. And if they're doing that like 10 times over with 10 different people. And then they also got a familiar, like giving them more vampire people. To, I mean, shit, dude. Vampires are methodical. Werewolf is a rampage. Werewolf is like, you'll kill your own family. You got to get your loved ones away from you. You become a monster. You'll kill your children and your fucking wife. And, you'll rip them into pieces. And I like the Harry Potter idea that like in Harry Potter world, the werewolf in most of the movies, like you wake up, you have no memory. But in the Harry Potter memory world, you have total memory. You know everything you did. You're like haunted.
Like the Hulk.
Yeah. So like the idea is a werewolf would either kill themselves or be killed pretty quickly. Like it would only take like 2 or 3 full moons before the town is like on alert, like walking around with shotguns everywhere. Like
imagine if that happened and you like wanted to kill yourself and then you like shot yourself in the head with like a .357 and then.
Yeah, somehow you came back.
Silver bullet.
I'm gonna do a question tomorrow, but ask everybody now. Especially for Enzo, which werewolf and vampire do you prefer? Do you prefer where the werewolf is the vampire servant, or the one where the vampire is scared shitless of the werewolf?
No, I like where like vampires and werewolves don't get along. They're like kind of equally matched. It's like dogs and cats,
Okay.
But like dogs, you wouldn't say like dogs are like a cat's servant, you know.
How you feel,
but they're
bastard?
definitely like, you could argue that dogs are lower creatures than cats, but you could also argue dogs are man's best friend. Werewolves are more in tune to human spirit, you know. Vampires are not human anymore. They are not human. They're not from the realm of the living. They're from the realm of the dead. They're kind of
like what you just said, though. They're monsters, whereas vampires live among the rest of us and blend in.
See, because it depends on it depends on the story, because in some mythology, werewolves are way stronger than vampires, but the key thing is they can't control the transformation, and so in times that they're weaker, the vampires control them. So it depends on how you look at it. But I like
in Monster Squad where fucking seriously, he has the werewolf. The Wolfman is like a hostage. He's like tied up and doped up. He puts like tranquilizers in him, and then when the moon is full, he becomes the werewolf. And Dracula, because he has like insane mind control powers. Like, yes, he could. The idea is a vampire. I like it when the vampire has like insane, like mental, like hypnosis, like superpowers. Like you break when you. It's not that the vampires. I don't like that the vampires are so beautiful. They're these angelic. You're attracted to them. I don't like that. I like the idea that it's like a fucking hideous demon, but like when you fucking lock eyes with it, you are under its spell. Like it'll make you do things you don't want to do, like open the door or fucking kill your cat, whatever. Like you are under its spell. Like it can project thoughts into your mind. It can read your thoughts. It can make you, like I said, do things against your will. Maybe even telekinesis. Maybe it can even move things with its mind.
Stop hitting yourself.
The vampire can turn into fucking mist. It can turn into other animals, like really supernatural shit. I love that stuff. And the werewolf, guy turns into a big dog from hell, and that's cool. But it has to be like from hell. It can't be like, I hate it when it's like a virus. A cool take that I do like, I don't mind, is like it's like a military super experiment. We're gonna breed our soldiers to turn them into a werewolf, and that sounds cool. There's a movie there.
Yeah, that was a very subtle reference there.
That's why it's like with Luke. Like, did you think it's better that should the vampire be scared of the werewolf, or it should be role reversed?
Hello, nerdy film girl. Pleasure having you here.
Vampires should never be scared of the werewolf.
Yeah, I like the What We Do in Shadows style, where they like, they're like warring high schools, like, you know what I mean? Like they're the fucking high school football teams are, constantly busting each other's balls.
But even those guys are methodical. They're just like, oh, we have to take our clothes off. Like they're gonna rip the second we transform, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
that was the one part of the movie that I like What We Do in the Shadows, but like the vampire versus werewolf stuff, that was when it was just great for me.
Well, it's also even better in the show too, because they keep coming back. It's like I'm watching the new season, and Nandor's like banging us werewolf. It's like hilarious. But yeah, I mean, werewolves. I mean, the thing is, like, I would much rather deal with a fucking castle full of vampires than one werewolf. You know what I mean? Because like vampires, like I said, they might not even want to kill you. You could probably reason with. You could probably reason with them. They probably just want a little bit of blood. I mean, I don't think they're going to murder you necessarily. Whereas a werewolf, the vampire can't even enter your house unless it's invited in. You know what I mean? Yeah. The vampire has to like knock on your door and be like, "Can you let me in so I can drink your blood?"
And they have weaknesses.
The werewolf, this is a werewolf attack. You would walk outside, you'd be like, "What's that sound?" And it's like something digging in the trash can, and you'd walk and you'd see like a giant like bear shaped thing, and it'd look at you and just be like, "Brr!" And you'd be like, "What the fuck?" And you'd shut the door and you'd run in. And it would just burst in through the front door, just and you'd be like, "Holy shit!" You go hide in the closet somewhere, and the werewolf like comes in, and it just like smells. It just knows exactly where you are, and it just starts like thumping right towards the closet. Fucking rips the closet door open, and just like goes to town and rips you to shreds.
It smells you as you shit your pants.
Yeah, shit and blood spraying everywhere. Ah! The werewolf's just like, rah, and then your wife comes in. Oh my god! And the werewolf sees her, rah, gets her. It's just like kill crazy rampage, dude. Like,
did the werewolf eat your kids too?
Yeah, dude, you kill everyone in the house, and then fucking cops come, dude. Exactly, a nightmare. This is why werewolves don't last long, because the neighborhood the neighborhood goes on watch the next full moon. They're like, I don't know what the hell.
Werewolf
It's been
kills the
2
cops
full
too?
moons in a row now where 13 people have been killed. And yeah, I don't know. Or like I said, the werewolf is so stricken with guilt, you know, if he kills himself.
He wakes up after killing all those people and he's like, Mother, I didn't mean to.
Past Lives, that Asian romance film.
Yes, and thank you, Tracy, for reminding me. I really got to get to that at some point. But Chris, I have one question for you.
Yeah.
Do you really need our opinions after what just happened?
What do you mean?
Of what?
About that question of yours.
Do
you really need us to answer which is better after whatever the hell that was?
Oh yeah, my acting, I call it.
Because it's interesting because like something like Van Helsing, I like the fact that Dracula, they can't stop this motherfucker, but a werewolf.
See, I don't like the only thing that can kill Dracula is a werewolf. It's like, okay, come on. It's the poison, the venom, the werewolf venom.
But we all watched fucking Tales from the Crypt. That's one of my top 5 favorite episodes of all time. That fucking little kid.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good one. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yes.
The family, the mysterious family adopts this boy from the orphanage, the feral older boy that nobody wants because he runs away every night. And of course, they lock him away in this room full of toys in this mansion. And the butler comes and just feeds him nothing but desserts and candy for weeks. Yeah. And then, of course, it turns out that the parents are vampires and they're going to drink this boy's sweet blood. And of course, it turns out that the boy is a werewolf and he kills the vampires.
Yeah.
Some of the Tales from the Crypt episodes were a little silly.
Yeah.
Some of them were actually good.
There was a point that it was just like because vampires they're so chaotic, they're so scary that there's one. I mean, I like the fact that the vampires there's something that they're afraid of.
Yeah, well, werewolves are worse because vampires. Here's the thing about vampires. This is something I also want to talk about in my book. Is vampires much like whatever metaphor you want to put this to? It's kind of like this could work for a lot of metaphors. But the idea about vampires is they have an insane amount of power. Like I was talking about this hypnosis and all this crazy shit they could do. They have this insane amount of power if they have power over you. But if they have no power over you, they are extremely fragile. They are extremely vulnerable. Yeah. Like they have a massive Achilles heel. The sunlight will kill them. You can literally just fucking burn their fucking house down in the middle of the day, go inside, run a stake through their heart, fucking open up that coffin. There you go. It's dead.
Yeah.
Like it wouldn't be hard to kill a vampire if you set out to do it, if you did it right. Like killing a vampire, like you have to attack it at daytime. Like trying to fight a vampire at night would be like trying to fight a shark in the water. You want to bring the shark out in the fucking land, fight the shark out on dry land. There you go. You got a fighting chance now.
It's funny, you're reminding me of a Family Feud question that kind of has the opposite reaction. Like the question is, what would you do if you knew you were living next to a vampire? And, you'd expect the same stuff like a cross, garlic, a steak. But one guy literally says, I'd buy a new house. and Harvey just laughs his ass off. He just goes, that's a hood answer. We're not calling 911. We're not going to sort this out. Pack it up. Yeah. And it wasn't up there, which I don't understand. That's actually a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one. Is it? Not everyone's as clever as that character. That's what it was. But yeah, I want to watch him. I want to watch him Talk to Me Too very soon as well.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know if you guys saw that video of Josh and I talking about what we did or what he did, because I had no idea that he was even pulling that shit until we were in the car on the way home. But Lord, did it feel great that Josh actually got sweet revenge on some really annoying assholes in the theater.
Good.
And we were talking about this video earlier. I don't know if, like I said, the first 15 minutes were not streamed. my fault, but yeah, your first video, like your car video, is like, dude, the camera phone, it's like so much better than like our shitty laptop cameras. God, I need to start recording my videos on my phone, video wise.
It's you can't see it, but like it's fucking cracked. There are holes where I can actually see the wires and shit, which I swear to God, I thought I killed my phone when I was in the sauna about a week ago, because like I need to know how long I'm fucking in there. Like the timer outside is complete shit, so I'm not taking any real chances there. But yeah, like 2 days from now, like my iPhone 14 will be in the mail. I think there's like 2 or 3 cameras at the very top, and it'll be smooth sailing from this this cheap Canon that cannot focus to save its life. But Josh gave it to me, so I had to be grateful for it. And I mean, I got choked up when he gave me like a camcorder for free because like. Dude's giving me posters for free, but not something that
you
costs
guys
like
are friends.
We are friends, yes.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Zoom in on this idiot.
No, your dumb dog. Yeah, yes. I mean, we can look at your dogs.
Yes.
Look at him. Look at him.
Hey, he's cuter than my dog.
Dude, here's the thing. He looks like AI Teddy.
He just does this swimming thing.
Remember Teddy from the AI movie?
Attention to him.
He's not swimming. He's praying to Jesus. He prays to Jesus. Pray to Jesus, Obi. Obi, pray to Jesus. He can't hear me because you're in the headphones. But yeah. Let's see. Tyler, Oppenheimer is the worst film to watch with people distracting you. Yeah, I would have left as well. I agree. I was one of those people that did like Oppenheimer a lot, but that's because I was by myself in a fucking practically empty theater with ball rattling volume. It was badass. So it was fun. But as far as why are we still? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can make me not huge.
Let's go back to this delicious, hearty AI breakfast. Oh God, we have.
It does look really good.
Yeah, I mean,
looks better than the Babish English breakfast, which like that video got the. I've never seen anyone hate a Babish video, but like. The comments were either half "you fucked up the English breakfast" or half "how dare you promote Hogwarts Legacy," and I'm just sitting there going, "Look, Babish is a woke guy, but like the fact that he would endorse the game."
I mean,
I'm just impressed. I'm proud.
It just shows you how like these like some of these people who you think have their finger on the pulse of society, they're like, "Oh yeah, a new Harry Potter." They don't even understand. They might not even understand the backlash, that these
trust me,
1,000 people on Twitter are having,
Well, here's the thing. Andrew Ray and his wife, like his wife worked for Vice, and Andrew Ray tried like getting an interview to work for Vice. So that says a lot about their politics, but at the same time, like I watched a little bit of Architectural Digest, and they toured around his house during the first quarantine, and his wife literally has like every Harry Potter book. She literally has her own shelf for those. Yeah. So it's a weird balance that I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, we were talking about. I mean, we have like an ADHD stream here. It's kind of like drinking beer and just talk about whatever. So we kind of go from top. We were just talking about werewolves a minute ago.
Oh, well, she knows. She knows. Sometimes her streams are a little bit like that.
Yeah. We're just shooting the shit. And by the way, Nerdy Film Girl, if you want the link, man, Tyler, send it to her, man. Get in here.
Oh yeah, sure.
This is always an open stream, you guys. I mean,
could have one female on the stream.
I only have her.
We have Meg on. Two females.
Look, I only have her on Instagram, but yeah. Tracy,
but I do pride myself that my show is usually not a sausage fest. I mean, I usually have some good feminine energy on the Wii Watches and the Dorkside podcast.
I call Meg one of the dudes.
But
of course.
I'm honored.
But as far as back to werewolves, here's the thing about werewolves. You got to go, binging with Babish. I mean, I don't know. Let's finish off with binging and Babish. Favorite binging and Babish YouTube video that you have in your memory.
What's that?
Like, what are your favorite binging with Babish videos? His recipes. I love Big Night where he did the timpano. He made the timpano.
God, that was amazing. I want to try it, even though that I am probably at risk of stabbing myself for how many times I would fuck something like that up. But at the same time, it just looks so amazing. And
that's something I want to pay for. I don't want to make it.
It's basically the exact same shit that I just ate a second ago. But there are two that really stick out to mind. Like one is the steak and duck fat fries from John Wick Chapter 2, which is like the main dish that dude eats right before John caps him in the Continental. And I learned something. Apparently, if you dry rub your steaks for a couple days with koji rice, like powderized koji rice, it tastes similar, not quite the exact same, but similar to like actual steakhouses that dry age their stuff for days on end. And the other one is the I wasn't in love with it when I saw the movie, but the cheeseburger from the menu, seeing him make,
oh my god,
seeing him make
good old-fashioned cheeseburger.
He made American cheese from scratch. I had no idea that was even possible.
Yeah, that's one thing I don't like about binging with Babish is he doesn't really make his. I like food wishes because he's like, here's how you would make this at your home with your ingredients. people like Binging with Babish and Bruno Albuz who are like making these fucking insane dishes. Like, we're gonna ferment our own kimchi and make our own damn, whatever the hell from scratch. It's like, that's always amazing to watch, but I'm never gonna do it.
Yeah, but I mean, why? But why aren't you going to do it? Do you not have the money, or do you just not have the time?
A lot of time, it's the equipment. There's a lot of equipment you need and shit. Like, I'm not going to buy like Bruno Albuz. He's one of those motherfuckers that like sprays all of his fucking desserts with like gold. You know what I mean? He makes a dessert that looks just like the fruit it's going to taste like.
Oh, you know what?
There's that guy.
You know what? There's one that I actually watch when I'm baked, and it's very fitting because it goes along with the theme. If you've ever heard of a show called High Maintenance about this one,
I love that show.
Loves it.
He made the space cake, and he actually found a way. To work in weed cooking oil and weed butter because as long as you don't mention what it is, he can technically get away with it. Like, dude's his business partner, the one who told him, like, "Hey, you can monetize this and be good at it." His business partner is a lawyer, so like he already knows this stuff.
My other favorite Binging with Babish was him doing the Eggs Woodhouse from Archer. That is such an insanely, it's like a cholesterol bomb.
I didn't see that, but I saw the Mick 10.35 or something like that.
Oh, dude, it was like Alton Brown described the Eggs Woodhouse as a cholesterol Katrina. That's what he called it.
So that was him.
Yeah, it's like eggs Benedict, but with like hollandaise and cream spinach and fucking like caviar and prosciutto, fancy prosciutto, and like all this crazy nonsense.
Did you guys know he's like a secret freak?
Alton Brown, yeah. In fact, on one of his shows, Cutthroat Kitchen, one of the contestants is this famous like French porn star actor male, and he was on one of the shows. He came in second, but he was like hitting on the judge lady who's like that thicker, like brunette woman judge.
Yeah.
And she was like smiling at him and winking at him. And he's like, I think I've got a good choice because I think I've got a good chance because the women tend to like me. And then I find out like a month later, like he's in pornos right now.
Yeah. Like Alton ordered, I saw like some kind of meme about this S&M company that makes like spreader bars to like hold people's arms or legs open.
Good God.
They were happy to be featured in Alton Brown's whatever because he like ordered one for people to have to cook like this, but he ordered from this special fetish company.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Shout out.
Hold on. Like, are we sure that this is real? Because like when I saw Alton on Hot Ones, one of the questions, something to do with social media about how he like puts posted notes of like sentences that he can't put on Twitter because it's too long. And he mentioned how he took a break, but then came back from social media after there was some account saying that she was Alton's wife or something. So I wouldn't be surprised if somebody would pull shit like that again.
He is married, but I haven't heard about that scandal.
My goodness. Well, Nerdy Film Girl. Wow.
Hello, Nerdy Film Girl.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome.
And Northern English Bastard back again.
Wait, I was wondering.
Sorry.
Oh, do we only have
Jesus?
All right, we're back. All right. How are you doing? Nerdy Film Girl, how are you doing? I can't hear you,
Tracy, your mic's not on.
Before she talks, to Tyler, what you're saying about the menu, what's funny is that film, that scene, like my girl's like, Chris, she keeps trying to go vegan. We walked in the menu, she's like, I want a cheeseburger so fucking bad right now.
Nice. And it's funny because like the first time I watched it from home, I actually made a smash burger the second that movie was over.
I made one at my sleep.
I did my review. I did my review. I stopped at Five Guys after the theater before I did my. I was like, guys, but
Five Guys is great because that's like $15-$20, and they give you like a bag of those Cajun fries. And Jesus, you ask for a burger with everything, and they put everything on it. It's serious.
I reviewed the menu with the Five Guys burger sitting right here. I was like, hey guys, I'm pressing stop. I'm going to eat this shit.
Nerdy Firm Girl, what is this architectural digest you describe? Oh, we still can't hear you. No, sorry. It's okay. It's okay.
It's basically, the stuff I'm talking about is they do have videos where they go to certain celebrities' houses, and depending on like where they lived before and after, sometimes they get into because these guys really move around. Like Cara Delevingne had one with her sister, which was funny because watching the two of them bitch and moan at each other was like watching a married couple. And then all by herself during. Is everybody frozen?
No.
Okay.
No, we're just listening very intently.
But for the second one, she had this very interesting and kind of obsessive house. Like she literally had a secret doorway where there were panels made to look like a pink vagina, and she literally called it the vagina tunnel, which she goes both ways, but you can definitely tell that she has a preference based on her.
I mean, well, I have one of those too.
The Yonic tunnel.
Who doesn't have one of those?
That's in. Well, I don't live in LA, so there's that about it.
Oh, okay. Nerdy film girl.
It's probably her microphone. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Bringing out the big guns.
She's bringing out the Black Mamba.
No, it's not the size that counts, okay?
It's not the size that counts. Yes, it is.
Whatever.
I'm returning for the night. Thanks for having me on your lot.
Totally. Awesome, and yes, I mean, it was great.
It was so nice to meet you. Please jump
nice to meet you all.
It's great having you pop your cherry, man. Yeah, we could do one of these. We could do one of these earlier next time for you too, man. No worries, man. And also, yeah. Let's try to get a Wii Watch in too.
I couldn't make.
It was great talking to you.
I couldn't make my 1,000.
Pick a video for the next Wii Watch.
Thank you video without mentioning the Loop.
Yeah, I'll get on that.
Send all the love to the missus.
Yeah, well, I'll tell her right away. And you lot.
Yeah, that's working.
Good night.
Yeah, Tracy, it's working.
Enjoy yourselves.
Thanks, buddy.
Good night.
And Tracy. Girl, sorry we didn't get to speak a bit more, but hopefully next time, okay?
No, man, yeah, and feel free to just interrupt us and stuff. You know it's bad. We do a lot of interruptions where we don't interrupt Tyler for once, and he's like, "Is everybody frozen?" It's like for once we don't interrupt.
Guys, I have Josh for a best friend. I'm used to getting interrupted at this point, which is weird because the stuff I know about Josh, you think he'd get better.
Good night.
All right,
thanks,
See you later, Luke, man. It's good talking to you.
Fucking good, dude.
Yeah, also, what a handsome man. He should put his face. He should put his face in his videos.
I was gonna say something, but I didn't want to.
No, I said it. See, the thing is, I was like, thought I was streaming the first 15 minutes of this stream, and I didn't. I cut out the intro. I had the intro music.
Avatar doesn't show how handsome he is, and I wanted to be like, "Wow, you're handsome."
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, that's not. No,
I'm not going to say it.
No, I agree. That's not the man in the picture I'm seeing. You know. Anyway, how are you, Nerdy?
His lucky wife.
I'm quite well now that everyone can hear me. Sorry, I have.
Oh yeah, you sound great.
Thank you. Cool. I have a new mic, and I just hooked it up today, and for some reason it wasn't working.
Dude,
so
Meg just got a camera for the first time and hooked it up today.
Nice.
And we had Northern English Bastard on for the first time. He's still in here, so I'm gonna remove him. I'm gonna kick him because I assume he's not trying to be here still. All right. Yes, busting a lot of cherries tonight, doing a lot of new stuff, good stuff. So yes,
I'm having to sit all the way on the edge of my bed so you guys can see me.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry you have to do that, dear. I know how you like to lay down all the time.
Well, everybody has a webcam in front of their computer, and I just don't do this in front of a computer.
Here's a funny story. My computer chair here in the man cave collapsed on itself last night, like a big fatty person. I was watching the I Hypocrite cringe stream like I do on Sundays, and arm it broke.
So you got the same IKEA chair as Film Fred. That's nice.
Yeah, I've had it for several years, but I took out the other chair that's in my office, and then I moved another chair that was in the house into my office, and just playing musical chairs. It's worked out. Basically, I just need to lose weight.
Yeah.
Nice encouragement, Chris.
We were talking about how fat we were earlier. All of us fat Americans, and North English Bastard is just like...
I say the whole box of Cheez-Its. Shit.
I live in England. The fattest person I ever saw was like 250,
I've been searching armless desk chairs so that I can pull closer to my sewing tables, and they're all extra wide. And then I realized armless desk chairs are probably primarily the whole market is run by
600-pound people.
Oh.
Because they can't have arms on the desk chairs. And so I kept getting all these results for extra wide chairs, and then I put two and two together. But I'm just trying to get close to my sewing machines, man. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I saw one time at a bar.
I could be obese. Nobody can see me from here down. I could be really obese.
No, you can tell by your jowls and your face. You can see in my face.
My
that
jowls?
I'm a fat man.
Did you just say my jowls?
You see the curve? I can hear it in people's voices. You know what I mean? I can tell when the cheeks are getting under the teeth.
My jowls.
Yeah.
Oh,
but it's true. I always joke about how like I could tell
Yes.
Mahler's.
Oh, that's
what?
me.
Awesome.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. No,
Right,
yes,
cool.
I've definitely
Gotcha.
watched a few of your videos, especially like I remember when Tyler was on your channel talking about Beau is Afraid. I hadn't seen the movie yet, but I saw it recently when it came out on HD, and god damn it, I loved it so much. I wish I had seen it when it came out, so I could have gotten in all the discussion, because it was like, I understand it wasn't for everybody, but I found it hilarious because I'm disturbed. You know,
it's not supposed to be. That one Sean Chandler, I for some reason got recommended a short of his, and Beau is Afraid was on his worst of lists so far, where he's just called it. Here's the thing, like the way he describes it, and here's the thing, I don't think Sean Chandler is really into art films all that much. At least I've never seen him talk about one, but he described it as a super niche, over a long therapy session. And I just sat there and went, I know, isn't it great?
Yeah, that's not wrong, and that's not also bad. I mean, here's the thing. As long as your movie is fresh, that's all I really care about. As long as it's something I really haven't seen 100,000 times over, I'll appreciate it for what it is, you know? But yeah, as far as Beau is Afraid, like the second we started seeing like
that was
Beau's neighborhood, that's when I was like, I don't know what the hell this is.
Yeah, that was
so
great.
on board. The help me guy. Help me.
It was like World War Z. Yeah.
By that point, I was like, I don't care what happens. I'm in it. I'm in it for the long run. Here we go. Let's do it.
It was a wild movie.
Yeah, if you were a normal person who had sensible tastes and were easily disturbed, you would not have found that movie funny. You would have found that movie strange and sad and sickening. I thought it was one of the funniest things I'd seen.
Sorry, no, I just want to say I love that you guys brought up the show High Maintenance, because I love that show.
Me too.
That just
Meg definitely made me.
Yeah,
Meg definitely made watch a handful of episodes one night, binging in bed. It's funny for sure.
Do you guys watch the show How To with John Wilson? I know.
Yes.
Maybe because I'm friends with Tyler. I feel. Oh, isn't that right up Tyler's alley? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, you would love that show. Oh,
I love it.
Tell you what, send me a link and I'll probably give one or two of them a try.
It's on HBO.
It was also very timely. Yeah, it was also very timely with the whole the pandemic. You know, that basically became a part of the show towards the end. Minor spoilers, but like good stuff, man. Good fun show. I watched that show with my mother. She loved it too.
It's great. It's like in a nutshell, real quick synopsis is like he just films a lot of B-roll around New York and then like makes a narrative out of it. But it's like really poignant. Like it makes sense. Like, yeah, it's really cool.
It'll be some funny, like some title, like how to get better at investing money. And then like, it'll take you on some wild, crazy, goose chase of it's, very nonsensical and fun.
And they're short.
So. And the B footage is good. It's cool stuff. It's very interesting stuff happening around New York, all the time. The city that never sleeps, the Big Apple. Where are you located regionally, Nerdy?
I'm actually in Manhattan, so yeah.
Oh my God. Whoa. Yeah. Okay. So you know all about it.
Yeah.
What's that like?
It's great. I think a lot of people think New York is Times Square, and it's certainly not. And I can understand why, because if you're a tourist, you go to Times Square, but like the majority of the island itself is like so many different cool neighborhoods, much more relaxing. You can be by the river. Like there's a lot of stuff you can do that's not like chaos. I don't feel like I live in chaos. So
cool. And you're from New York, or you've been there forever?
Yeah. Or I was born in New York, and then my parents moved to like central New Jersey, which was like a 40-minute train ride, I guess, to the city. So I was always kind of like near it and went quite often, and then I moved back. So
cool. All right. Well, that's nice. Yeah. I mean, Blue Collar, our boy he's out in New York, some suburb of New York area.
Nice. That's very cool.
Isn't Dark Hour from Jersey?
He's in Jersey. Yeah. We've got the crew up there. Me and Meg, we're out in Texas, and Tyler's.
I went on the Jersey Turnpike twice, and it was like some of the most traumatic experiences I've ever had driving.
Oh, yeah, that's bad.
It's really bad.
Yeah.
And then I asked this lady, like when I stopped to pay the toll, I was like, hey, how do I turn around? It was like the 6th time I had paid this toll. And she was like, baby, you can't turn around on the New Jersey Turnpike.
Oh my goodness. Yeah,
and I was like, well, how am I supposed to get where I'm going?
That would be me in the airport parking lot again. Me doing one of those things where I'd be like, what? Are you fucking serious?
It wasn't her fault. It wasn't her fault.
Yeah. I would be like, look, it's not your fault. That's like that Dennis needs a self-help day. That leads the most recent It's Always Sunny episode. I felt myself identifying with Dennis so well in that episode. It's not you. I'm not mad at you. It's just the system. I'm just upset at the system. It's just like everything he needs. There's like an app for it. He has to use the phone for everything. It's just like, oh god. Maxfield Applegate. Hello. Sweet to catch this. Can't wait to own Beau is Afraid on 4K. Watching it work.
Thanks, Max.
My man.
Max.
Anyone who I can't wait to see Joaquin Phoenix in large testicles in 4K definition. That was one of those things that I noticed right away, and I was like, surely I imagined that giant scrotum flying across.
No, because you told me they didn't even show his like big balls, and I was like, yeah, they did.
Damn.
And
no, I remember when I watched it, I saw him for a flash. I was like, that didn't happen. And then later they had like Nathan Lane just straight up like, by the way, your testicles are huge. Like, it's like,
yeah.
I didn't imagine that.
Lane would be an expert on that.
Yeah. Timon. I mean, of course, he played a damn meerkat, right?
And that was, I said this to Film Girl already. That was maybe the one disappointing thing is that when you hear Nathan Lane in a horror movie, you expect a little bit more than what you actually get, but
I definitely picture him.
He wasn't bad.
Yeah, I picture him being like the neighbor with a flashlight. Hello, anybody out there? Then he gets like the axe, whatever.
He's kind of the equivalent to, and I forget this actor's name from The West Wing in Get Out, the dad.
Whitford.
Yes, Bradley Whitford. I feel like he's like kind of like the Bradley Whitford character of Beau is Afraid a little bit.
Yeah.
Isn't he the guy who was in the Birdcage?
He's the guy. No, he's the guy with the weird looking balls in Billy Madison. Back to Billy Madison, right?
Yeah, but Nathan Lane was in the Birdcage though.
Yes.
Right. Yes.
No,
Nathan Lane was in the Birdcage.
Drag queen, like he was Robin Williams' love interest, right?
Yes.
I think so.
That's his best role.
Yeah, I agree. He was amazing.
But the other guy, he was the guy with the weird balls and
diva. Like he's like, I can't go on. I just can't. And he's like wearing his like silk robes and like and they have Williams. They have that Latino Daisy Dukes wearing like
Hank Azaria.
Yeah, Hank Azaria.
Oh,
really?
Damn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the voice of Mo Sislak.
Jeez, I gotta rewatch the Birdcage.
He's just like wearing roller skates
fantastic.
and like mopping the patio.
Especially in this day of like, posturing and LGBTQT plus nonsense. It's like, dude, the Birdcage. But of course they would shit on it because Robin Williams isn't actually gay or whatever. I don't
be like, yes, queen, but like
no, they would be like Robin Williams
movie.
Robin Williams isn't really gay, so it's not right. And is Nathan Lane actually gay?
Yeah,
he is.
Yeah,
he better be. Acting like that.
I don't know. But like, Robin Williams played a few gay guys in his life. Yeah. I think the last movie of his that like officially came out, he was some gay guy having who was repressed or whatever, having like a bit of a relationship with some. I don't know what. I can't even remember the title of the movie.
Do you guys think that was
like,
part of the depression? Do you think it was like suppressing some gayness?
No, but
aren't we all?
No, because when we found out,
not me.
We did find out We did find out that he had Lewy bodies in his brain, which is really unfortunate because that's.
He had what again?
Lewy bodies. It's kind of a form of dementia, and it kind of.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember who else has it, but it's not. It's not like it's not.
You can't just throw in the towel right at a fucking diagnosis. I mean, shit. What's the prognosis?
But I mean, keep in mind,
a few weeks, a few days to live.
Yeah, but I mean, keep in mind, it's Robin Williams. He was batshit insane before all that, so Lord knows what that would have done to him off camera.
That's like Angelina Jolie, like proactively lopping off her titties because she might get a chance of breast cancer.
Does anybody know how Sinead O'Connor
wait till you
died?
actually get the cancer, right?
I keep seeing everybody say like she died and here before she took her life or before her life was ended. But did she commit suicide? Does anybody know how she died? Sinead O'Connor?
I don't know.
It's very likely. But they usually say they said something about family respects our wishes for privacy at this time.
Yeah, I saw an article that said like after years of a mental health battle.
Well, yeah, her son recently killed himself, so that it's a big problem. And she before that she had this like kind of viral meme worthy thing where she was basically like begging for sex on the internet, and the internet was kind of making fun of her about that. No, for real. She was basically saying in like an interview like she's just desperate to get laid right now and she can't. And this was years ago. But sad, very sad.
There was a lady like that on a movie. Who was it? It was in a cancer. Oh, it was Fight Club. That lady in the cancer wards who's like, I just want to have sex one more time. I have lube.
I have anal nitrate. Anal nitrate.
And they're like, let's just get you off the stage now. Come on, you're done. You're done. Chloe. That was her name, Chloe.
Yeah. But Film Girl, as far as what are some other good movies you watched recently that you liked?
I mean, well, I will say, because I had never gotten around to it before, so I have like, we all have those lists of movies.
Those are my favorites.
Yeah, I watched Spike Lee's Malcolm X for the first time.
Oh.
And I gotta tell you, pacing is amazing in that movie.
Yeah.
Like, we all complain about 3 hour plus movies. That movie flew by. I don't know how he did it.
Yeah. And that shot, it's because, like, it's kind of like he does kind of do that. The whole movie kind of feels like a montage type thing, it's just good pacing, but that shotgun death at the end is one of the most insane, brutal fucking things ever.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
But
no, it was a really good biopic. So.
Hell yeah. I love Spike Lee's, what was it? Bamboozled was weird, but Do the Right Thing and She's Gotta Have It. Like those early ones, man, those are so good.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Spike Lee when he remade Old Boy because
he got a lot of hate for it.
Well, but here's the thing, like, we got the studio version, and he and Josh Brolin will tell you that, like, what Lee had in mind was a lot closer to the original movie, and even then, like, there were a couple things that he did that were technically a little bit better. Like, Elizabeth Olsen as the daughter was nowhere near as annoying as the daughter from the original movie, because the girl in the original just screams off the top of her head, and nothing she said ever made sense. I do really feel bad, and a lot of people don't know this. Pom Klementieff was actually like the henchwoman in the Old Boy remake. Not that you would notice. Yeah, and here's the thing: like, she came up with the name for the character. She did like months of training for boxing, and what does she get? She gets to punch Josh Brolin for 5 seconds, and then he slits her throat, and then you get. Yeah. And then you get what she got in Dead Reckoning, which is exactly what you would expect from a role like that, which is just nonstop batshit insanity. And
now, we're talking about the Asian girl.
Yeah,
the blonde girl.
I love her in Ingrid Goes West. That was one of my good.
Right, she was.
She's the little social media butterfly girl who's like, "What's this girl doing here at our party?" It's cool seeing her play that kind of role. But yeah, I saw a lot of articles about the Mission Impossible, like the problem with the quiet Asian female stereotype.
Do not fucking get me started on that article. It's just like,
they had to find something.
I swear to God, The Guardian has no concept of show, don't tell. And the weird thing is, I've said this a couple times that I thought that like Drax and Mantis were maybe my favorite Guardians, and I like their dynamic. Batista literally had the exact same character when he was Inspector, and nobody gave a shit.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the thing I want to talk about. A big thing about the Renfield video I'm working on is like, Renfield was very tell, don't show, whereas Innocent Blood was like show, don't tell, like to a T. Like, oh my God, it's so well done. Just like watching like Robert Loggia learn how to become a vampire slowly, through the course of the movie. It's good. I watched that. Like I said, I watched that Sympathy for the Devil movie with Nicolas Cage, and I thought that was pretty decent, except I was let down, and I think y'all should know that he isn't the actual devil. Like, I was hoping that hell would show up and devil stuff, but no.
I caught you saying that. I was literally walking out of the gym and waiting for my Uber when you said that earlier.
That was some false advertising. I thought he was going to literally be the devil.
I thought it was
still a good movie. Still a good movie.
See, I saw that as an ad for like a movie theater that Josh and I like hate with a passion, mostly because it's an art house theater that rips off the one that he works at. But I saw that and I just went, neat looking title, but like I've been disappointed by some Nicolas Cage movies with false advertising. Like when I went to TIFF, the first movie I saw was this, I guess you can call it a Western, but it was more of a survival movie based off of Butcher's Crossing. And like,
what's it called? I know what you're talking about.
No. Like, it literally is called Butcher's Crossing. Oh, okay. And I'm not kidding when I say this. It has almost been a year since it's been at that festival, and it hasn't even been on VOD, let alone in theaters. Like, I don't know what the state is of this movie, but like, and to be honest, even though I thought it was fine, like nothing, not bad, but nothing remarkable. Like,
Westerns.
It's impossible to advertise because it doesn't even have any of those like badass Western things that you could falsely advertise Nicolas Cage is doing. Partly because he's not even really the main character. There's really a bunch of nobodies who are in this.
Well, there's some other Western movie being advertised on Hulu that has Nicolas Cage in it. I can't remember what it's called, but it's all over the.
Is it the old way?
Yeah, the old way. There you go. I don't know what it's about, but the point is, like, all these. The problem with Westerns is that's usually like a red flag. Like, okay, filmmaker busting his cherry, feature length cherry, usually does a Western. Because you just go film it in the desert, some ghost town, have some horses. I mean, it's not that expensive. You do one of those, or you do some kind of like play like movie.
But I will say, like, Film Girl actually got me a little bit excited for Killers of the Flower Moon. I did hear a little bit of her. What was it? A trailer? Was it a trailer reaction?
Yeah, it was like a trailer
like
discussion. Yeah.
Yeah.
I should have said discussion and not reaction, because someone was like, "You didn't react. You guys talked about it." And I'm like, "I'm sorry, I missed you."
Unsubscribe.
Yeah. Isn't that what you do when you react, though?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
isn't everything a reaction to everything? I mean,
if I'm being honest, like I would do reaction videos, but like it would just be me silently staring there and reacting, which, I mean, when I do that here, it's funny, but that's mostly because of everybody else here.
I wish I could I wish I could just do like reaction videos and find, respect in that, just like laughing at someone else's work and shit. That's right. I never thought of it that way. Oh my God. Oh,
the amount of Family Feud I watch, I could definitely do it. It's just, how many times can you make the exact same face? Hell, Harvey basically does. Basically does that for me.
Do you guys watch Meat Canyon YouTube videos, the animations? He had a recent one about Steve Harvey's Family Feud face. Yeah, watch that. If you guys like Beau is Afraid and that kind of demented, macabre, just twisted stuff, yeah, check that out. Meat Canyon. Oh, I highly recommend. But yeah, he basically asked some question like, what do you something about, what was the last time? Where's the last place you had your finger?
Wow, that is some
freaky thumbnails.
Yeah, just a tad bit. Wow.
Yeah, it's definitely a demented, disgusting animation style. But
it's like something from a Panos Cosmatos movie. It's like the Mandy cartoon.
Watch the Steve Harvey video was enlightening, to say the least. But yeah, I mean, Steve Harvey's face. I mean, that's like the whole gimmick of Family Feud. I like the old host that used to kiss all the contestants. Who was he?
Richard Dawson.
Yeah, Richard Dawson. He'd be like, "Hello, sir. God. Nice to meet you. And here's your lovely wife. And here's your lovely daughter. And here's grandma. And now for the other team. And the bunch of black people like, hello. Nice to meet you, sir. This is your lovely wife.
Can you imagine if the Tool Time guy did that when he was the host? Because that would have made it a lot more interesting, because dude was an incredibly boring host, which Louis Anderson was a boring host, which I found really weird because it's Louis Anderson.
I'm just picturing like Richard Dawson or a Richard Dawson type character trying to host any other type of show and just like,
oh my God,
just trying to kiss any female contestant, Hello, nice to meet you. And what's your job? Okay, well, I'm going to go walk over there and kiss you, if you don't mind. And if you don't, it's like rude. I mean, that was the thing. It's like hardly anyone ever refused Richard Dawson. In fact, you could tell the ladies were like excited when he was coming down the line. They're like, oh, it's my turn next.
There's a video of some lady who like watched the show from the beginning and was hinting that she wanted a kiss from Steve. And Steve's just like, well, But after she persisted and made it abundantly clear that it would make no sense for people to complain about her wanting to, it was, I don't know, a kiss on the cheek or the head or something like that. Something that just says Steve Harvey put his lips on me. Life is good.
Well, here's a wholesome story. Steve Dawson, he did. I remember one time, me and my friend Red Tony, we used to sit around and watch Family Feud one time, and all drunk and stoned and just laughing at it and making fun of Richard Dawson kissing on all the girls. And one time, he was definitely having like this genuine connection with this blonde. Like she was like, I fucking him. And they were like holding hands and stuff. And you're like, dude, this is like worse than the other episodes. And you find out he eventually went on to marry that woman. And you're like, wow, what a lovely story. Anyway,
wow.
I was like, we could genuinely tell there was a difference with like, because he usually kisses, says hello, moves on. But this one girl, there was something going on. And like, yeah, apparently, like, yeah, she just like she wanted it to be Mrs. Dawson.
Good thing she was nothing like that guy from The Dating Game, which I was scrolling through like movies that are playing at TIFF. Anna Kendrick directed a movie about that.
Really?
And she's also playing the girl. She's playing the model that like gets the date with the guy but says no. And I guess it's something kind of like that Alice.
Are we talking about Chuck Berry? Not Chuck Berry. Who the Dating Game, The Gong Show. Who hosted there was the Confessions of a Dangerous Mind movie. Chuck
Barris. Yeah.
Chuck Barris. There you go. Is that the same guy we're talking about?
I don't think so.
Anna Kendrick made a movie about that same guy too. George Clooney made that.
No, because like there's
Chuck Woolery from The Love Connection.
Here's the thing. There was a contestant who went on. There was a contestant who went on The Dating Game, won the date, but the model said, "No, this guy's too creepy. I'm not going to do it." And they find out that guy was like a spree killer who just happened to have like 3 or 4 victims prior. Nice. So like you can already see why she would take that story and adapt it.
Yeah, that's why you got to trust your gut when you fucking look at someone and meet someone and smell them. You're like, nah, something weird about this person. Nah.
And I mean, it's more interesting than most of the TIFF choices that are available this year. I mean, due to the strikes and everything. Yeah. For some reason, audience reactions aren't enough to promote a movie. So like you're not going to get stuff like Dune 2 or Wish or anything like that. But I would die happy if I were able to get tickets to Miyazaki's last movie, The Boy and the Heron, because that is the premiere movie at TIFF. And boy, is that one hell of an advertisement.
Yeah. I mean, just you had me at Miyazaki, man. I mean, everyone likes those movies.
I mean, it's like the 5th time that he said that it's his last movie, but given his age and how long it took for him to make this film in the first place, I'm pretty sure he's dead serious.
This man is literally torturing himself to make these dumb cartoons. We have to watch them. All right. He's literally driving himself insane.
Well, ironically, 10 years ago was allegedly what would be his last movie, and I'm staring at the poster for it right now.
Oh, let's see. Hang on. Wait. Oh, Solo. There we go. Oh, yeah, that was a good one. My favorite part about that movie is like all the dream sequences, all the audio of the planes is made with people's mouths.
I love that he fantasizes about like his childhood hero, the guy who built the airplanes. And
yeah,
I have the Disney dub of it. They got Stanley Tucci to be like the role model within his dreams. And it kind of has that Ratatouille thing where Brad Garrett is the dead chef / mentor to Remy. It's that kind of imagination.
That's like me and Mike Nelson. I imagine Mike Nelson from Mystery Science Theater in my room telling me, rooting me on, go on, Enzo, keep doing that stuff. I'm just joking. Well, he's not dead, Mike Nelson, by the way. He's
I know that.
Tyler, I know you are looking forward to Wish, and I really want to make the next double feature phenomenon Napoleon and Wish.
Ooh,
it might have the potential to be the next Barbenheimer. So,
but I haven't Wish.
I haven't seen the trailer for Napoleon actually. So.
Oh my god, watch it! It looks so good. Ridley Scott, Joaquin Phoenix.
I don't know. I want to go in blind, and
okay.
Ridley Scott's just really hit and miss with me. But I mean, Joaquin is Napoleon. I'm there.
The trailer. You don't have to watch it, but you would love the trailer.
So
yeah, I mean, I'm hearing a lot of hype about Napoleon, and I know it wishes it's that new computer animated Disney movie. I'm like, okay, I see.
Yeah, and
but
Josh and I
hand drawn. So
and Josh and I walked past a poster for the new Pixar movie when we were at the theater yesterday. Something called Elio or something like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Elio.
And we're just sitting there and I'm like, is that an eye patch on like the right eye or something? And Josh is just like, yeah, I think it might be. And we just assumed that it's probably Pixar trying to do something sci-fi again, which not always their strong suit, but if that's their case, I don't know. Like there was a rock in the background that kind of looked more like a pirate ship to me. So I just sat there and like, please don't try Treasure Planet again. Like, even if you liked it, you gotta admit it didn't do Disney that many favors.
I still think the best Pixar movie has and always will be The Incredibles. It's the first Pixar movie that didn't have any fucking talking dogs or animals or toys or whatever, and it's just
that's true.
It's a good family film, and it's the best superhero. It's one of the best superhero movies ever made for sure. And definitely the best Fantastic Four movie ever made, without question.
Yeah, gee, nobody's ever said that one before.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm not
The last one they did, the last Pixar movie I thought was brilliant was Soul, and then everything after that I was not really the fan of.
See, I like Soul, except for the fact that he like retains all of his like heavenly divine knowledge at the end of the movie. They got to do the thing of
Did he though?
Yeah, right.
I wasn't sure because like they don't show. Oh wait, maybe they did show.
Yeah, he walks out there like, "Hey, I'm into heaven. I was a cat and shit." They got to do that thing like Down to Earth, where Chris Rock becomes the rich millionaire guy, and then he comes back to Earth, and then they blank his memory. They're like, "Okay, you don't remember heaven at all, right?"
See, I know people were kind of split on Luca, but I had a blast with that one and actually liked it a lot more than Soul, just because.
Yeah, I agree. I liked it more because I'm Italian.
The Studio Ghibli references in there are just uncanny. I mean, the city is literally named Porto Rosso, and instead of racing airplanes, they're racing bicycles and all that stuff. But like, I just love the relationship between Luca and Alberto. Alberto, in my opinion, was a much better character just because, you expect the best friend character to do a bunch of cliched things, and then you realize he has a much more fucked up past than most Pixar characters. Like,
it's like a Huckleberry Finn, Tom Sawyer type thing.
Like the fact that they didn't kill off the parrot, but he ran off. Like, other than Treasure Planet, I don't know any other Disney movies that have done that.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, like, of course, I'm sure, I haven't looked it up, but I'm sure the internet is shipping those two dudes from the Luca movies.
And if I'm being completely honest, while I do believe that they wrote them as platonic friends, like, the hints are there. And if I'm being completely honest, their friendship is so strong that, like, if you were to make a sequel of them, like, old enough where they could have a relationship, I'd be on board with it.
Yeah, but also there's just nothing wrong. There's just so rare to just find a good movie about just two dudes being friends,
Well, I mean, nowadays maybe, but like there's still a ton from the past that I can
Yeah, that's why I'm all about the strike.
Get behind it. Like, the fact that they don't flat out say anything, that's good enough for me.
No, I know. But as far as terms like, with the strike, it's like, we need to go back to like that great time of COVID where like we were just watching all these old movies we hadn't seen, It's like, well, they're not making any new movies. I guess I'll check out this Rocky movie I've been hearing a lot about, like,
I will say, like, once this 100-year re-release of Disney movies is over, I'm probably not going to stop making Disney stuff about older content, just because before Disney was remaking and ruining all of their shit, there was a point where they would just put out a random Disney movie in the theaters just for the hell of it. And those days were so much better. And what blows my mind about Disney's 100th anniversary is that they're not promoting it. Like, there are maybe the theater chain that I go to, there's like one or two theaters in Ontario that are actually playing any of these things. And as far as I know, I think they might have stopped after Pirates of the Caribbean, which seriously, like, the original Pirates of the Caribbean, like, advertise the shit out of it that it's like 3 weeks only. I
think we're getting used to this viral, streaming style advertising where you just kind of drop it on Netflix and then hope that the viral marketing will take care of the rest. But like with these theater movies, they used to advertise the movies like a year in advance, like, hey, hype it up.
And I thought that was going to be the problem with Dead Reckoning, because when I saw Top Gun Maverick 3 days early as part of a promotion, and literally the only trailer they put up was for Dead Reckoning, and I just sat there and went, I'm going to see this over and over again for an entire year, aren't I? But the beauty of it is, in my opinion anyways, the best parts of the movie are only shown in like snippets, and the like holy shit or oh my god that was awesome moments are technically left out. Like, the motorcycle jump was not my favorite part of the movie. Like, it was great, don't get me wrong, and there's an element where it actually serves the story, but I don't know, for me, like, the alleyway fight and the decoding the bomb in the airport just like raised more emotions out of me, just because there was that Brian De Palma suspense that everybody keeps comparing to the first movie. And of course with the Dutch angles, and Josh wanted me to say this and I forgot, like, I should have mentioned how they keep breaking the 180 rule with the camera, which is actually, if you want to make people feel uneasy, that's actually a great way to do it. Most people just break the 180 rule out of pure laziness.
You
but...
usually do it when, like, you know, the tables are turning in the conversation. Like someone has the upper hand in the conversation, and then the tables have turned. Now you break the 180 rule, and the audience doesn't even fucking realize it's happening. You know, it's good stuff like that, like subtle, subconscious.
Well, I mean, unless you obsess over every tiny little detail like I do, which not gonna lie, I caught that the second it happened within that group meeting, but I just went, wait, oh my god, that's what they're doing.
Well, back to like Disney movies. Did you watch Nerd Film Girl? Have you ever seen Life Size with Tyra Banks and Lindsay Lohan?
A very long time ago.
Okay,
yes.
yeah. So like Anna, that Star Wars girl, told everyone about this because of the Barbie movie, saying this was like the original live action Barbie movie. And me and Meg, who went to go feed the dogs, she'll probably be back. But like, yeah, we watched that movie last week. The We Watch is coming out on Wednesday. That shit was hilarious. And I was so distracted by how gorgeous Tyra Banks is. And also, like, they don't really like, they say, oh, that nice looking lady, Eve. That's how they describe her. It's like, you mean that fucking amazing supermodel who's like, what the hell?
Yeah, that was in her prime too.
Dude, and Lindsay Lohan was like a little 10-year-old. I remember the movie starts, I was like, is she like 14 or 13? And then the movie goes on, I'm like, no, she's like 9 or something.
Was that before or after Parent Trap? Because
after.
Yeah, it was like right after. If it was, I mean, they were like, that.
I heard they're redoing Freaky Friday, or they're doing a sequel with.
They've already done. I'm pretty sure they've done like a TV movie or a TV show.
No, but I mean like with Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis. I heard that was greenlit recently. Yeah.
We were like, oh, of course they're gonna do Freaky Friday again. I mean, eventually, you know. I mean, what was that Freaky Friday horror movie they did recently with the?
Oh, it was just Freaky.
Yeah, there was that.
Oh, I heard that was good with Vince Vaughn.
Yeah, and then there was another one. There was another one where the girl relives her murder over and over again. That was kind of Freaky Friday-ish. Not really. No.
That was Happy Death Day, and that was more of a Groundhog Day.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. But yes, Vince Vaughn and the other one. That's Freaky Friday stuff. But then you said it's a Lindsay Lohan exactly sequel. So what? Like grandma and mom have to trade places now, I guess. I mean, that could work, but
there's one problem though. Like that Freaky Friday was a remake in and of itself of Freaky Friday.
Okay.
Last I checked, like Jodie Foster was the Lindsay Lohan part or something like that.
Right. There's been several. Okay, so here's the question: your mom and your girlfriend switch places, but you have to fuck one of them to get them back to normal. Who do you do? What do you do?
Well,
you don't need to answer that, guys. Yeah, it's okay. I'll let you off the hook.
I was half paying attention because I actually looked up that Elio movie I just told you about, and I was right. That's an 11-year-old kid with one eye.
Ooh.
Which okay, sure, why not? I mean, it is sci-fi after all.
We need our characters to have lack of depth perception.
Oh my god, and this is actually mostly
there are plenty of good one-eyed characters though, right?
And this is mostly a good cast. Like America Ferrera is in this. Brad Garrett. Oh my god, Brad Garrett doing another Pixar movie. He's already going to be
legendary.
It's already the best part. Like, I don't care.
He's reprising his role as the chef from Ratatouille. They're doing crossover. That's going to be the day when they start doing the Pixar extended cinematic universe. Oh god, the Cars, Toy Story, Ratatouille crossover. We've all been never clamoring for ever.
Something along those lines.
I mean, I'm just picturing, like, you guys see this Exorcist 2 trailer, Exorcist Believer?
Yeah. Oh,
I could just, it's just like, you know, I mean, I like the David Gordon Green Halloween stuff. I like some of these other things, you know, they're okay. But I just picture the pitch meeting where it's like, okay, it's the Exorcist, but it's 2 girls who get possessed this time. And it's just like,
I love how
some guys like, you're right, brilliant. I'll give you $50 million.
I love how Ellen Burstyn couldn't come back from Mission Impossible, but she thought this was a good idea.
Yeah. And also, like, you know, she did she ever come back for any of the other Exorcist sequels?
Linda Blair did, I think.
Right. No, the mom never did though.
No,
Linda Blair came back for 2.
Not until now. Which, yeah, I'm kind of wondering why they didn't ask Linda Blair. It's not like she's doing anything.
Also, it's like, okay, we're about to go encounter the devil ×2. Let's bring an old lady with us. Like, God damn it, she's fragile, she's elderly, she's come on.
Who else thinks that they're gonna kill her off?
Yeah, I'm sure, of course. She's got to go out in a blaze of glory. She's gonna sacrifice herself nobly. She's gonna transfer. She's gonna do what Father Damien did. Take the demon into me. Whatever.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but it actually makes Kraven the Hunter look legitimately good. And I mean, that trailer for Kraven was just okay, whatever.
I think you have a troll here.
Mr. Silly.
That is definitely a troll.
I know Mr. Silly, but I know he's joking.
Yeah, but where is the joke in that?
I mean, Mr. Silly, the thing is, I know Mr. Silly, but yes. I mean, he's not.
Is it Wes's alternate account? Because
no.
Wes actually commented on our Bo's Afraid stream. He's the one who left a quote saying, like, you guys are making me so excited for a movie I have no plan on watching. And I'm just sitting there going, and because nobody else knew who he was, I'm just sitting there going, disregard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always grateful for anyone watching and commenting. I don't care what you're saying, but just.
Yeah, it could be that guy that called me a lumberjack Santa, and I wouldn't give a shit.
Hey, you should take that as a compliment. I feel like you keep stewing on the lumberjack comment, and it's like, man, what's more manly than a lumberjack, and who's nicer than Santa? So, shit.
Like I said, it's just the fact that guy only comments this shit on my beard and then posts a bunch of Disney cartoon clips of like people being nice and sweet, and I'm just sitting there going, what is your what the? Okay.
Silly Billies will inherit the earth. He's being silly, you guys. He's Mr. Silly. All right, come on.
I got back from work a couple hours ago.
Don't take everything. Don't take Mr. Silly too seriously. Sorry to say that.
I'd have to know who he was, even remotely. I'm just staring at those sunny side up eggs because those look.
Blue collar's right in the high life right now. Look at him.
Well, I was gonna say, also
how are you feeling?
I had the oxymoron where it's like someone's like, "Hey, I think you're a loser." That's in my tag. So you kind of can't attack me. It's like, I'm like Luke Cage. I'm just not black and well endowed and bulletproof. But, I embrace what I am.
There's a joke.
Yeah. See, I always joke about how, like, look, it's like Eminem, 8 Mile. Like, I can say everything you're going to say. Like, yeah, I'm a fucking middle-aged man living with my mother, broadcasting a YouTube channel out of her fucking garage/basement. I mean, the joke is there. I get it. It's a stereotype, midlife crisis. Say what you want. I'm having fun here. I don't care.
Actually, okay, Enzo, hey, silly, you're supposed to keep that a secret.
The problem with beards is a lot of soy boys adopt them as cover. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, my chin is obscene. A lot of dudes have the beard to cover up their weak chin. My chin is pretty, like, you ever seen Me, Myself, and Irene? Jim Carrey at the end of that movie. I have like a stupid Kirk Douglas chin. It's gross. Also, I have like a kind of almost an underbite because of my jaw. But anyway, is that a cat?
It is.
Oh,
it is.
Yes.
Just hopped on, but
you are such a witchy lady with your black little Salem cat.
I was gonna say,
what's his name?
It's Taika, actually, which was named after Taika Waititi, but before he directed Love and Thunder. So,
well, here's the thing: I love Taika Waititi's earlier movies. Jojo
Rabbit is
Jojo
brilliant.
Rabbit was good.
Yeah.
But
what do you guys think about the new one with oh my god, Michael Fassbender?
I
liked it. Wait, Michael Fassbender.
It's a new one coming out. The trailer just
I haven't seen it. No, I haven't seen that.
Check out the trailer.
I will.
think he's like trying to do something good again. So,
but yeah, Boy and the other one, Wilder People.
It is playing at TIFF if anybody wants to cross the border.
I'll check it out. No, I don't want to go to Canada. Oh wait.
Yeah, I think Thor: Love and Thunder was him just having a hard time working with a big studio, and I think he was just kind of like, I'm just not going to give a shit. And
well,
here's what I'm handing in.
Not to mention, once you win an Oscar, studios for some reason can't tell you shit. I've noticed that even if you're nominated for an Oscar, like, you have control over things.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't even know what that word is. So
Giga Chads. You don't know what a Giga Chad is? Damn! Don't say that out loud, Tyler.
Dude, I watching some Ninja Turtles clip of April calling someone sus, and I'm just sitting there going, "What the fuck is that?"
I agree with that.
No, but yeah, well, Eagle versus Shark. That's the other Taika Waititi movie that I loved very much, and that leading lady in that movie. Oh, she is not. I don't know what her deal is, but I'm so smitten by her. You know, in that movie, she's wonderful.
What is the film called?
Eagle versus Shark, and it's
Okay, cool.
Jermaine
Oh,
from Flight of the Conchords.
Yes,
him and this cute girl have like a little Napoleon Dynamite type romance, and it's a Taika Waititi movie. I think it's like his second movie. But
Eagle versus Shark is first. Boy was second.
Okay,
which reminds me,
Eagle versus Shark was co-written by the star, so it also has this kind of unique flair to it. But it's all of his movies are very sweet.
Which reminds me, I got to rewatch Hunt for the Wilder People at some point.
Yeah, that's a wonderful movie too, as well. Very wholesome, very, all this family stuff. These smaller stories that tell bigger things. I like that. I like that kind of stuff in my movies. Not every movie has to be goddamn $500 million and filmed on a green screen.
I'm blown away that Bo was like $35 million because they did a good job of making it look more expensive than it actually is.
Yeah, they did.
All right, guys. Look, I have to go to the restroom. Chris, get to know Nerdy Film Girl for a little bit. You guys haven't been talking at all. You guys seem like you've been friends.
You're 900 subs, which is awesome.
Oh, thank you.
I'm kind of depressed where I hate when I see videos like yours where Oppenheimer's a masterpiece. You got 0 views. Like what the fuck?
Well, I literally just put that out, and
okay,
it'll gain traction.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it has like 50, which is not big.
Use
at all,
50.
But you know what I mean?
It's big by our standards.
Well, it just irks me because I said with Barbie, and I knew this putting out for my Barbie video and Drinker and everybody, we would get controversy because that's how it is. But besides Nerdy Film Girl, the past week I must have seen at least 15 women on YouTube that all hated fucking Barbie. So it's like this because the whole it's the whole only men hate Barbie. I'm like, no, I can show you guys Star Wars girl, or there's a Mediaholic. There's this one girl, and I didn't know this. She had 1.4 million subscribers. Her name's like Anna Apologetic or something. But her title is Barbie is the wokest movie ever made, and she's
wait. Do you mean unapologetic? Oh, Amala Ekmanobi or something. I know who that is.
It's hard to say her name, but yeah,
it blows my mind that she's younger than me. Like I found that out recently, and I'm just sitting there going, "Wait, what?"
Talk about Florence Pugh again.
Yeah.
Oh, you wish.
But I'm just
and for the record, Florence Pugh is like a couple months ahead of me, which is good.
Who's younger than you, Tyler? I'm sorry.
If you ever heard of some YouTuber named Amala Ekmanobi or something like that?
Sounds very Star Warsy, like a Jedi.
I'm saying, I'm finding more female YouTubers, but I've talked about recently with friends of mine, how big YouTube is. This girl had 1.4 million subs. I've never heard of her, and because I've been checking out other Barbie reviews, I'm seeing. Plus, obviously,
TikTok wait till you see how many subscribers these female TikTokers are having with her doing.
But I'm seeing
yummy ice cream, so good. Yummy.
Plenty of women on TikTok who don't like Barbie neither. So it's that's why I was saying when it's Nerdy Film Girl, there is for every 10 women I love Barbie, there's 10 women no, I fucking hate Barbie. So stop the whole it's only
sorry. What did you think, Film Girl? Did you like Barbie or not?
I'm kind of in the middle because I feel like I hated the end. So I think that if the end had been, first of all, they give Ken a purpose that would have solved a lot of issues by the end of the movie. That was his journey of finding himself. I really didn't have an issue with a lot of the movie, and I thought the production design and art direction was overwhelmingly just.
Oh, everybody can agree on that.
Yeah, and the directing was good. I really just think it fell apart at the end, and they got confused with their own messaging. And I think that when you have two writers that are, Noah Baumbach and Greta Gerwig, I think it's what happened in the writers' room,
which is weird. Which is weird because they both
how much is producer interference too?
I don't know. I think
you never know.
Margot Robbie was, obviously a producer. I don't know what influenced that ending, but it did not work for me.
And it's funny because it's funny about the ending because the criticism is they restore Barbie Land back to its original state instead of making it some kind of equal utopia where Ken should live in Barbie's dream house with her. They should have some kind of equal society, but they go back to Barbie Land, but then Barbie rejects it and goes to the real world. And also they validate, having a vagina makes you a woman. Basically, that's kind of, I don't think they meant to say that.
Right. Well, the only thing that I could see is maybe if they were so dead set on the fact that they're going to have a Ken sequel, then it's well, let's not do anything with him at the end of this, but you still should have done that, even if you're going to have a Ken sequel.
I said this on Enzo's stream last
God, I
week,
hope there's
and
not a
it's
sequel to
true.
this movie.
Weirdly enough, the Kens in like the directed DVD shit that my sister used to watch were more fleshed out than this, and that's really saying something.
Yeah, yeah.
Granted, they were there for like the little girls to think, oh, it's so dreamy. I would love for my Barbie to play with him, but like at the same time, they had arcs. And
I was definitely looking up the list of all the Barbie movies, and like, dude, there's like a huge fucking pile of these computer animated Barbie movies.
See, back when I was just getting started, I reviewed like Barbie and the Nutcracker for Christmas just because like Christmas reviews on my channel just instantly blow up. And I mentioned that like from the time
You're lumberjack Santa Claus. I mean, what do you expect?
Yeah, right. That I had a red dress shirt. I had like the Wally. I had a Wally.
You should just own that, dude. You should just own that fucking thing.
Dude, why do you think I said that? Why do you think I gave the response that I did? But did you just fucking squeal? Like, what the hell was that?
Yeah, I did. I inhaled my voice.
Wow. But
you're funny, Tyler. Okay, I'm sorry.
I know it's funny, but in any case, I know it's funny. You guys would be fucking laughing, but back then, like those movies had the most ridiculously simple formula where, like, it starts off with Barbie having like a younger sister who's like, I don't know, preteen or whatever, and if there are any Dragon Tales fans or like who are even remotely watching this, it's ironically the pink dragon from Dragon Tales. It's the little sister. I grew up with that when I was like 5, so I just find that interesting. But like there's a formula where the little sister has some confidence issues, so that's where the fairy tale story starts. They always have some celebrity who has daughters or granddaughters, which is why they're in it. Like Tim Curry, Angelica Houston, Kelsey Grammer, fucking Martin Short. And I can't believe I'm saying this. Martin Short was not sleepwalking his villain role. I can't believe I'm saying that, but like it was like when he was in like when he was in the Jimmy Neutron movie as Patrick Stewart's, I don't know, henchman or something like that.
Martin Short's another one of those actors where it's like you find out he's married to a woman and you're like, get out of here. No way. Really? He's not gay? Are you sure?
No, that's just Jiminy Glick just comes off that way. But anyways.
Yeah.
I gotta say too, I've said this time and time again. I think the initial thinking behind having Ken, be kind of like an afterthought makes a lot of sense. Just because girls don't really care about Ken when
Ken was just another accessory for Barbie.
Yes, exactly.
And then he's an accessory. You get to accessorize.
Right.
My sister,
joke,
my sister didn't even have a Ken.
Right. You don't even have to have a Ken if you don't care about it. Yeah. But I think then you can take that further. And then by the end, when he says, can I be a part of the cabinet? And they're just like, no. And I was like, what? Like, come on. Like, we saw both scenarios are like fucked up. So, like,
I think
can't make progress that way.
One of the funniest things I saw on the Drinker page was, I want to say it was the Drinker page. I'm on some of these dumb, Facebook groups and stuff, but it's like, talk about Alan, a link to some news article praising Alan. Like, Alan is, really every Barbie's true dream boy. And the comment was like, Alan's the type of like male feminist friend you have that like rapes you in your sleep. And it was like, Jesus Christ. But that is hilarious.
That is definitely from the Drinker page. But when I was at
that Nerdrotic page is like off the rails.
That too. But I mean, at work, I kept hearing a bunch of, there are these hashtags justice for Alan things, and they're just going, what did Michael Cera ever do? And I went, he got replaced by somebody who looks like him, but is a better actor. That's what.
You're talking about Eisenberg?
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, what was that alien movie he was in? It started with a V. Viranium or Viralium or some.
You know what? I wanted to see Vivarium, but
Vivarium, there you go. It was good. It was great. I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
The poster made it look really trippy anyway.
If you hated it, I wouldn't blame you, but I loved it. So
it's like Bo. It's that kind of movie where it has to be like that level of weird that you enjoy.
Yeah, definitely. Like,
gentlemen, I hate doing this, but I do have to sign off. But it was really nice of you all to invite me on for this. And I was just in the chat being like, "What up? This is cool." And thank you so much for having me here. And love chatting with all of you.
Definitely.
You too. Thank you for popping in.
It was great to do another stream with you.
Yes, we'll do another one soon.
All right. Well, have a great day, Film Girl.
Thanks, you too.
Nice. Great evening. It's barely getting dark over here in these parts. I mean, we could wrap it up in a second.
Same with me.
Yeah.
We'll wrap it up in about 15 minutes. Do a nice 4.5 hour stream. Good
Yeah.
old fashioned stupenzo stuff. That's the other thing I joke about is like you try to do these streams earlier thinking they'll end, earlier, but no, they just go on later. Like that's what when I used to do these streams on Facebook, they would always end around midnight. It'd start around 9 or 10, end till midnight. Then I'd push it back to 8, still end at midnight. Then I'd do it at like 5. It would still end at midnight. We'd just go all night.
I was so afraid that I was only going to get like 10 minutes just to say hello or congratulations, but it just happened to work out this way. And I'm just sitting there going, well, even if that is the case, Enzo's not going to say no to me on that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you try to come in here and be like, all right, well, I said hello, I'm going to leave now, go back to work. I'd be like, nah, stay. Let's keep fucking streaming from the kitchen. We don't care.
Well, I was just on the way home. I was just sitting there going, oh God, do I like go straight home to stream or do I like go to the gym and have my sauna first? And I'm just sitting there going, well, if I don't do the sauna today, like it's going to take me forever to get back onto that. And I'm trying to do the recommended like 3 times a week on that end.
So you did do the sauna, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did like the minimum 10 minutes and I was going to do more, but there was one dipshit who didn't even like shower or like take his clothes off. He's just sitting there like shirt and shorts, and I'm just sitting there going, "Can you even fucking do that? Are you even getting the benefits?"
Yeah.
I saw a video of like some guy being it's like some black dude at a pool party, and he's swimming like in his he's just chilling in the pool, like drinking and talking to the ladies, and the camera comes around, and he's like in his pants and his shoes. Like he's not, he's just like wearing his clothes, just lounging in the pool. And it was like that reaction meme where the guy just like keeps drinking and he's just like, nah.
Well, the thing is, I was happy to see Nerdy Film Girl's viewpoint because I know it doesn't affect the 3 of us, but it does get tiresome whenever you criticize something. Oh, it's because you're not whatever. And same thing with, like, say, Black Panther. I have black friends, and they don't always have to be on social media.
The trip is eternal. That's why you got to be wearing your clothes in the pool. I see. I get it.
But, some of my black friends will be like, guys, I hate to tell you this, but just because Black Panther exists doesn't mean it's my favorite fucking movie in the MCU. And he's not my favorite character just because we share the same skin color. That tired trope gets played out really fast.
I always bring up in second grade. Go ahead.
See, all my friends like physically have that sort of mentality, which is kind of why even if I were here for like 10 minutes, just to hear you guys say your thoughts on that is just enough to know that I'm not alone on this. And I wasn't really sure how she was going to react to that, because once in a while, look, I love watching her stuff. I love hanging out with her, but sometimes she does have a little bit of that mentality, but
who
it really depends. No, Film Girl sometimes. Like her thoughts on how Ilsa exited with Mission Impossible, I could not disagree more of. And it started to sound political depending on who was in the super chat or whatever. But,
Yeah, you never know. I mean, that's the thing that's the thing about movies, man, is they're subjective, where it's like,
well, I knew that.
You could watch these movies like through a different lens and like answer a question a different way if you watch a movie a different, through a different viewpoint. You know what I mean? Like,
maybe I'm just sick and tired of the identity angle. Like if I
no, I agree. I mean, everyone is.
It was I can't talk identity politics in front of my sister, and mercifully, even though she knows how I feel about certain things, she never brings it up to me. So
she probably doesn't bring it up to a lot of people anymore because everyone's tired of hearing about it.
Oh no, she does. Like,
no, but she brings it up to. I'm sure she's got her friends that agree with her, but like, and she's got certain people she hasn't disagreed with yet. But people are tired of arguing. We're all tired of arguing. We're all tired of disagreeing. It's like, look, just mind your own business. That's how it is.
Well, I mean, then again, like if I ever go see a movie with her in the theater, it's usually like a comic book movie or a musical. Like,
exactly.
I'm not kidding when I say this. We both thought that Dear Evan Hansen had potential to be at the very least decent, and we both like Ben Platt anyways, because our house is a huge Pitch Perfect house. So my mom took me to see that, and I did not think I was going to laugh at it. And I was out of breath the first couple times, not going to lie. And
from laughing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was laughing my ass off watching that Tom Segura special last night with my mom. I was like making some chicken and watching the special, like listening to it. And dude, yeah, definitely. He tells the fucking most, dude. Here's like his, he's like talking about how he took a shower with his little 6-year-old, and his 6-year-old's like, I mean, the joke is a lot longer and a lot funnier, but like the basic gist of one of the jokes he tells is like, well, his son tells him, "You have a big penis. I have a tiny penis." And I said, "Well, that's because my penis is hard." Anyway, problem. Yeah,
that does remind me that Bert Kreischer movie that came out like a few months back. There's actually, once they get to Russia, there's graffiti on the wall that says "Tom is fat," and the guy who took me to see it, he's just like, who he's talking about. I'm just I know.
Well, it's funny because he looks real thin in the special, and he makes fun of fucking Bert so hilariously. He's like making fun of the fact that like he gets made fun of because he likes to eat 10 milligrams of edibles, and that's it. He likes little baby doses, and people call him like, "Oh, little 10 milligram Tom, little baby dose Tom," and he doesn't care because he's like, "Look, you ever just drink 2 or 3 beers? Do you have to drink like 36 beers, Bert? Huh?" And he's like, "Why don't you tell that story again? We don't remember how it goes. Tell that story again." It's just like, holy shit, dude. That's so funny. But yeah, the problem with representation is that they blackwash Euro stories. If they cared about culture, they would tell stories from Africa. Here's the thing. Little Mermaid, the Little Mermaid remake, not black enough. Make it more black. Let's make it black as ever. Let's make it straight up Caribbean, like I said in the stream.
Make it the Wiz.
Make it set in Jamaica with all the mermaids, man. They be talking like the crab, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, they already wrote new songs like the Wiz did. I don't see why they couldn't
take all the songs and make them reggae. A whole new world, a whole new place to start the view. Whatever the fuck, the song goes.
Reggae. Yeah, I mean, if you picked the right movie, that would have been one thing. But
I love reggae. I'm sorry. Reggae is one of those types of music that it's like, yeah, it all sounds the same, but it never gets old. Jazz and country, a lot of that shit sounds the same, but it gets old. Reggae never gets old.
I mean, on my way to the gym, I was listening to a Disney cover. Like Neo has a really good "Friend Like Me" jazzy beat to it, but yeah.
You talking about the new one?
Well, it would have been. In fact, this cover made me convinced that Neo would be a better genie than Will
Neo?
Smith. He's an R&B singer.
Okay. You're talking about, I'm like, are you talking about fucking Keanu Reeves?
That's what I was thinking.
I'm not hip with the rappers, kid, and they all have funny names,
He's not a fucking rapper. And
R&B singers, same thing.
Well, to be honest, I've never really heard any of his songs either. The only thing I know him from was actually the live version of The Wiz, where he was the Tin Man, and dude's got a voice. I'll give him that.
Okay, and the new one, you mean?
Yeah, the televised one where Queen Latifah was the Wiz.
Speaking of Queen Latifah, me and Meg watched Set It Off for the first time.
Really?
See that shit? That was good. The acting was a little hokey, but I loved it. I still like the movie a lot.
It's part of the style on
the homegirl with the daughter, the homegirl with the baby. She's not a good actress, and it's kind of sucky because like her emotional rawness is kind of like the driving factor of the whole movie, but because she's not really selling the tears, it all comes off as kind of forced and silly.
What was her name?
The one that we don't know whose name it was. It was Vivica A. Fox, Jada Pinkett, Queen Latifah, and that one, the other one.
Oh, and I know who that is.
She's the one who gets the nerves and bails, and she's the one with the baby. She's the one who has a reason to do it. She's got forced to do it. She didn't want to do it, but then they took her baby away. Child Protective Services.
I know who she is. She mostly does like Tyler Perry, Will Packer shit.
Yeah.
That
But like she's playing like this, like, oh, you don't understand how I have to do it. You have to give me some money, please. It's like, okay, I mean, you need to tone down the hamminess a little bit. But also she's, spoilers, the first one to get shot down. And that's when it's like, all right, it's on, motherfuckers.
Gee, the one who, oh my God, she even did Perry's first movie. That
my
really
big problem with Set It Off, the ending, is Vivica A. Fox. She chooses to get run down to hail of bullets. It's like it should have ended with her going to prison. because then it would have had like a decent like spread of different different conclusions for each character. You know, 2 of them die, 1 of them gets away, 1 of them goes to prison. Instead of all 3 of them die, except for 1 of them. I don't know. Didn't make sense. Seemed not as cathartic.
I've had that experience. I've had that feeling before.
So here's the funny thing. I watched Set It Off, right? And I come back home, and me and Mother, we decided to watch an action movie, and we're like, well, let's watch The Negotiator. I've never seen it.
Really?
It's the same director as Set It Off. F. Gary Gray. Yeah, I was like, I know this name. F. Gary Gray. Yeah.
Oh my God, and he literally made it after Set It Off. Jesus.
Right. It was literally like, yeah, I was reading the behind the scenes about it, and Kevin Spacey was supposed to be Samuel L. Jackson, right? And someone else was supposed to play Kevin Spacey's character, and he left. And then when they were going to cast someone else, Samuel L. Jackson was like, I want to play the other guy. I want to play the hotshot newbie, you know? It was a good movie, though. It was fun. What else did we...
Ever decent enough things.
What else did we watch that was good? I love watching these older movies and being like, damn, you know what I watched the other day? The other day it was good. Negotiator, you know? That's so funny. What about you, Chris? You watch anything good besides any of this current crap?
Well, I did finish up on The Witcher just because I wanted to see how bad Garrett
Season 3?
Yeah, I had to see how it ended, and it's just as fucking terrible as everybody imagined.
This is the conclusion, though. The part 2 of season 3.
Like everybody said, it's like the finale of season 3, because it's not the.
Now they're talking that season 4 might not even happen now, right?
Yeah, because everything with the writer's strike and the way it ended, it's the thing is. Even
spoil it. What happens? I don't care.
Well, like people said, like fucking Geralt's in the final 2 episodes, like all of 30 seconds. And, and this has been the premise of the entire 3 seasons, why Henry Cavill left for a show called The Witcher. It's like, wow, it's more like the Yennefer show with guest star Geralt.
Right. But is there some kind of explanation as to like how he's going to be killed or replaced by Liam? What's his name? Or they don't even mention it?
Yeah, it's not mentioned. Yeah,
I thought it was going to be like, oh, the Witcher fell into some kind of time portal at the end of the episode.
Like that.
Come back.
That's the fucking premise. Like, even if Henry Cavill would stay, which this is why he left for, it's like, you guys.
Yeah, it sucks.
It's such a fucking travesty because you have how many books, how many fucking video games. They're officially going to start making the Witcher 4 game, and like this, you could have made like the next big thing, man.
Now, here's what's pretty embarrassing about Witcher. Now, I only saw the first season because it's like, all right, I'll check it out. But it's like, just like every other Netflix, every time I watch something by Netflix, especially when it's a fucking more than 3 hours long, like a show or a miniseries, I feel like I was like cheated. I feel like I got like tricked, into wasting like a whole day's worth of time to watch something. And that's kind of how I felt. That's kind of how I felt about The Witcher. But what's interesting is like, you've got this Genevieve character who is like a hunchback, hideous monster. Like she's grotesque, a deformed woman, and then like a witch spell like makes her beautiful or normal looking, and it's like, oh god, she looks great now because we saw her looking terrible, and now she looks fucking normal. So she's like, yes, she's beautiful. But then what's funny is like, there's this unironic like joke where they kind of accidentally. Have you seen the shit where they're bragging about how ugly she was? Yeah. The producers. They're like, we casted this woman to challenge beauty standard norms. And like, as an actress, I'd be like, hey, fuck you, man.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Even fucking Drinker joked, even with the hunchback and the kind of fucked up jaw, I still would have banged her. So
no, exactly. I've always joked about like most of these, these girls that even these unattractive actresses, it's like, yeah, but you're telling me that if you hadn't had a few beers and this chick was like in a bikini grinding on your dick, begging for sex, you wouldn't fuck her? Shut up.
Oh, well, one thing on a positive note is I watched the first episodes. I just watched before we went live about an hour, the new episode of Futurama, and I fucking laughed my ass off. I'm like, I'm so happy Futurama is back. Every fucking body's back. The animation's back. All the voice actors are back. I am ecstatic that Futurama's back after 10
I did watch the first episode. I was very happy with it. I was like, all right, this is just where we left off.
The second one with fucking Kip and fucking.
I haven't seen it yet. I'll check it out tonight.
They bring back Zach Brannigan, and
of course,
you
have to.
I laughed I couldn't stop fucking laughing. So I'm like,
thank you. Following nerdy film girl.
That's the only good thing so far between Always Sunny and Futurama, both on Hulu, are both back. And I'm like, fucking, at least something good came out in the past 6 months. Like,
Well, that's the thing is, it's like again, these things are not, you know, it's like, okay, we're just back to old standards here. You know, we're not breaking ground with anything new still, you know, so there is that. It's like, it's just more like, okay, these shows haven't let us down yet. You know, it's not like we're celebrating like, yeah, TV's back, baby. It's like, no, there's still a couple of good shows that are still chugging along. So, I mean, it's like, let's not be fucking clapping our hands and celebrating just yet.
And,
you know,
I'm to the point now, fuck, you hit a certain age where I'm like, you know what, nostalgia, fan baiting, whatever. When I popped in the episode, sat down, had a fucking beer, and just like, they're playing the Futurama theme, I won't lie, I got fucking goosebumps. Because it's been a fucking decade, and the show, in some accounts, had the perfect ending. And I'm like, how would this come out? Because you're worrying about shit getting woke and everything. And no, episode 1 was fucking great. And I'm like, oh, thank you. You didn't fuck with Futurama yet. So.
Yeah. I mean, Futurama, the first episode was fucking awesome. And then, what was the other thing I've been watching? Oh, What We Do in the Shadows. First of all, I realized there was 2 episodes of Rick and Morty I still hadn't seen. I was like, oh, really? Yeah. And I finished those the other night. And I was like, okay, those are all still good. All the Rick and Morty episodes are good. Yeah. I need to rewatch some of the newer ones.
Some people felt like the last 2 seasons weren't
dude, that's been the running joke, dude. He's going to be like Dark Hour where he starts showing up and just like, you know, hangs out on these big streams from now on. No, Thank you, Wes. I'm glad you made it. Wes, how was the move? Anyway, continue, Chris. I'm sorry.
No. So even RRTNZ said, he's like, hey, like just like Dark Hour, he's like, you know, I know some people, and I'm trying to get you on other streams. I'm not against going on other streams, but it will always come down to I will never be too busy to fucking hang out with you guys. Because
that's the other thing. Is like,
if I hit 10,000 subscribers, Enzo, call me up. Say you want to fucking watch.
Dude, even if me and you and Tyler are all on a bigger stream earlier on Monday, we will still be having to come here later to do this stream. All right, or at least I will. So who cares?
And so far, I'm almost up to like 700 views my thank you video, and I had to shave it down because I could spend an hour thanking everybody. But the main premise was like, guys, I will never be one of people where it's like, oh yeah, now I got 1,500 fucking subs, and fuck guys like Tyler, Enzo, or like I got here by myself. And I'm like, nah, I can't stand people that do this shit where like I have 1 million subscribers, I got here by myself, and you're like, dude, you're so full of shit. It's like, stop acting like it was all you. Come on, man.
I mean, like, here's the thing. I can see myself saying like, all right, I got to, let's say if it's like if I get to 1,000 subscribers in like 5 years,
yeah,
it's pretty likely that it's like, all right, I did that most of myself. But like if something happens, like a huge jump and shit here and there, it's like, dude, yeah, thank you. I mean, just nerdy film girl coming in my channel. Some guy showed up. What's his name? Here it is. Maxfield Applegate showed up, left a comment, subscribed.
So
thank you.
He's Film Girl's boyfriend, actually.
Cool. Good. Great. Hell yeah. I mean, again, it's just more, you know, I mean, as long as we all just, you know, find a big merry band of friends to hang out with.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Wes is saying, yeah, we were talking about talk to me for a bit, and yeah, I want to see that as well. Tyler's recommending it. Saying it needed more gore though.
I'm probably going to spend tomorrow working on Toy Story and Talk to Me videos since I promised both.
Y'all, I don't know about you guys, says Wes, but I'm waiting for Jersey Boy Dark Hour to start developing a British accent. Koi blimey, governor. Oi. Yeah, I mean, I would love to get on a stream with some of these British superstars. I mean, first of all, it was great. You missed a Northern English Bastard, by the way, Wes, but he was a treat. It was wonderful having him. He was very polite, very, very not talky. But
yeah,
definitely was like having to like stop and be like, what do you think, Blue Bastard? What are your thoughts on this? How do you like this stuff? But he's a funny guy, man. I like him. And he's handsome. I keep telling everybody, it's like, hey, when you're a good looking guy or girl, here's what you should do. Like build a following with your videos and then do a face reveal after you get like a certain number of subscribers. And then you're like, oh, this person's attractive. Hello.
For Thursday/Friday when I watch the Meg 2, we should do a watch of the Meg, and you just do the whole fucking commentary with the Jason Statham.
Okay, if we do the Meg, then we have to get Megan involved because she's recommended that one a few times, and I'm like, yeah, it's a little too modern, but it would be beneficial to do it. We can watch it. We can watch it tomorrow, maybe.
Honestly, I'm all for it because no matter what, because like I said, guys, for a palate cleanser after Barbie, I'm seeing the Meg 2 on my birthday. I'm gonna get drunk as fuck, get a big thing of popcorn. I'm going into the Meg 2. We know exactly what it is, okay, and I'm fine with that. Like
Killer Sharks.
And this time to know there's 3 killer sharks.
Hell yeah, dude. Let's see if I can find this this shit here.
Oh, and plus Kraken shit. So killer shark, Kraken.
Oh shit!
There's a Kraken in the movie.
Yeah, they should in the trailer. It's like how do we make the Meg bigger instead of 1 shark? Now we're gonna add 3 sharks and the Kraken. I'm like, at this point, I want fucking Godzilla to make a cameo.
Oh my god.
I'm totally fine with Jason Statham. The fact that Jason Statham kicks a megalodon in the face, it's fucking awesome.
How silly is that? I mean, I saw the trailer of the second one, and it just like starts off like fucking boom, dinosaurs. You know, you're just like, okay, this is gonna be nuts. Whatever the hell this is, dinosaur T-Rex getting eaten by a shark, bro.
Yeah,
it's like the kind of shit you want to see when you're 12. You know, you're like, oh, dude.
One goes telling Statham, and she's tapping on glass. Oh, this is Meg proof, and the fucking Meg just eats her right there, just impales her and shit, and just golfs. I'm like, shit.
Let me see if I can find this thing here. Anytime I search on Google, it sucks. If I just search on YouTube, it's amazing. Why is that? And I'm going to stop just using Google in general. I'm just going to start just using Chat GPT. Seriously, if I ever have a question like, hey, Chat GPT, who was the guy in the thing with the dude? They're like, that guy. I'm like, thank you.
Also, I sent my first super chat to Dark Hour doing the Batman stream. That'd be a good rewatch.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You can hear that helicopter?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well,
Dark Hour had his first live stream on his channel, so I wanted to send him a super chat, show him some love, and we had Cynic on because Cynic loves the Batman, and I'm like, when Drinker said to Cynic about the Batman, everyone got quiet. Like, I agree. Like, I enjoyed it, but there's a lot wrong with that they call it the 4th act. Like,
the 4th act. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I never heard that.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah,
the Batman. I mean, the thing is, I just like many people, it's like it starts off great.
Yes,
you know, all that stuff in the beginning is awesome. And I like Robert Pattinson's costume. I like his flat nose. I like Catwoman. She's fine as hell. Fuck, dude.
That she is.
Zoe Kravitz. And like people giving her criticism, her mask isn't great. It's like, dude, who cares?
It's not supposed to be.
Her ass is amazing. Fuck, shut up. And she's been naked before, by the way. Look that shit up. She's great. Love it. Love an attractive lady who's willing to show off her body. All right.
She gave Ezra a chance, so that'll tell you everything.
Oh, sorry, I'm missing some comments. Sorry, I'm late, guys. Wes says I had to get a hotel because my furniture is coming Wednesday. To @Tyler, did you catch the thank you at the end of Talk to Me? Was it made by Australian YouTubers? What's the info? Huh?
So the twins who directed Talk to Me are Australian YouTubers. They go by, their channel name was Raka Raka or something like that.
Oh my God.
I know there was a thank you that said, like, since you watched this in a theater, this supported thousands of jobs, which I thought was a weird thing to put at the very end during the credits.
Yeah, but they're trying to strike up sympathy for the strike, you know.
Well, no, I think it's something that like the Australian Film Commission or New Zealand Film Commission or whatever, because I saw one of those logos before the movie started. That may just be a customary thing for them to ask. Like if I were to see a movie from the National Film Board of Canada, which I don't, because it's almost like they invented woke sometimes, because they just have to have a message or an agenda in every single thing of theirs. It's just insufferable.
Well, what was it? By the way, Yellow Man, Mr. Silly, how is Yellow Man the wild cat? He is not even wild anymore. He literally lives here full time now. We got him neutered. He sleeps in my bed pretty much every night. Also, Mr. Silly was also asking about the Commitments from 1991. I don't know what this is.
Me neither. Yeah, I don't know.
Is this? I'll check it out. What is it about? Musical comedy drama film based on the 1987 novel of the same name. Okay. That's all I need to know. I'll check it out. Also, back to Wes. ChatGPT, will Dark Hour develop an upper crust British accent or a go West end Cockney? I don't know the difference. Wes seems to love the Commitments as well. Also, and it's because Canada is a Chinocracy.
A what? If that means what I think it means,
It does. It's amazing. Trudeau runs a gynocracy. Hell yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
No offense, Tyler. We're making fun of your leaders, not you.
Doesn't matter. My leaders are punishing me in every single fashion.
It's gonna be fucked up when we go to war with each other. We're gonna be like, Tyler, I'm sorry, buddy.
Oh fuck.
You're on the. You gotta sneak back over here to the good side.
Oh please.
I'm just joking.
It'll
be like Red Dawn when Tyler's on the other side of his death camp in the Trudeau fucking concentration camps. Blue collar, Stupenzo, avenge me.
Oh, be honest. You guys would rather have him over Kamala.
Damn, it wasn't me, Tyler. Blame Canada.
Blame Canada. Blame Canada.
Yeah.
With all their beady little lies and flapping heads so full of lies.
Speaking of West, we do have Justified coming up, so.
Yeah, episode 4, right?
Yeah, it's good. It's fun. I say I'm with Wes. I like the older Raylan. I'm liking the show, but some people, I don't know, man. That's the whole nuance where, Futurama's awesome because the characters stay exactly the same. They're also animated. So when it comes to human people do age. Things get older, but
you kind of want your flesh characters to change. You want your animated character. Like, you wouldn't want Bart Simpson to be 40 years old right now. It's great that he's still 10. Beavis and Butthead. What's great about Beavis and Butthead is they keep bringing Beavis and Butthead back. They're still 16-year-olds, 15-year-olds, and they still are like obsessed with like Metallica and AC/DC and shit. And lame fucking stoner, like pseudo stoners.
Yeah.
What's funny is like the world keeps changing. Yeah. So like they bring them back into the world of cell phones and Twilight and everything. They're still the same, and it's even funnier.
That's what I like about Always Sunny is because at least Always Sunny is that they're still the same 4 assholes they've always been. They still modernize, but Always Sunny, the characters will never change or evolve, and that's what's awesome about it. Yes, I've seen this.
Yeah. Before we forget, let's just watch this little 40-second Megalodon attack. Here we go. This is, I don't know what video game this is, but I want. In the water. How big? Pretty fucking big, bro. Get off that ship. It's another one of those whales made out of concrete. I don't like those. Ew.
Oh, hell no.
I like how it's all ugly. Yeah. That was the one thing I do like about the Meg movie is they make a excuse of like the bubbles, the air bubbles, the blood, it oxidizes, how they're able to go up to the surface or some nonsense. Even though it made no sense, at least they made an effort. All right, so it's so good, so loyal to Elmore Leonard. Bad guy played by Boyd Holbrook is top notch. Justified. Me and Chris get to finish the limited series before he gets too famous to stream with the Lord of Toxicity. Oh no, that's not true. As long as we all keep coming here every Monday, it'll be fine. But I do like doing these random AM early afternoon streams.
Yeah.
It is 8:13. We are approaching 4:40.
Well, it's good. It's not midnight where I'm falling asleep while listening to you and Tyler talk.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm struggling just as much as you do, Chris. I just want you to know.
She got off work. She's like, Chris, did you fall asleep on Enzo? And I'm just like, no.
Hey, it's fine, dude. I mean, it happened before with.
Hey, I'd rather trip face than fall asleep, and I've done both. So
yeah. We were showing you all those weird Big Bird anime or AI art with fucking.
Twice was like this. Next note, it's like I did check. It's just like.
Like when
you were went on those looking at my phone, bro.
Like when dude went on those extremely long-winded Tom Cruise rants, and I'm just sitting there going.
Yeah, who, me?
Yeah, when you did those Tom Cruise's gay monologues or whatever the fuck that was supposed to be.
Oh, yeah, reading the AI prompts. Yeah. I was kind of treating those as like little intermissions. Like, you guys can take that moment to get a drink or something, Well, you guys can take that moment.
I wish you had told me that a few hours sooner.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, you're not.
Whatever.
What's one thing before we get too late, Enzo? Like people ask, like what going forward? What do you want to do now? Definitely, I've told people I have to take it like doing this was one thing, but I was told my son, girl, everybody, hey guys, I'm sorry I haven't been as sociable, but now that I'm definitely building a bigger audience,
I'm gonna be much less sociable.
I have to put out more videos. I'm sorry, it's just like I had to take this. Like it's not a full-time job yet, but I mean,
no, I would say, with your situation, your personal situation, you should be, you should look up Captain Christian, dude. Look up his channel, his videos. He only made 30 fucking videos, and he's a legend, dude. It's one of those things where, like, in your type situation, like your lazy reviews are fun. Keep doing those, but like, it wouldn't be hard to like do like something a little more, in depth and not necessarily longer videos, but like. Just like you do, like, and especially like it would help, I mean, I could help you with graphics and stuff like that, but like in terms of like check out Captain Christian, because that's like kind of I want to do like long form Captain Christian videos. That's Captain Christian's always been a huge influence on me and my YouTube channel with like the music and the aesthetic I choose, but I'm basically doing like what Captain Christian's doing, but like stupider,
But I will say, Chris, I'm trying to get that mentality myself ever since I started editing for Dark Hour, which didn't start off super demanding until now. He and I have supposedly gotten down this routine for like what we do in a certain amount of time, but between doing that and having to make my own stuff at the same time, like that's just the moment of realization where, like, if you're going to do this, there are going to be days where you're just doing this and nothing else. And I mean, my parents were gone the weekend I did Oppenheimer, and then for 2.5 days, I was just sitting on the back porch outside, just typing away, editing all of that.
I told them.
No, I'll say with you, Chris, the thing is like, the lazy reviews are great, but I don't think like the answer is doing more lazy reviews, and like, seeing more movies, but definitely like a good, like all you need is like a 1 or 2 real good, like viral videos, quote unquote,
Well, I was just saying right now, my current project is my cousin. We recorded like how I did the Woke of Power, and at least I made Gary Neurotic laugh about that. But we sat down, me and her, we watched all 10 episodes of House of the Dragon. We both got drunk as fuck. And of course, she's like, Chris, it's been 5 months. Why haven't you finished the videos? It's Susan. Do you understand again my schedule? So I told her last night I finished episode 2. I said, but I was like, Susan, me sitting here just downloading the footage for 10 fucking episodes of 1 hour TV shows. This is very time consuming, but that's my current project. Well, that's why I said with writer's strike, besides Meg 2 coming out and then the Mentor movie, there's nothing coming out I want to review the next 3 months anyway. So it gives me plenty more time to catch up on shit like that.
Yeah, that's the other thing you could try. Or just enjoy doing is like do these streams, these, talk about your shows and stuff with your guests and have fun doing it, and just whatever sticks. Okay. Now this is something that's funny. Wes is literally messaging me right now and talking about the same guy. We were already talking about this. Blue Collar is definitely on it, but shout out to Phoebe77 says Wes Kelly, you can eat a dick for talking smack on Blue Collar video. I'm coming for you, soft ass dude. Chris, explain. I will send Enzo the screenshot. You see, you did send me the screenshot, and I already know exactly what you're talking about. The guy who was saying he wasn't impressed, and I think being we if you watch earlier, we had a nicer way of handling the guy. Like, hey, thanks for watching anyway. Sorry, I couldn't say too much. I was trying to be polite.
I want to start doing like opinion videos, like, because that's when with the 1K thank you, I had it at 30 minutes. I shaved down to 20 minutes, and I was going to say, part of getting a bigger fan base is, listen, I mean, as much as I have the right to hate Barbie, you have the right to hate my videos. And it's like Russell told me, he was, dude, hey, sorry my video didn't make you happy. Have a nice day, because I'm not going to fucking spend 3 hours arguing with you. I mean, of
course,
I don't have the time. And Drinker said this shit on 50 different fucking streams. Hey, Drinker, do you interact on Twitter? And Drinker's like, I'm not going to waste the very little time I have arguing on fucking Twitter, because no matter what I say, you already have your opinion formed, and I'm not going to change your opinion.
Yeah, he makes his posts and he leaves the comments to tear themselves apart. That's how you go viral, really. Yeah. I mean, if you want to get a good following on social media, you just ask a vague, like, divisive question and watch the comments go insane, and you just bounce out of there. Yeah. It's like dropping a fucking grenade in a fucking little quinceañera, watching the chaos ensue.
I think That one guy, Lex Friedman, has a rule of his where it's like 10 minutes of social media or less per day, and we really got to start adapting that.
You know, I might agree with Wes here. The Lord of Toxicity shows no mercy. I bet it's some fucktard we booted from the group. Oh my God, you might be right. That would be, I mean, in that case, here's the thing. Whoever left the comment, you know, it's one of those things like, bless their hearts. It's just obvious when I see that comment, I just see a cry for help. Like, why aren't I on the drinker? That's all that says. That's all I see when I see that big comment about like, honestly, you weren't very funny and you hardly talked. And it seems like you weren't very cool. It seems like I don't like you very much. It's just
and I've definitely seen a couple comments. Some people even said, "Hey, like we noticed that like you didn't seem like you were as talkative." But then after they see my thank you video, they said, "Okay, now we understand the fact that it's not that I'm talkative. I'm trying to be polite."
That's the other thing. You should have just sent him a link to the thank you video. You should have been like, "Hey, I'm sorry, I explained it pretty fully in the thank you video. Thanks for watching."
Well, the person commented on my thank you video, which I'm like, no, it's like,
well then fuck off.
Yeah,
I don't even. Yeah, I mean, still, I mean, you still got to be not like, yeah, we'll talk about it. Like, hey, fucking dude, don't be a dick. But in the comment, I mean, hey, look, seriously, thanks for watching. Seriously, I mean it. Thanks for watching, but sorry you feel that way. Fuck.
Yeah.
What do you want from me? Blood? Jesus Christ.
No,
you know, come on.
It's like, I mean, I love Wes because Wes does that, but that's why we always sit in the drinker Facebook group. He's better than me because I feel like I don't have the time to keep fucking attacking people on YouTube. It's like, dude, I don't care at this point. And that's why I didn't talk about too much in the thank you video. Like in terms of Facebook, how many people, we're leaving a group because Wes is an asshole. I'm like, yeah, but then again, you know, I've seen Facebook guidelines and you guys, you purposely don't like the drinker and you're trying to get this fucking group zucked because you're assholes.
Here's the thing. Imagine if I said this shit to Chris, like, look, dude, I'm just trying to be your friend, but just, dude, I wasn't impressed with you on open bar. Okay. You contributed very little. And it seems like you just brought, you know, it only seems like you were on the fucking stream because you bought your place in that bar by paying lots of money to Drinkers Patreon. You know, it's like, there's just so many more deserving people like myself who are knowledgeable and interesting and they know their stuff. Like, imagine if someone said that, you know, that's what it sounds like. You're just sounding like a jealous little woman. And it's like, here's the thing. It's okay to sound like a jealous woman. I'm still going to hug you and be like, hey, thanks for watching. You know, just, you know, I mean, come on, dude.
If you look at my Barbie review, I said at the end, and I was actually a serious one. You know, at this point, do you hate Barbie? No, I said, the beauty of Barbie is I don't hate this film. I have the freedom to never watch this fucking shitty movie ever again. Isn't that wonderful? But also, no, I feel sorry for Greta and the producers and everybody involved. I feel sorry for you people because you're that fucked up in the head that you think men are this terrible and you think the real world is this fucking awful. And I feel sorry for just how pathetic you guys are because that's all it is. This is a pathetic cry for help.
Yeah, I mean, if you had to choose between watching the Little Mermaid remake again or the Barbie remake or the Barbie movie, I would pick the Barbie movie again.
Honestly, I would too because it's like because like, you know, so Little Mermaid, you're shitting on IP, but Barbie just like I feel sorry for how fucking dumb this is because that's the thing is it's not satire. You actually mean this shit, and that's fucking awful that you really think men are this terrible. Damn.
Sorry, I said I would pick the Barbie movie. Is that
no, I'd watch it over Little Mermaid, definitely.
Yeah, okay. I mean, at least the Barbie movie had some sex appeal for men and women. Jesus. Margot Robbie, fucking beautiful.
I was gonna say production value, but that too.
That too. I mean, the movie looked good. Well, everything, even the actors.
Talked about that. Like in the beginning, the first 15 minutes, I'm like, you know what? I don't mind this film. I don't mind where it's like, tell little girls, you can grow up, you can be a doctor, you can be a nurse, you can be a construction worker, you can do that. But then when Barbie enters reality, well, the reality is you can't really be a nurse or doctor because men suck. Like
Lord of Toxicity, you know, we don't need to go that extreme. We can convert people with our love and our ideas because our ideas are better and our love is truer. But all these people's like quote unquote love comes from a place of hatred. You notice that? That's why it's always false and seems fake and forced. But it's phony.
But everybody needs that guy like Wes because that person out there, you need a friend like that that's gonna say the shit that you know.
Wes is the wild card for sure.
Hey,
he's the muscle. That's what we call him. He's the muscle.
Everyone needs it, like, you know,
I'm the wild card. I'm sorry.
because I've seen people on the drinkers stream. You know, drinkers, he's very balanced. I try to be like that, but some people are they extreme hate everything. Some people extreme love everything.
Well, that's the other thing about like getting really popular is like you don't want to divide your audience. You know, you don't want to, and that's the other thing that drinker certainly isn't doing, but some YouTubers do it where it's what's it called? Where the audience starts to like control the YouTuber. It's like you start becoming a slave to their comments and their super chats and like what they like and what they want. And you just start doing more of that. It's like that guy, Nick Avocado, how he went from like a skinny vegan to like this disgusting fat guy who eats nothing but garbage and
those fucking
sleep apnea machines.
Those are disgusting. Yes,
I was gonna say Screen Junkies because man, they plummeted real hard.
After what they did to Andy, yeah.
Oh, especially.
And like, or you could be like Red Letter Media, where you're so top dollar that you don't want to upset anybody. So you usually have these like pretty run of the mill milk toast opinions.
I don't know. They had that moment where like they quote unquote insulted Jeremy John Stuckman and all those guys as a bunch of dickheads, and then when people didn't know how to react, they started attacking. It's just like, we've made jokes about worse topics, but God forbid we call people dickheads. But I'll be honest, the little bit that I've seen of Red Letter Media, they seem like assholes.
No, they are, and that's why I love them. And I love their Mr. Plinkett reviews and their discussions of like these old shitty, B horror movies. Those are the best, best of the worst and all that stuff.
Well, that's why I didn't take it seriously at first, because like when you read what Mr. Plinkett is as a character, you're just sitting there going, okay, this is just some guy in his basement fucking around. What does it matter? But the more they started showing themselves like sitting in their weird office rental space,
they own a warehouse.
And they rant about Star Wars more than Chris Gore does, which I didn't think was even possible.
Yeah. I mean, I love it because as long as you're funny, I don't give a shit. I mean,
I'll just say one thing. Wes reminds me, and that's why I said I've always respected him. Eric July, the Young Ripper dude. I love the fact that he will make a fucking video because someone shits on him in Twitter or on the Facebook comment section. He'll actually, hey, you know what? Come on my stream. I've watched Eric do a half hour and tear somebody the fuck apart, and I'm like,
oh yeah,
I give him credit for doing it. I wouldn't have the time, but that's why I was like, I like Eric's videos where he calls it monetize your haters. And Eric will on Twitter, he will fucking slay people. And I'm like, dude, I'm not against that. I just don't have the fucking time for that. If I could quit my job tomorrow, I would be in the comment section a lot different. But I'm a 1 or 2 high, but I'm going, dude, I got more shit to do. I have more videos.
Yeah. My Scorched Earth stream, that was pretty legendary. I wish I had my mic plugged in for it, but I definitely went to town. I like to get pissed off sometimes. It's good when someone's fucking up so bad that they deserve a tongue lashing and you get to give them to them. Oh boy. Because go ahead.
Sorry. Didn't mean to cut you off there. Yeah. I just love that when Josh and I reviewed Shin Ultraman, we're sitting at 962 views right now and at an 18% approval rating. And for some reason, I just consider that a badge of honor.
Yeah.
Mostly because nobody really either understood or accepted that we liked it, but we thought it was like cheesy, unintentionally stupid kind of shit, which, yeah, some of those kaiju movies are like that. But I mean, one, that doesn't make them good. Second off, we had a great time with it. Like, what more do you need?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the Rian Johnson approach of like film reviewing, It's like you want to divide the audience with your video reviews. It's like, nah, you can maybe. It's good though. It's good though to have like you said, like you get a lot of engagement sometimes when you propose some kind of opinion. Comments go crazy.
I got engagement. I learned what L+ ratio meant, and I'm just sitting there going, okay.
L+ ratio? Who said that? For what video?
For Shin Ultraman. I've got like 36 comments, and I'm just trying to think. Let's see.
I gotta say, one of the only negative comments I've ever received, like comments, was someone on the Mermaid highlight video saying that the Little Mermaid video was a success and we were all coping. And keep in mind, this is like the day after it came out. And
dude, when
that comment aged poorly.
Yeah, and when I asked him, like, explain the numbers, I don't think dude still has he?
That was one of those things where it's like, no one needs to pile on. Like the numbers, kind of explain themselves. That
And
drop
real
off was
quick,
bad.
Coming up on almost 5. You want to cut it at 5 exactly? Because it's a long fucking stream.
5's a nice round number.
I would love to do the Meg this week, man.
Yeah, let's try to do it maybe tomorrow or some point this week. Tomorrow could work. The Meg.
Jason Statham.
Yeah, me and Megan watched. We've got Life Size coming up this week. Time Cop the next week, but I could move the Meg to next week, and then Time Cop, and then we also watched The Hunted. I still need to upload that, and then there was something else we watched. Oh yeah, we watched Barbarella. Say the N-word. Ninja. All right,
Neanderthal.
You guys. Neanderthal.
Yeah, guys. Yeah,
Nocturnal.
No matter how big my fucking channel grows, that's premise. I will never forget where I came from.
Yeah, guys, we're all the way up to these 1,000 subscriber limits. That was the one thing I told that one guy. He was like 180 subscribers. Seems like you got a pretty big YouTube channel there. And I was like, well, you could be 181. And I think he was.
I've got 1,090 and hell
yeah, dude.
Which I mean, I got to the 1,000 point before meeting Russ, but I mean, meeting Russ was a bigger highlight than getting 1,000 subscribers, oddly enough. Because I mean, I met you guys, I met Film Girl. I'm trying to remember who else. Wes, obviously, so he doesn't kill me.
We just met Film Girl today. Yeah. Like it's like ripples, man. It's going all over the place.
Well, yeah, because she had done Let's Talk content with Russ, and then when she was looking for a bow stream, I just threw my name out there. She asked him about me, and then she saw my bow recreation and actually sent me an audio message on Instagram just telling me how much I fucking nailed it. And like I teared up. I even played that message during a therapy session just to say, like,
don't tell her any of this, obviously.
Oh,
I'm just joking.
Fuck off. Like
I'm kidding, man.
That's how you show the appreciation. And I mean, I
love you, man. I appreciate you, bro. You always got a good.
Oh, I know that about you guys.
But yeah, that's cool. I was wondering how she got on this stream, though. That's cool that she got on and watched it.
I'm probably gonna ask her the exact same thing when I get off here.
Hey man, thanks. I mean, I'm just kind of curious to wonder how, like, it's like I did make a post about Pee Wee Herman passing away.
Yeah.
That is sad though. But yeah, maybe I'll watch Blow tonight.
And I just discovered something that's almost as sad. I didn't even realize this. Judi Dench is going blind.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, on that note.
Oh, sure.
But I think I'm gonna watch Big Top Pee Wee.
Oh, yeah.
That's my favorite Pee Wee Herman movie. Chris, you've been a true champ, holding your bladder. Tyler, I'm so glad you showed up. You didn't show up late. You show up late. You show up whenever you want, man. You show up on time. A lumberjack Canadian Santa Claus shows up precisely when he intends to. Okay. And thank you, Nerdy Film Girl and Meg, and obviously,
and he gives presents when he feels like it.
Yes, of course. And thank you, of course, Northern English Bastard for we moved this stream up to early times. This was we didn't talk about this. This was cut out. I was streaming for 15 minutes. I thought I was streaming for the first 15 minutes, but I was telling Northern English Bastard, I was like, dude, we don't need to stream at 2 a.m. your time. He's like, oh, well, I was just going to set my alarm and wake up early and you guys stream at the same usual time. I was like, dude, no, we can move it earlier. In fact, I want to move it earlier. It's why it's called the English Breakfast. We're doing it early. We'll do it again, though. I like this. We'll do it again.